welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The day began like any other, with the gentle morning light cascading through the curtains and the comforting hum of the coffee maker whispering in the background. Yet the tranquility was shattered when a small package caught my eye on the doorstep. A plain brown box, devoid of a return address, bore only my name inscribed in an unfamiliar, meticulous script. Curiosity mingled with a subtle unease as I brought the package inside. With a knife, I delicately cut through the tape and unveiled its contents. Inside lay a stack of photographs, meticulously arranged and bound together by a simple rubber band. As I flipped through them, my heart quickened at each scene captured from my life. The first photograph depicted me at a local park, engrossed in a book on a bench. The image, taken from a distance, froze a candid moment in time. A chill tingled down my spine as I realized that someone had surreptitiously observed me that day, unbeknownst to me. Subsequent photos showcased me at various locations around the city, exiting a grocery store, savoring a meal at a cafe, and perusing the library, always alone, with no hint of another soul in sight. It was as though an unseen presence had shadowed my every step, meticulously documenting my solitary movements for weeks. As I reached the final photograph, a wave of unease washed over me. Unlike the others, this one depicted me in my living room, startled as if caught off guard. The image, captured through the window, revealed an outsider peering in. The accuracy was unsettling, freezing a moment when I glanced up from my book, startled by a noise. Dated the previous day, it dawned on me that someone had been watching me mere hours ago. A note nestled within the package trembled in my hands as I unfolded it. The cryptic message read, "I see you, and I know you see me. These images reflect your life, captured and foretold. Observe closely, and the future shall unveil itself. Your choices shall dictate what lies ahead." My pulse raced as I grappled with the weight of the message. The photos hinted at not just surveillance, but also a subtle manipulation of my life's course. The notion of my future being orchestrated in such an intimate and invasive manner sent shivers down my spine. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I sought solace in the authorities. Handing over the package and its contents, I implored the police to unravel the mystery behind the sender's identity or motives. They accepted the evidence, promising to delve into the matter, cautioning that deciphering the enigma would prove challenging without further leads. Days turned into nights, yet the lingering presence of the photos persisted, casting a shadow over my routines. Each dawn, I approached my mailbox with trepidation, half expecting another parcel. Paranoia seeped into my daily existence, compelling me to glance over my shoulder, haunted by the thought of unseen eyes upon me. One fateful afternoon, amid the mundane task of sorting through mail, I stumbled upon a lone envelope. Similar to its predecessor, yet devoid of a box, it held a solitary photograph. Taken at the park where my journey had begun, it portrayed me walking along a trail, marked by a crimson X over a specific spot. The message scrawled on the back beckoned, "The path you choose shall mold your destiny. Meet me where the X guides, and all shall be revealed." Intrigued yet apprehensive, I grappled with the notion of confronting the unknown. The prospect of encountering this enigmatic figure and being coerced into a choice I did not comprehend fueled a sense of both curiosity and dread. Determined to confront the looming enigma, I embarked on a twilight pilgrimage to the designated location in the park. The serene park exhaled a hushed stillness, punctuated by the rustle of leaves and distant echoes of urban life. Upon reaching the spot marked by the scarlet X, where the path yielded to a secluded clearing, I stood poised, senses heightened. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, his countenance partially veiled, deep by a hat's brim. Halting a few paces away, he spoke in a deep, velvety timbre. "You have arrived. I observe you have followed the trail of clues. Who are you?" I inquired, my voice steady yet tinged with apprehension. "What is your purpose?" Drawing closer, his features bathed in a dim glow, he revealed himself, an elder with sharp contours and an intense gaze. "I am but a spectator of your life, witnessing your response to the unknown," he elucidated. "The photographs were intended to unveil the tapestry of your future and test your resolve." A turbulent blend of fury and fear churned within me. For what reason? Why subject me to this ordeal? His demeanor softened, a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. "Our choices sculpt our essence. Those images were not mere prophecies, but a guide to illuminate your journey. Your reactions, your decisions, they forge your path. I wished for you to understand how the present molds the future." My thoughts whirled, endeavoring to decipher his cryptic wisdom. "So, this was all a trial?" "Not merely a trial," he affirmed. "A lesson. You confronted uncertainty and dread, yet you displayed resilience. Your fate lies within your grasp. How you confront obstacles shapes your destiny." With that, he turned and melted into the shadows, leaving me to ponder the enigmatic encounter and the riddle he had bestowed upon me. The photographs, the premonitions, the trial, all formed a grand design, a challenge crafted to compel me to confront my fears and navigate the labyrinth of choices. Departing the park, a peculiar sense of closure and emancipation enveloped me. Though disquieting, the ordeal served as a poignant reminder of the potency of choice and the essence of facing the unknown with fortitude. The veil of the future remained opaque, yet I embraced the realization that the power to shape it resided within me, through my actions, my decisions, and my willingness to confront the enigmatic tapestry of what lies ahead. Story 2. Amid the chaos of recent months, filled with unsettling identity theft, cryptic messages, and uncanny occurrences, a sense of disorientation had taken root within me, yearning for a return to normalcy. Seeking refuge, I sought solace within the serene confines of the local library, craving the familiar hush of its aisles and the nostalgic aroma of weathered books as a respite from the tumultuous whirlwind in my mind. One crisp autumn afternoon, while perusing the shelves in the mystery section, my hand gravitated towards a weathered leather-bound tome. Its spine bore the marks of time, the title nearly erased by the passage of years. Intrigued, I settled at a nearby table, gently turning the brittle pages. Amidst the yellowing parchment, a loose bundle of handwritten sheets slipped from the book, landing on the table with a whispering rustle. These aged pages, tied together by a fraying string, bore the marks of hurried hands, their surfaces stained and smudged over time. Intrigued by this unexpected discovery, I delved into the contents. The script meandered between poetic musings and unsettling lucidity, its erratic nature drawing me in. Initially resembling a personal diary or a forgotten novel, the entries soon revealed a disconcerting familiarity. With chilling precision, the writer detailed moments from my own life, my daily routines, my family's history, and even recent unsettling occurrences I had confided to none. As I progressed through the manuscript, a growing unease enveloped me. It wasn't merely a recollection of past events. Rather, it foretold events yet to unfold. References to the identity theft, enigmatic messages, and even my haunting sojourn at the remote cabin littered the pages, each entry resonating with an uncanny understanding of my innermost fears. My heart quickened as I reached the final pages, where my breath caught in my throat. These last entries spoke of a specific night, the eve of the full moon, where past and present would collide, a forewarning of a revelation that would fracture the fabric of reality. Loomed ominously, the date on the final page, tonight. The truth shall unveil itself as the shadows of the past converge with the light of the present, the inked words proclaimed. A surge of apprehension gripped me. How could this forgotten manuscript, nestled within a library tome, possess such intimate knowledge of my life and foretell events yet to pass? Seeking answers, I turned to the head librarian, Mrs. Carter, a stalwart figure who had overseen the library for decades. Frowning thoughtfully, she agreed to aid in my quest for understanding. Delving into the library's archives, Mrs. Carter unearthed the book's origins, a donation from an abandoned estate on the town's outskirts. The former owner, she revealed, was a reclusive writer consumed by the occult and the threads of destiny. Fading into local lore after vanishing without a trace years ago, his eccentricities lingered as whispers in the community. Driven by a blend of trepidation and curiosity, I persuaded Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the estate that very night. Beneath the full moon's luminous gaze, the dilapidated manor stood as a specter of bygone days, its somber windows peering down upon us, the aged shutters creaking mournfully in the breeze. Within its walls, we traversed a maze of forsaken relics and decaying chambers until we stumbled upon a study on the second floor. The room was a sanctuary of forgotten lore, ancient manuscripts, faded maps, and peculiar artifacts strewn about, evoking a sense of reverence for fate, prophecy, and untold tales. At the heart of the chamber stood a formidable wooden desk, strewn with scattered papers, open journals, and handwritten notes. One weathered journal, its cover worn and weathered, seized my attention. Leafing through its entries, my hands trembled with anticipation. They shall discover the manuscript when the time is ripe. The past shall guide them, the present shall test them, and truth shall finally be unveiled, the faded script revealed. The writer's fixation was palpable, yet his gaze seemed fixed upon me, unsettling my core. It was as though I were a character within a narrative penned long before my existence. The final, incomplete entry, etched in hurried strokes, declared, "The convergence approaches. The name must confront the shadows and embrace the truth. Only then shall tranquility be attained." The weight of those words draped over me like a veil. The prophecies weren't merely uncanny, they felt intimate, personal. Had the writer observed me from afar, or was there a supernatural force at play? Departing the manor alongside Mrs. Carter, elongated shadows trailing behind us in the moonlit night, I harbored more questions than resolutions. The writer's foretelling loomed over me, an ongoing narrative that refused to fade. That evening, ensconced in my solitary abode, bathed in the pallid moon's glow, I contemplated the events that had transpired, the manuscript, the manor, the enigmatic messages. And then, like a revelation, understanding dawned upon me. The prophecy had not manifested through external machinations, but within the depths of my being. The collision of past and present wasn't about supernatural occurrences. It beckoned me to confront my deepest anxieties, buried regrets, and the enigmas I had evaded for so long. The shadows of yore had risen to reveal the path forward. The writer's predictions had steered me towards a truth I could no longer evade. Sometimes confronting the darkness head-on is the sole means of escape. As the echoes of the past dissolved into the night's tranquility, a sense of clarity and acceptance enveloped me. The future remained uncertain, yet for the first time in months, fear had loosened its grip upon me. Story 3. The Haunting Doorbell. In the depths of the night, a peculiar disturbance plagued the tranquility of a once peaceful home. It began with a simple annoyance, a mysterious ringing of the doorbell at odd hours, shattering the silence and stirring unease in its wake. Each time the chime resonated through the house, the homeowner would hurriedly approach the door, only to be met by an empty porch bathed in the eerie glow of the street lamp. Initially brushed off as a mere inconvenience, the unexplained ringing grew more persistent with each passing week, disrupting the stillness of the night at irregular intervals. Late at night, in the early hours of dawn, or just as sleep beckoned, the doorbell would sound, its once familiar chime now a harbinger of disquiet. Determined to unravel the mystery, the the homeowner embarked on a quest to silence the haunting doorbell. A new state-of-the-art system was installed, complete with surveillance cameras and motion sensors, yet the inexplicable ringing persisted. Night after night, at the exact time of 2:37 a.m., the chime reverberated through the house, a chilling reminder of the unseen presence that lurked just beyond the threshold. As the days turned into restless nights, the homeowner's sanctuary transformed into a realm of uncertainty and fear. Sleep eluded them as the doorbell's haunting melody echoed through the corridors, a constant reminder of the invisible force that defied all logic and reason. Seeking answers, the homeowner sought the assistance of experts, hoping to unmask the source of the disturbances. But even the most thorough investigations yielded no concrete explanations, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread and foreboding. With each passing day, the ringing subsided, but the memory of those unsettling nights lingered like a ghostly whisper. The doorbell, once a symbol of welcome, now stood as a testament to the mysterious forces that can invade our lives without warning. Though the house now rests in relative quiet, the echoes of the haunting doorbell continue to reverberate in the stillness of the night, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown, the mundane from the mysterious. And as the shadows lengthen and the night grows deeper, the homeowner remains ever vigilant, haunted by the memory of the doorbell's chilling toll. Story 4. In the heart of the woods, a sanctuary embraced me. There, amidst the trees that stood tall and the leaves that whispered secrets, I found a refuge from the chaos of daily life. Reality and imagination intertwined, painting a canvas of enchantment. It was on a day veiled in mystery that I strayed from my usual path and stumbled upon an old clinic, hidden deep within the forest's embrace. Curiosity rather than fear stirred within me as I beheld the relic of a bygone era, forgotten by time. The clinic stood weathered and worn, its white paint peeling to reveal the weathered gray wood beneath. Windows, either shattered or obscured by vines and grime, bore witness to the passage of years. The roof, sagging warily, seemed to echo the weight of ages past. As I pushed open the creaking door, shattering the silence of the woods, a sense of déjà vu washed over me, inexplicably familiar yet uncharted in my memories. Dust hung heavy in the air, mingling with the faint scent of decay as my flashlight pierced the shadows, illuminating a reception frozen in time. Desks cluttered with aged papers, magazines strewn across the floor, and a veil of dust draped over every surface spoke of a forgotten past. Amongst the detritus, scattered medical records caught my eye, their yellowed edges curling with age. One record, bearing my name, sent a shiver down my spine as I traced the faded text with trembling fingers. Details unfolded before me, cryptic medical jargon describing procedures unknown to me, invoking a sense of disquiet. Names of unfamiliar doctors and nurses scrawled in barely legible handwriting adorned the margins, weaving a tapestry of mystery. How could these records exist, detailing my medical history with such eerie precision? Delving deeper, I unearthed notes of experiences unknown to me, as if a parallel existence had been meticulously recorded. Venturing further into the clinic, my footsteps echoing in dimly lit hallways, I discovered more files bearing my name. Annotations detailing experimental treatments and meticulous observations painted a picture of surveillance, a meticulous monitoring of my life. In a room veiled in shadows, a metal filing cabinet beckoned, its contents revealing recent records brimming with personal details. My address, family history, and intimate habits laid bare in ink, hinting at a voyeuristic presence observing my every move. Amidst the documents, a chilling revelation surfaced, a procedure executed in clandestine shadows, its clinical description sending shivers down my spine. A faint scraping sound pierced the stillness, drawing me deeper into the bowels of the clinic. Descending into the basement, a frigid chill enveloped me as my flashlight struggled against the darkness. A door, slightly ajar, beckoned, the scraping sound intensifying beyond its threshold. Pushing open the door revealed a chamber cloaked in dim light, walls adorned with records, archaic medical devices, and haunting photographs. Images of unfamiliar faces, bearing a haunting resemblance to my own, cast a pall of unease. The files chronicled experiments and observations, their clinical language belying a sinister truth. I stood frozen as realization dawned. I was the subject of these insidious machinations, a pawn in a game of manipulation orchestrated by unseen hands. Fleeing the confines of the clinic, my heart racing and mind awash with dread, I emerged into the dappled light of the woods. Shadows danced ominously, whispering secrets that chilled me to the core. An unseen presence lingered, an intangible gaze that followed my every step. Returning home, the specter of fear clung to me, weaving a web of uncertainty around my existence. Every creak, every shadow seemed to harbor malevolent intent, echoing the horrors unearthed in the depths of the clinic. The truths unveiled in that forsaken place lingered, casting a shadow over my past and future. The clinic in the woods, a silent sentinel of my darkest secrets, had etched its mark upon my soul. Its watchful eyes, unseen yet ever present, whispered of a reality veiled in shadows. The mysteries it held, the truths it concealed, remained shrouded in enigma, a haunting legacy of a place that watched long before my fateful discovery, and perhaps still watches even now. Story 5. The oasis nestled across from my apartment was a haven of tranquility that beckoned to me each evening. Its meandering paths and serene aura enveloped me, washing away the day's stresses with a gentle touch. The city's twinkling lights cast a soft, mesmerizing glow upon the pond's surface, conjuring a calming spectacle that never failed to lull my restless mind into peace. Amidst the urban bustle, this park stood as a sanctuary, a pause button in a world racing by. Discovering this refuge shortly after settling into my apartment, it swiftly became an integral part of my daily ritual. The rhythmic crunch of gravel underfoot, the rustle of leaves, and the distant hum of city life melded into a harmonious symphony that unwound my tension. During one of my evening strolls through this tranquil retreat, a figure caught my eye. An elderly gentleman perched on a bench, positioned to gaze upon my apartment building. Initially blending into the backdrop of park visitors, he donned a simple gray coat, slightly weathered yet meticulously kept, and a fedora that veiled his features at a precise angle. Days blurred into weeks, and a peculiar essence emanated from his presence. Each evening, without fail, he occupied the same bench at the same hour. His presence, while not overtly menacing, bore a consistency that hinted at intention. His stillness differed from the park's natural calm. It felt calculated, almost orchestrated. I couldn't shake the feeling of his watchful eyes on me, even when obscured beneath the fedora's shadow. A disquietude crept over me, not quite fear, but a growing unease. The once serene sanctuary now held a Kleck's unsettling allure. Weeks drifted by in a haze of routine. I departed my apartment, ventured to the park, and there he sat, ever vigilant, ever present. I tried to rationalize, to dismiss it as mere coincidence. Perhaps he simply relished the evening air, as I did. Yet deep down, a nagging suspicion lingered. On a particularly crisp autumn evening, with the air thick with the fragrance of fallen leaves and impending winter, I resolved to confront the situation. Curiosity and apprehension reached a crescendo. As I drew near his bench, my heart raced, though outwardly I projected composure. "Pardon me," I began, my voice steady yet tinged with uncertainty. "I've noticed your presence here each evening." He turned deliberately, sending a subtle chill down my spine. His eyes, when they met mine, exuded an unexpected serenity. No malice, no threat, just an eerie sense of purpose. "I am your guardian," he replied softly, measuredly. "At times one needs protection, even unknowingly." His words lingered, pregnant with a meaning just beyond grasp. A blend of reassurance and caution, hinting at mysteries unfathomed. I yearned for clarity, for answers, yet his composed demeanor stayed my tongue. I muttered a vague excuse and departed, a whirlwind of questions in my wake. That night, within the haven of my apartment, I felt exposed. The sensation of scrutiny lingered, intensifying rather than waning. Subsequent weeks spiraled into a controlled paranoia. I arranged to move, guarding my reasons from kin and companions, wary of their judgment. The persistent unease, too palpable to dismiss as mere fancy, dictated my actions. On the day of relocation, I sought refuge in a new abode, far removed from the park and its enigmatic spectator. Hoping distance would sever the tether of perpetual observation, I settled into my new sanctuary. Initially, nights passed tranquilly. I unpacked, acclimated, and tried to unwind. Yet the feeling persisted, a subtle presence, less defined. No longer the direct gaze of the park sentinel, but a vague sense of surveillance. Locks checked repeatedly, curtains drawn tight, every creak a jolt to my senses. The experience had reshaped my perception of security and seclusion. Months unfurled into weeks, the park's specter fading into a whisper of memory, a tale perhaps spun by my mind. Yet its impact endured. I navigated with heightened vigilance, attuned to my environment. The notion of a guardian, real or imagined, had etched a lasting mark on my psyche. Though I had distanced myself from the park and its mysterious watcher, the emotional aftermath lingered. A reminder that the most disquieting experiences blur the line between safeguarding and intrusion, between care and constraint. Story 6. On a cool autumn evening, the realization dawned upon me like a whisper in the wind. My car was gone, vanished into the night. The emptiness where my faithful vehicle once stood sent a shiver down my spine, not just from the loss of metal and wheels, but from the violation of having something so personal plucked away without a trace. The days that followed were a haze of frustration, a dance of inconvenience and adaptation as I navigated life without my stolen companion. The police offered their assistance, but updates were scarce, leaving me to wrestle with the uncertainty of never seeing my car again. Then, in a twist as mysterious as the disappearance itself, my car reappeared, returned to its spot as if by unseen hands. The news was a relief, yet a shadow of unease lingered in the corners of my mind. How could it be back so perfectly? Upon inspecting the returned car, all seemed normal, except for one small detail. Nestled beneath the driver's seat lay a nondescript black box, its lone red light blinking in silent rhythm. Curiosity piqued. I cautiously retrieved it, pondering its purpose and origin. Back in the quiet of my home, I dared to unravel the mystery of the black box. It revealed itself to be a recorder, capturing snippets of my life without my consent. Each audio file played like a haunting melody, echoing my everyday existence in an eerie symphony of sounds. The implications weighed heavy on my mind. Who had planted this device? Why spy on me, a mere speck in the vast world? The unanswered questee gnawed at my peace, casting shadows of doubt on those around me. Seeking solace, I turned to the authorities, hoping for answers that never materialized. The untraceable device left me with more questions than before, fueling my paranoia and driving me to drastic measures to safeguard my privacy. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the fear of being watched a constant companion. Therapy became my refuge, a sanctuary where I could unravel the tangled threads of anxiety that gripped my soul. Though the immediate dread ebbed with time, the memory of the intrusive device lingered like a ghost in the shadows. The unsolved mystery served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the fragility of privacy in a world where unseen eyes lurk in the darkness. The experience reshaped my perception of personal safety, instilling in me a newfound vigilance over not just physical spaces, but the intangible sanctuaries of my daily existence. The mystery of the black box remained unsolved, a quiet echo of a time when my world was invaded. Yet through it all, I found a way to forge ahead, stronger and wiser in the face of unseen threats. Story 7. The unexpected chime of the doorbell shattered the tranquil melody of my afternoon. No anticipated deliveries, no familiar faces in my memory. The sound reverberated through the silence of my abode, jolting me from my peace. Opening the door revealed a modest, unassuming package resting on the doormat. Clad in plain brown paper, secured with a simple twine, it divulged no hints of its origin. No return address, no distinguishing marks, nothing to unmask the sender. Intrigue mingled with apprehension as I stooped to retrieve it. Light as a feather, devoid of specifics, the package added layers to the enigma. Placing it on the kitchen counter, the once cozy house now felt uncomfortably quiet, magnifying my growing unease. With trembling fingers, I untied the twine and unwrapped the brown paper, unveiling a stack of photographs bound by a rubber band. Initially appearing mundane, snapshots of a house, my breath hitched as I flipped through them. These were no ordinary images. They were snapshots of my own dwelling. Captured from various angles, different times of day, each picture painted an intimate portrait. The flower beds by the porch, the weathered bench in the garden, even the small shed nestled in the corner of my property. Heart racing, I scrutinized them closely. These photographs were not happenstance. They were deliberate, calculated. Someone had been observing my sanctuary. At the bottom lay a note, scrawled in haste, almost frantic. "You should have been more cautious." The words sent a shiver down my spine. Concise, ominous, devoid of context. Just a chilling warning. Questions raced through my mind. Who sent this? Why? A cruel jest, a veiled threat, or something darker? Fear overpowering unease, I contacted the authorities, yearning for answers. Upon their arrival, the officers treated the package with care, collecting the photos and note for analysis. Dusting for prints, scouring for clues, yet the absence of identifiers thwarted their pursuit. No return address, no telltale signs to trace the sender. Before departing, they pledged vigilance and recommended caution. But their assurances did little to quell the storm brewing within me. Days turned to nights, a persistent sense of being watched looming over me. Every creak, every whisper of wind seemed like evidence of an unseen presence. Hyper-aware, I double-checked locks, secured windows. The photographs lingered, pinned to a board, a futile search for answers. But they revealed naught but precision, a meticulous study of my haven. Mundane tasks now felt invasive, leaving me exposed, vulnerable. Outside, a persistent feeling of being observed, scrutinized. One evening, a fleeting shadow outside my window quickened my pulse. A phantom, a trick of the light, or something more sinister? The calls began silent, unsettling, punctuating the unease, a tormentor toying with my sanity. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy, yet the anxiety lingered. Weeks turned to months, the police investigation yielding no breakthroughs. A letter arrived, polite yet disheartening, no progress. The fear ebbed but never vanished, a ghostly presence in my life. Resuming routines, rebuilding normalcy, the package remained a haunting specter. A reminder of shattered safety, of the unseen gaze penetrating every corner of my world. Though the fear softened, the unease endured. New locks, heightened caution, silent sentinels in my life. A reminder that even the sanctuary of home could be breached by the unknown. And in the recesses of my mind, a whisper lingered, the sender still watching. Story 8. In the quiet of everyday life, a subtle disturbance began. Initially, the messages filtering into my social media inbox felt like background noise, casual comments from a faceless profile. "How's your day?" they would inquire, or "nice post." I brushed them off, deeming them harmless, likely just automated spam. But then the messages took a personal turn. The first one that gave me pause arrived unexpectedly. "I trust dinner with Alex went smoothly. You appeared to enjoy yourself." I was frozen in disbelief. Alex and I had indeed dined together the previous evening, but I hadn't shared that detail online. In fact, I hadn't spoken a word of it to anyone. The message, though vague, sent shivers down my spine. I tried to dismiss it as mere coincidence, but a sense of unease began to cloud my thoughts. To safeguard my privacy, I changed my social media passwords, hoping to quell the unsettling messages. It seemed like the logical solution, and I convinced myself it would suffice. Yet to my dismay, the messages persisted. They grew more intimate, more invasive. One day, another note arrived. I spotted you at the coffee shop yesterday, engrossed in that new book you adore. I had not mentioned my coffee shop visit or shared my book choice with anyone. Yet somehow, someone knew my every move and had chosen to reveal it to me. The messages originated from a blank account. No profile picture, no name, no clues to the sender's identity. Just an enigmatic presence, becoming increasingly intrusive with each passing day. I reported the account to the platform, hoping to silence the unwelcome messages. But it was not to be. The next wave of messages delved into private conversations I had held with loved ones, referencing events unshared online, and even thoughts whispered in the privacy of my home. One message, particularly unsettling, read, "I'm relieved you and Lisa resolved your disagreement. You seemed happier afterwards." I had confided in no one about that conversation, not a soul. Seeking answers, I turned to friends and family, questioning if anyone had disclosed details of my life without my knowledge. Their genuine confusion only deepened my growing fear. As the messages escalated, a profound vulnerability enveloped me. Consulting a cybersecurity expert, I hoped to uncover the source of this intrusion. They meticulously scanned my devices for signs of malware or hacking, yet the results were clean. There was no breach, no evidence of compromised security. This revelation brought no solace. It meant that the watcher was not solely reliant on technology. They possessed a more intimate access to my life. In my escalating paranoia, I altered my routines, avoiding familiar places and refraining from sharing any personal details online. I believed that by sealing off every avenue into my world, I could evade the omnipresent gaze haunting me. But still, the messages persisted. "I've noticed your absence from the gym lately. I hope all is well. Perhaps you need a break," read one suffocatingly detailed message. I had disclosed to no one the reason behind my gym hiatus, not even my closest confidants. The realization that someone monitored my movements in real time left me feeling utterly exposed. The anxiety gnawed at me, every moment scrutinized as though I dwelled in a glass chamber devoid of privacy, devoid of sanctuary. Then the messages took a sinister turn. One fateful night, a chilling declaration arrived. "I know your address. I'll be observing you." Panic seized me. My heart raced. I promptly contacted the authorities, sharing every detail, every screenshot of the haunting messages. An investigation was launched, but the elusive nature of the anonymous account thwarted efforts to trace its origin. Each unanswered question further eroded my sense of security. I fortified my home with cameras, reinforced locks, and implemented additional safety measures. Yet despite my precautions, the sensation of being watched lingered, an intangible presence overshadowing my daily existence. Abruptly, as they had begun, the messages ceased. The account vanished, leaving behind no trace. The silence, instead of bringing relief, felt like an unresolved chapter, a tale left hanging. The enigma of the sender's identity, their motives, haunted me. It cast doubt on every interaction, every fleeting glance, every chance encounter. In the aftermath, I struggled to reclaim normalcy. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of the fragility of our privacy. It made me more vigilant, more guarded, yet it also left scars. The notion of being observed, of someone privy to my life without consent, lingered as a perpetual undercurrent in my thoughts. Time may have softened the sharp edges of fear, but the memory endures, a cautionary tale of how technology blurs the boundaries of personal space and how the unseen can etch the deepest scars on our lives. Story 9. It all began in the quiet whispers of the wind. My cousin Eleanor, a steadfast beacon of support and reliability in my life, started to drift into strange waters. We had traversed the winding paths of childhood together, weaving a tapestry of shared memories and an unbreakable bond. So when her demeanor began to shift, it felt like a subtle tremor in the familiar ground beneath us. Initially, the changes were subtle. A missed call here, a canceled plan there, and conversations that wandered aimlessly. I attributed it to the weight of her demanding job, thinking the stress had cast a temporary shadow over her usual self. But as days melted into weeks, her once steady presence began to waver, veiled in a cloak of unpredictability. Then came the peculiar requests. Eleanor beckoned me to accompany her on errands, yet the destinations were shrouded in mystery. Forgotten warehouses, secluded cabins, and a hidden storage unit nestled in the shadows. Her explanations danced on the edges of vagueness, citing personal projects and the need to sort through old belongings. Though a flicker of unease kindled within me, I brushed it aside in loyalty to our shared history and the trust that had always anchored our relationship. One twilight, Eleanor's voice crackled with urgency over the phone, pleading for my swift arrival. Stepping into her apartment, I was met with a disarray of chaos. Papers strewn haphazardly, folders askew, and notes scattered like fallen leaves. She paced frantically, tension etched into the lines of her face. "I find myself in a bind," she confessed, evading my gaze. "I need your assistance. It is crucial for my research." Despite the tendrils of unease curling around my thoughts, I could not bring myself to turn her away. She pressed a stack of legal documents into my hands, dense with cryptic language that eluded my grasp. Whenever I probed for clarity, she swatted away my questions with hurried deflections. As the days melted into nights, her requests escalated. She would appear at my doorstep under the cloak of darkness, urgent papers demanding my signature, warning of impending calamity should I delay. And then came the pivotal moment. She urged me to transfer a substantial sum of money into a business account she had established. The request felt like a discordant note in a symphony of trust. Despite her reassurances, a gnawing doubt clawed at my insides. Requesting time to ponder, I watched as her desperation swirled like a tempest around us. Driven by a whisper of suspicion, I delved into the labyrinth of documents she had presented, debt, ermined to decipher the web into which I had unwittingly stumbled. What I unearthed sent shivers down my spine. The papers bore the scars of deception, false names, forged signatures, and a maze of shell companies and dubious investments. My cousin, the cornerstone of my trust, was entangled in a web of deceit, with my own name woven into the threads without my consent, a pawn in her intricate game. The betrayal landed like a heavy blow to the heart. How could someone I held dear manipulate me so effortlessly? Heart thundering in my chest, I confronted her amidst the chaos of her apartment, where counterfeit documents mingled with the shards of my shattered trust. "You have used me." The accusation trembled in my voice. Eleanor's expression twisted in a tangle of desperation and guilt. "You do not comprehend," she cried, her words a torrent of justification. I was drowning. I sought a lifeline. She unraveled her tale of mounting debts, a sinking business, and the suffocating grip of financial ruin. She painted her actions as a desperate bid for survival, born out of a well of hopelessness. Yet no narrative could absolve the betrayal. She had not only deceived, but gambled with my trust and my future. The steps that followed were agonizing, yet imperative. I laid bare the truth before the authorities, offering up every shred of evidence I had unearthed. The investigation unfurled like a tapestry of shadows, revealing the extent of Eleanor's transgressions, fraud, financial misconduct, and the theft of identities. The courtroom became a stage for the unveiling of her downfall, as I watched my cousin, once a figure of admiration, now a specter of her own undoing, seated behind the defendant's veil. The gravity of her crimes cast a pall over her apologies, leaving behind a trail of broken lives, shattered futures, and irreparable damage. In the wake of the storm, a tempest of emotions raged within me: grief, anger, guilt, and a profound sense of disbelief. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy to navigate the labyrinth of betrayal and reconstruct the fragile tapestry of trust within me and in others. The hardest lesson was not in losing Eleanor, but in accepting that the person I thought I knew was a mirage, a phantom of my own creation. Through the crucible of pain, I gleaned truths both bitter and profound. Shadows can lurk even in the hearts closest to us. Trust is a fragile currency that demands earnest validation, and intuition is a beacon that must never be dimmed. Eleanor's deception etched scars upon my soul, yet it also honed my resilience. From the ashes of betrayal, I emerged fortified, enlightened, and fiercely protective of the path ahead, a sentinel against the veils of deceit, resolute in my vow never to be ensnared by shadows again. Story 10. In the quiet neighborhood where I lived, a sense of unease began to stir like a whisper in the wind. It was Mr. Thompson, my elderly neighbor, whose watchful eyes seemed to linger on my home a bit too long. At first I brushed it off as mere curiosity, a harmless quirk of an aging mind. But as days turned into weeks, his furtive glances grew more persistent, more unsettling. One evening, as dusk settled over the houses, I caught him standing outside his front door, his gaze fixed on my window. The realization sent a shiver down my spine, urging me to confront the growing unease that had taken root in my heart. Summoning my courage, I approached his porch, the cool evening air wrapping around me like a comforting cloak. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice steady but tinged with tension. His reaction was a mix of surprise and guilt, as if caught in a secret he hadn't intended to reveal. His hurried apologies spilled forth, a jumble of words meant to soothe my discomfort. He claimed to be worried about my safety, about the solitude that seemed to envelop me. Despite his explanations, the feeling of being watched persisted, a shadow that refused to fade. Days turned into nights, and still, his presence loomed like a specter in the background of my life. The simply acts of daily living felt exposed, vulnerable to his unseen gaze. Desperate for solace, I fortified my home with heavy curtains and blinds, seeking to create a barrier against his prying eyes. Yet, the sense of being observed clung to me, a weight that no amount of physical barriers could dispel. With a heavy heart, I approached Mr. Thompson once more, determined to reclaim my privacy and peace of mind. As I stood on his doorstep, the words spilled forth, a plea for him to cease his watchful gaze. His expression softened, his words sincere, yet the unease within me remained unshaken. The delicate balance between safety and intrusion had been disrupted, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. I sought solace in the advice of others, joining a community support group that offered guidance and reassurance. Their practical suggestions became my lifeline, a roadmap to navigate the murky waters of privacy and intrusion. Months passed, and though Mr. Thompson's actions lessened, the memory of his watchful eyes lingered like a ghost in the corners of my mind. The fragile nature of safety and privacy had been laid bare before me, a lesson learned through whispers and glances. To this day, the true motives behind Mr. Thompson's vigilance remain a mystery. Was it genuine concern or something more sinister? The answer eludes me, lost in the shadows of memory. Yet, his watchful eyes serve as a reminder of the delicate dance between care and intrusion, a lesson etched into the tapestry of my life. Story 11. In the hush of a still night, the world seemed to hold its breath. My car whispered along the empty road, the only sounds the soft purr of the engine and the gentle rustle of leaves dancing in the wind's embrace. It was well past midnight, the clock ticking slowly towards dawn as I made my way home from a visit with friends. The road ahead stretched out like a ribbon of darkness, illuminated only by the eerie glow of distant streetlights, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out and touch the edges of my world. I found solace in these late-night drives, moments of solitude where time seemed to stand still, allowing me to drift through my thoughts as the world slumbered. The familiar winding country roads leading to my house wrapped around me like a comforting blanket of familiarity. But that sense of comfort began to unravel as I glimpsed a pair of unwavering headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I brushed it off as just another traveler sharing the road with me. Yet, as the miles slipped by, those headlights remained a constant presence, neither drawing closer nor falling behind, matching my pace with eerie precision. A subtle unease crept into my mind, a whisper of doubt that grew louder with each passing moment. The car behind me made no attempt to overtake or turn off at any intersection. My attempts to shake off this unseen follower proved futile, as if it possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate my every move. The rhythmic hum of my tires on the road now felt oppressive, the silence of the night pressing in on me like a heavy shroud. Desperation clawed at my chest as I veered onto a secluded lane, hoping the labyrinth of twists and turns would confound my pursuer. Yet, when I dared to steal a glance in the mirror, those relentless headlights remained steadfast, a silent sentinel tracking my every move. Fear coiled in my gut as I recalled tales of being followed, a chill creeping up my spine despite the warmth of the night. I struggled to steady my shaking hands on the wheel, my mind racing to devise a plan of escape. Testing the car's resolve, I embarked on a series of unpredictable maneuvers, changing speed and direction in a desperate bid to break free from this unseen grip. But no matter how I twisted and turned, the headlights shadowed my every move with unnerving precision, an ominous presence that refused to be shaken. The desolate road stretched out before me, devoid of any refuge or aid, amplifying my sense of isolation and vulnerability. A glimmer of hope flickered as I spied a dim, lit gravel lot ahead. With a surge of adrenaline, I veered into the lot, cutting my engine and plunging into darkness, holding my breath as I strained to hear any sign of pursuit. Silence enveloped me like a cloak, broken only by the distant hum of the mysterious car drawing near. Heart pounding, I crouched low in my seat, watching as the headlights pierced the darkness, their probing beams sweeping across the lot with predatory intent. Time seemed to stretch and warp, each passing moment laden with tension and uncertainty. Finally, the headlights receded, the car gliding back onto the road and fading into the night. I lingered in the shadows, paralyzed by fear, until the silence assured me of the car's departure. When I dared to restart my engine and resume my journey, my hands trembled on the wheel. The once familiar road now a labyrinth of hidden dangers. Every shadow seemed to leer, every sound a potential threat, as I strained to glimpse any sign of the phantom car in my rearview mirror. Relief washed over me as I finally reached the safety of my home, but the lingering unease clung to me like a shadow, a silent reminder of the invisible menace that had stalked me in the night. In the days that followed, I shunned the solitude of late-night drives, opting for busier routes and daylight journeys. Every pair of headlights in my mirror sent a jolt of panic through me, tarnishing the tranquility I once found on the open road. I reported the harrowing encounter to the authorities, though the lack of concrete details left them powerless to act. The memory of those unyielding headlights lingered like a ghost, a haunting reminder of the fragility of safety in the quiet corners of our lives. Though the mysterious car never resurfaced, and the fear eventually ebbed, the specter of that night remained etched in my mind, a whisper of the unseen perils that lurk beneath the surface of our everyday existence. Story 12. The revelation arrived on a serene Tuesday afternoon. Amid the stillness of the house, I immersed myself in the task of organizing old family papers, seeking solace from the recent unsettling events that had disrupted my life. The house, usually filled with echoes of life, now echoed with an eerie silence, almost as if it shared in my disquiet. In the midst of sorting through a pile of aged documents, my eyes fell upon an envelope bearing the insignia of a law firm unknown to me. Despite its weathered appearance, The envelope exuded a weight of importance that intrigued me. Driven by curiosity, I gingerly unsealed it. Enclosed within was a formal letter detailing a series of legal disputes stemming from transactions conducted in my name, business dealings, property acquisitions, even a lease for a lavish apartment. My heart skipped a beat. None of these were mine. The letter illuminated a web of substantial financial activities I had never authorized, accounts I did not possess, and properties I had never laid eyes upon. It dawned on me that someone with an intimate knowledge of my personal information had constructed an entire existence parallel to my own. As I delved deeper into the letter, my breath quickened, absorbing details of addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this elaborate fraud. Hastily, I contacted the law firm in hopes of unraveling this perplexing riddle. The receptionist's courteous yet resolute response left me with no choice but to turn to the authorities or engage a fraud investigator for assistance. Armed with the damning letter, I hastened to the local police station. The officer on duty listened attentively, though initial skepticism clouded his expression. After meticulously recording my account, he pledged to escalate the issue to a specialist in fraud. While this offered some semblance of reassurance, a chilling sensation lingered as I departed, a suspicion that the perpetrator might be closer than anticipated. Determined to reclaim my sense of control, I enlisted the services of a private investigator named Linda, renowned for her unwavering dedication to intricate cases. She arrived at my doorstep the following morning, her keen gaze sweeping over the letter and personal documents with practiced precision. "We will uncover the truth," she assured me with unwavering resolve. As Linda delved into her network of contacts, I took measures to safeguard myself. I alerted my bank, reported the identity theft, and secured my credit. Each call was a stark reminder of the profound intrusion into my life. Days turned into nights as Linda pursued leads, most of which led to dead ends, abandoned properties, or defunct offices. Yet a breakthrough emerged when she unearthed a luxury apartment in an upscale district I had never set foot in. Together we ventured to the address, tension thick in the air. The building exuded modern elegance, its lobby gleaming, and the front desk guarded. After displaying her credentials, Linda engaged the cautious doorman, who confirmed the imposter's residency before their recent departure. Reluctantly, he divulged a forwarding address from the building's records. Our quest led us to a pristine townhouse nestled in an affluent neighborhood. Anticipation mounted as we approached the entrance, the mysteries of the imposter swirling in my mind. Who was this enigmatic figure? Why had they assumed my identity? Linda rapped on the door with conviction. After a pregnant pause, a young woman in her 30s greeted us, her initial confusion giving way to apprehension as Linda disclosed the situation and presented her credentials. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she stammered, her voice trembling. "I have resided here for months, but I have never assumed anyone else's identity." Linda persisted, her tone firm yet composed. Slowly, the truth unfurled. The woman was yet another victim ensnared in the scheme. Unwittingly, she had leased the townhouse through a fraudulent real estate agent linked to my identity theft case. With her cooperation, we unraveled more threads of the imposter's intricate web of deceit. They had preyed upon multiple identities, funding a life of opulence while leaving a trail of destruction and despair in their wake. The extent of the scam surpassed my wildest imaginings, a labyrinth of lies that extended far beyond my personal ordeal. Eventually, law enforcement apprehended the imposter through the forged documents and false accounts. Their arrest unveiled the full scope of their crimes, leading to the dismantling of their fraudulent operation and the deactivation of my stolen identity. Relief washed over me, albeit fleetingly. The ordeal had etched lasting scars. My sense of security, trust, and self-identity had been profoundly violated. Rebuilding proved to be a daunting task. I fortified every financial and personal record, reset each password, and remained vigilant in ways I had never deemed necessary before. While life gradually resumed its familiar rhythm, an undercurrent of unease persisted, an unsettling awareness that somewhere, someone had mirrored a life eerily similar to mine. Though justice had been served, the experience had left an indelible mark. Trust now seemed a fragile, perilous concept, and the shadows that lurked at the periphery of my meticulously reconstructed world could no longer be ignored. Story 13. It all began with a single note slipped under my door, a simple piece of paper, neatly folded with no name to be found. Intrigued, I picked it up and unfolded it carefully. The message, meticulously typed, read, "Remember to collect your dry cleaning today. I'm aware of your 2 p.m. meeting." Initially, I brushed it off as a peculiar prank, or perhaps a reminder misplaced by a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and the precise timing of my meeting stirred an unsettling feeling within me, yet I tried to convince myself it was harmless, just a harmless jest. I let it go and continued with my day. A few days later, another note appeared, this time nestled in my mailbox. It made reference to my gym routine and even remarked on my choice of workout attire. "You look nice in blue today. Maybe consider something lighter next time." As I read those words, my chest tightened. The individual behind these notes seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of my life that made me uneasy. They were observing me, but from where and for what purpose? The notes began to arrive more frequently after that. Each one was alarmingly specific, details of conversations I had with friends, visits from family, and even a disagreement I had with a colleague. It felt as though they were monitoring my every move. The most unsettling aspect was the tone of the notes, polite and familiar, as if the sender believed we shared a close bond. One evening, upon my return from grocery shopping, I discovered another note placed on my kitchen counter. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. I had locked the door when I left. "I see you've restocked on pasta. Comfort food won't ease your troubles for long." Terrified, I reached out to the authorities. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer with a calm, collected demeanor, took my concerns seriously but remained cautiously skeptical. "Do you have any suspicions about who might be behind this?" he inquired, leafing through the stack of notes I had brought with me. "No," I replied, my voice quivering. "I can't think of anyone who would do this." He assured me that they would investigate and advised me to keep the notes secure while documenting any further incidents. As I left the station, a faint sense of relief washed over me, yet the fear lingered like an unshakable shadow. Days turned into weeks, and the notes grew more menacing. They evolved from mere observations to thinly veiled threats. "I am aware you skipped the store last night. Caution, you're becoming too predictable." Following a social gathering, another note arrived. "Your friends won't shield you when the time arrives. Be cautious of who you confide in." The mounting paranoia was inescapable. I upgraded my locks, set up makeshift alarms, and meticulously checked every entry point to my home. Yet, despite my efforts, the notes persisted, sometimes affixed to my car windshield, nestled in my mailbox, or discreetly tucked into my work bag. One evening, after discovering an especially chilling note accompanied by a photograph of me leaving my apartment, it dawned on me. The angle of the photo matched the view from my own security camera. They were observing me through my own surveillance system. Panic-stricken, I reached out to the private security company that had installed the cameras. Upon thorough inspection, they uncovered evidence that someone had tampered with the system, remotely accessing the live feed. My supposed shield of security had been turned against me. The investigation took a darker turn as Detective Davis collaborated closely with the security firm. After persistent tracking, they traced the breach back to a local contractor responsible for security installations in my building. He had abused his position to monitor and stalk numerous clients, targeting me with alarming precision. Upon his arrest, a disturbing collection of surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of notes he had yet to deliver were unearthed. The revelation was a blend of horror and relief. The nightmare had reached its conclusion. The notes ceased. The shadows that haunted my every step began to recede, leaving behind only the remnants of fear. While life gradually returned to its normal rhythm, the violation lingered in my mind. My once safe haven, my home, now bore a tinge of insecurity. This experience taught me the vulnerability of privacy and the lengths to which some individuals will go to breach it. Despite justice being served, the memory of those meticulously crafted, eerily intimate notes remained etched in my consciousness, a perpetual reminder that even behind locked doors, true safety is never a certainty. Story 14. It was a brisk fall morning when the first letter found its way to me. An aged envelope, its yellowed edges peeking out of my mailbox, addressed to a mysterious John Doe. Initially, I dismissed it as a simp, a mix-up, a common occurrence with mail delivery. Yet there was an undeniable strangeness about this letter. No postage stamps adorned it, no return address graced its back, no signs of the usual postal journey. Intrigue stirred within me. With cautious fingers, I unfolded the paper within. Neat block letters adorned the page, weaving a tale that sent shivers down my spine. The letter delved into intricate details of my previous day, the morning stroll in the park, the quaint coffee shop visit, even the fleeting exchange with the barista. Its closing line echoed ominously, "I hope you enjoyed your day." I gazed at the words, a sense of disquiet settling over me. How could someone possess such intimate knowledge of my daily life? Rationalizing it as a prank or misplaced notes, I tried to shake off the unease gnawing at me. In the following week, 3 more letters materialized, each more unsettling than the last. One recounted my twilight hours on the porch, down to the book I perused and my subtle movements on the chair. Another detailed an encounter with a delivery person, capturing precise snippets of our brief dialogue. The final letter breached the boundaries of privacy, narrating a moment within my home where I rearranged furniture, even mentioning a passing comment on redecoration. The sender wasn't merely observing me. They were delving into my inner sanctum, witnessing my most private moments. Paranoia gripped me tightly. Every creak, every shadow beyond my window seemed laden with suspicion. I scoured for clues, desperate to unravel the mystery shrouding me. Alerting the postal service, I presented the letters, seeking answers. Their bafflement mirrored my own, unable to trace the letters devoid of postage or sender information. Their promises to investigate offered me little solace. Driven by a need for resolution, I fortified my home with surveillance cameras, documenting every anomaly, every unfamiliar face near my abode. I altered my routines, evading predictability, yet the letters persisted. With each arrival, the intrusion delved deeper, divulging not only my actions but also my innermost thoughts and emotions. A chilling letter even included a detailed sketch of my dwelling, hinting at a voyeuristic gaze from across the street. Anxiety burgeoned within me, a relentless tide threatening to engulf my sanity. Seeking aid from law enforcement, I shared the letters and evidence gathered, only to be met with sympathetic shrugs. The elusive perpetrator left no trace, evading detection. On a rainy afternoon, the most invasive letter yet appeared, recounting a confidential conversation with a dear friend, divulging secrets known only to us. Dread coiled in my gut, realization dawning that this was no happenstance. The invasion of my privacy was deliberate. Suspicions of hidden cameras or bugs plagued me, propelling a frantic search within my own walls. The mere thought of unseen eyes fixed upon me left me perpetually on edge. In a desperate bid to reclaim control, I fortified my fortress-like home with motion sensors, reinforced locks, and a myriad of cameras. I altered my routines further, shunning familiarity for unpredictability. Yet, the letters persisted, an unyielding reminder of the breach that haunted me. And then, as abruptly as they had begun, the letters ceased. The silence that followed was a paradoxical mix of relief and apprehension. Why had they stopped? Had the sender moved on, or was this merely the calm before a storm of resurgence? The aftermath of this ordeal left an indelible imprint upon my psyche. Once a sanctuary, my home now felt like a prison. The shattered illusion of safety lingered, a constant reminder of how fragile privacy truly is. Though the letters have vanished, the scars they left behind are etched deep within me. The ever-present sensation of being watched endures, a ghostly specter of the time when an unseen intruder unraveled the fabric of my life. Those letters imparted a lesson I never sought. A stark truth that privacy, once breached, unveils the most insidious of the thrower, eats in the subtlest of ways. Story 15. In the heart of a new city, I embraced change, seeking solace in a cozy apartment that whispered promises of peace. Alex, my roommate, exuded a polite charm, a smile that danced on the edge of mystery. Our coexistence was amiable, yet beneath the surface a subtle disquiet lurked. His inquiries about my comings and goings, the uncanny knowledge of my routines, it all wove a tapestry of unease. Innocent questions masked with precision, as if each answer held a secret weight. I dismissed the unease, attributing it to my own paranoia. However, a locked drawer in Alex's room beckoned, a silent enigma that tugged at my curiosity. The drawer stood guard, key absent, its contents a mystery. Weeks turned to months as I battled the urge to pry, to unearth the truth veiled within that forbidden space. One fateful eve, temptation whispered its dangerous allure, Alex's absence a siren call. An old key, rusted and forgotten, emerged from the shadows, fitting the lock with eerie precision. The drawer groaned open, revealing a trove of captured moments, photographs frozen in time, a sinister gaze that shadowed my every move. Panic gripped me as I sifted through the chilling evidence, each snapshot a violation of my privacy. Notes meticulously chronicled my life, every detail cataloged with unsettling obsession. The realization dawned like a thunderclap. This was not mere curiosity, but a dark descent into the realm of stalking. A weathered journal, inked with fervor, laid bare Alex's fixation, his words a haunting echo of his twisted infatuation. Fear coiled in my chest, the walls closing in as the reality of my vulnerability sank in. With trembling hands I concealed the evidence, a silent witness to the violation of my sanctuary. The door creaked open, and Alex returned, that inscrutable smile etched upon his features. The air grew heavy with unspoken truths, his casual greeting a discordant note in the symphony of deceit. A facade of normalcy crumbled as I grappled with the weight of his betrayal. The hours dragged on, a suffocating dance of pretense, until courage surged within me, demanding confrontation. His gaze met mine, a veneer of calm masking the storm within. The words spilled forth, accusation and anger intermingling in a tumultuous confession. His mask slipped, revealing a glimpse of remorse, a shard of humanity in the abyss of his obsession. The fragile peace shattered, the rift between us insurmountable. His departure left an emptiness, a void tainted by the ghost of his presence. In the hush of a night shattered by revelations, I sat vigil, haunted by the specter of his intrusion. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now bore the scars of his obsession, a testament to the fragility of trust. Some wounds once inflicted fester in the shadows, a reminder that safety is but an illusion in a world veiled in darkness. Story 16. As I awoke, my eyes fluttered open to an unfamiliar room, the beating of my heart echoing in my chest. The walls enveloped me in their stark white embrace, devoid of warmth or familiarity. The air carried a sharp scent of disinfectant, its sterile presence clinging to every surface. Through a small window adorned with worn blinds, a faint glimmer of light seeped in, casting shadows that danced across the emptiness surrounding me. Bolted to the floor, a solitary bed stood vigil, accompanied only by a cold metal chair and a small, unassuming table. My belongings, phone, wallet, keys, all vanished without a trace, leaving me stranded in this peculiar place. Confusion clouded my mind as I tried to piece together the events leading to my current predicament. My memory faded to darkness, the last recollection a mundane evening spent at home, lost in the pages of a book before succumbing to sleep. Everything had been ordinary, unremarkable, until the abrupt shift in my reality. Panic seized me as I approached the heavy steel door, my fists pounding against its unyielding surface, desperate cries for help echoing fruitlessly in the empty chamber. Silence enveloped me, broken only by the relentless rhythm of my own pulse reverberating in my ears. Forcing myself to breathe, to calm the rising tide of fear threatening to engulf me, I scanned the room in search of answers. An unassuming table near the bed caught my eye, adorned with a plain notebook and a pen. With trembling hands, I seized the notebook, hoping it held the key to my confinement. Instead, what I discovered within sent a chill down my spine. The pages chronicled my life in meticulous detail, every mundane detail of my existence meticulously recorded. From the precise moment I left for work, to the contents of my breakfast, snippets of conversations, and even mundane errands. Each entry bore a date, the handwriting sharp and meticulous, a haunting reminder that someone had been watching, observing my every move for weeks. Before I could unravel the implications of this unsettling discovery, a metallic clunk reverberated through the room, signaling the unlocking of the door. I staggered backward, heart pounding, as a man clad in a pristine white lab coat entered. His gaze, cold and calculating behind reflective glasses, met mine with an unsettling calmness. "Good morning," his voice smooth and detached. "How are you feeling?" My voice trembled with uncertainty as I demanded answers, seeking clarity in the midst of this inexplicable ordeal. His response offered little solace, speaking of monitoring, blackout episodes, and the need for observation. His clinical demeanor sent shivers down my spine, his cryptic references to external factors and stress only deepening my sense of unease. With a chilling click, the door locked behind him, leaving me to grapple with the fragments of a reality slipping through my fingers. Desperation clawed at my senses as I scoured every corner of the room for a means of escape. The window remained sealed, the walls unyielding, until my fingers grazed upon a sharp edge hidden beneath the bed frame. A folded note bearing cryptic words etched in jagged handwriting. "Reality is subjective. Trust no one." The message lingered in my mind, a riddle demanding unraveling. Was I a pawn in a game of manipulation? Was my perception of reality being twisted and distorted beyond recognition? Time seemed to warp and bend, distorting my sense of self as I grappled with the weight of uncertainty. The door swung open once more, ushering in a woman whose demeanor exuded an unsettling sense of control. Dr. Elise Carter, her presence a harbinger of hidden motives and veiled intentions. Her questions probed, delving into the depths of my memories and emotions, guided by a subtle hand that sought to shape my responses. The realization dawned upon me. This was not an interrogation, but a carefully orchestrated performance, a test of my grip on reality. As Dr. Carter departed, leaving me to wrestle with the shadows of doubt, resolve surged within me. With trembling hands, I seized the pen from the table, its ink poised to unlock the door to freedom. After several tense moments, the lock yielded, granting me passage into the unknown expanse beyond. A chilling hallway stretched before me, its dimly lit expanse a labyrinth of uncertainty. Each step echoed with the weight of defiance, a silent vow to reclaim my reality from the clutches of manipulation. The shadows whispered secrets, the walls bearing silent witness to my struggle against unseen forces. This was not merely an escape from confinement. It was a battle for the sanctity of my perception, a fight to preserve the fragile threads of truth woven into the fabric of my existence. As I ventured forth into the unknown, uncertainty shrouded me like a cloak, but within the depths of my being, a spark of defiance flickered, a resolve to confront the enigma that bound me and emerge unscathed, my reality intact. Story 17. Once upon a time, a promising partnership bloomed between myself and Ryan Cole, a magnetic entrepreneur with a vast web of connections. At the outset, it felt like a golden chance to elevate my business to new heights. Ryan's aura of success was captivating, his ideas fresh and inventive. His passion was infectious, and I eagerly embraced the horizon of possibilities stretching before us. Yet, as days melted into nights, a subtle shift rippled through Ryan's demeanor. What once sparkled with ambition now smoldered with an intensity that whispered of darker depths. The path we trod together grew increasingly treacherous as Ryan urged us towards riskier waters, where caution was but a distant memory. Ventures loomed on the horizon, cloaked in shadows of doubt and uncertainty. Among them, a tech startup beckoned with promises of prosperity, yet its foundation seemed as fragile as spun glass. I voiced my concerns, wary of the abyss yawning before us, but Ryan's smile was a shield of unwavering confidence. "Fortune favors the bold," he murmured, his words a siren song luring me into the unknown. As the days melted into nights, veils of secrecy shrouded Ryan's dealings in a cloak of mystery. My inquiries were met with artful dodges and evasive maneuvers, as he danced around my probing gaze with practiced finesse. A gnawing unease took root within me, a vine of doubt winding its tendrils around my trust. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into the shadows of Ryan's past, seeking truths hidden beneath layers of illusion. The moon cast its silvery light upon my revelations, exposing a tapestry woven with threads of deceit and betrayal. Ryan's history unfurled like a dark tapestry, painted with hues of failed enterprises and a trail of broken promises. Each thread led to a chilling revelation, a trail of deception, where investors had been led astray by illusions of grandeur, only to be left stranded in a barren wasteland of shattered dreams. Armed with knowledge as sharp as a blade, I confronted Ryan in a quiet haven we once shared, a sanctuary now tainted by shadows of deception. The air crackled with tension as I unfurled the evidence before him, each page a damning testament to his web of lies. His mask slipped, revealing a face contorted with rage and desperation, a predator cornered in the hunter's game. Words clashed like swords in the stillness of that moment, his pleas for understanding drowned by the weight of his sins. I stood firm, a beacon of unwavering resolve amidst the storm of his deceit. The ties that bound us severed with a finality that echoed through the night, leaving behind a void where trust once dwelled. In the aftermath, I navigated the labyrinth of legalities with a steady hand, unraveling the tangled web of our entwined fates. Assets secured, truths laid bare, I emerged from the crucible of betrayal with a newfound wisdom etched upon my soul. Ryan vanished into the shadows, a specter haunting the edges of memory, a cautionary tale whispered in hushed tones. But from the ashes of deception, a phoenix rose, stronger and wiser than before. I forged ahead, guided by the light of hard-earned lessons, a sentinel of vigilance in a world where shadows dance with whispers of deceit. Trust, once freely given, now earned through the crucible of experience, a beacon to guide me through the labyrinth of business and beyond. Story 18. In the shimmering tapestry of a new city, where every corner held a promise of adventure, I crossed paths with Greg, a man who seemed to exhale a breeze of fresh beginnings. Loneliness had woven its tendrils around me in this unfamiliar landscape, but Greg's arrival felt like a serendipitous dance of fate. With a charm that flowed effortlessly and words that painted pictures of wonder, he drew me into his world with a magnetic pull. Our connection blossomed swiftly, rooted in a shared love for music that whispered secrets to our souls, literature that ignited our imaginations, and the call of the wild that beckoned us to explore the great outdoors. Greg possessed a talent for turning every mundane moment into a memory to be cherished. Together we roamed the city's hidden gems, lost ourselves in the melodies of local musicians, and embarked on weekend escapades into nature's embrace. Yet beneath the surface of Greg's enchanting tales, shadows began to stir. Small inconsistencies crept into his narratives like whispers of doubt. Details in his stories started to unravel upon closer inspection, revealing threads of untruths woven into the fabric of his words. A trip to Paris, where a mythical bistro awaited him, turned out to be a figment of imagination, a mirage in the desert of reality. One evening, as the moon cast its silver glow over our conversation, a story unfolded that sent shivers down my spine. Greg regaled me with a tale of meeting a renowned musician at an exclusive concert, an event that seemed to vanish into the mist when I searched for its existence. It was then that the realization dawned upon me like a silent awakening. The stories Greg spun were like delicate spiderwebs, beautiful yet fragile, shimmering with illusion but devoid of substance. Driven by a quiet curiosity that whispered of hidden truths, I delved deeper into the enigma that was Greg. Threads of his past intertwined with whispers of his present, painting a portrait of a man who moved through life like a ghost, leaving traces of himself in the memories of those he encountered. His charm, a mask that concealed a labyrinth of mysteries. His presence, a carefully crafted illusion designed to captivate and enthrall. As I unraveled the tapestry of Greg's past, a darker thread emerged, a thread stained with deception and manipulation. Stories surfaced of a man who wove intricate webs of deceit, donning masks of different personas to infiltrate hearts and minds, using his charisma as a weapon to control and exploit. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a portrait of a man whose very essence was a facade, a mirage of emotions crafted to ensnare the unsuspecting. Confrontation loomed on the horizon like a storm gathering its strength. With a heart heavy with realization, I confronted Greg one fateful evening, peeling back the layers of illusion to reveal the truth that lay hidden beneath. His laughter, once warm and inviting, turned cold and distant as the mask of charm slipped, revealing the calculating gaze of a puppeteer pulling invisible strings. In the aftermath of our confrontation, I found myself adrift in a sea of introspection, navigating the turbulent waters of trust and authenticity. The lessons learned in the shadow of Greg's deception became pillars of strength, guiding me towards a path illuminated by the light of genuine connections and unwavering truths. The echoes of his manipulations faded into the night, leaving behind a whisper of caution and a resolve to guard my heart against the siren song of false charm. Greg's legacy lingered like a ghost in the wind, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked beneath the surface of captivating smiles and honeyed words. But in the stillness of the night, as the city slumbered and dreams danced on the edge of consciousness, I found solace in the knowledge that authenticity, though rare, was a treasure worth seeking, a beacon of light in the darkness of deceit. And so I drifted into the realm of dreams, cradled by the gentle embrace of truth and the promise of a new dawn. Story 19. It was an ordinary Tuesday when a sense of unease crept into my world. The day had been a whirlwind of meetings and reports, leaving me longing for a peaceful evening ahead. As I reached for my phone to unwind with the latest news, a wave of notifications froze me in place. Each buzz felt like a chill down my spine, not the usual work updates or social pings, but messages from my own contacts filled with concern and fear. Sarah, a friend, questioned my safety, puzzled by messages I hadn't sent. The weight of dread settled in as I read more messages, each one more ominous than the last, hinting at danger and secrets only I should know. It dawned on me like a sudden storm. My phone had been infiltrated, a stranger manipulating my contacts to spread terror. Frantic calls to Sarah and Dave went unanswered, the phone a dead line, as if my own life had been seized by an invisible force. Alone and isolated, I turned to my laptop, trying to reach out through emails, only to be interrupted by a blank subject line in my inbox, an anonymous sender beckoning me to a mysterious link. Against my instincts, I clicked, revealing a web of my life laid bare. Photos, intimate details, a haunting message that whispered, "You're being watched. This is just the beginning." Gasping for breath, I realized the intrusion went beyond a hacked phone. It was a chilling invasion of my privacy and security. Every corner of my life felt exposed, every step haunted by an unseen presence. Seeking help from my phone provider proved futile, their investigation dragging on as the menacing messages persisted, each one a reminder of the intruder's watchful eye. In a realm of digital shadows, I sought refuge in cybersecurity expert Alex, who confirmed the depth of the breach, the hacker's prowess in bypassing safeguards. Days blurred into sleepless nights, paranoia gnawing at my every thought, until a glimmer of insight pierced the darkness. The hacker's messages followed a pattern, a calculated rhythm that hinted at automation with moments of personal intervention. With a risky gambit in mind, I baited the hacker with a fabricated tale, a lure to expose their hand. Their response dripped with malice, a warning veiled in taunts that sent shivers down my spine. Alex traced a faint trail in the digital fog, leading us to a remote server shrouded in secrecy, a hub of dark activities that hinted at the hacker's lair. As the authorities mobilized, the tension grew, a race against time to unmask the faceless tormentor. Days stretched into an eternity until the call came, a whisper of relief mixed with the shadow of what lurked in the digital depths. The hacker, a solitary figure seeking control through manipulation, was unmasked, their virtual reign of terror brought to an end. Though the immediate threat dispersed, the scars lingered, a reminder of how fragile our digital fortresses truly are. Every password changed, every security measure fortified, yet the echo of vulnerability remained. The world had shifted, revealing the thin veil between privacy and exposure, safety and peril. In the aftermath, I emerged changed, a sentinel in the digital realm, vigilant against unseen threats that lurked in the shadows. The battle for security, for peace of mind, became my silent crusade, a testament to the fragility of our digital existence and the resilience required to navigate its treacherous waters. And as the world slumbered, I stood guard, a silent sentinel against the darkness that sought to unravel our sense of security. Story 20. In the quiet of the night, when the world is wrapped in a blanket of stillness, a mystery unfolded within the walls of our shared building. It began when my neighbor Robert vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed through the corridors. At first, his absence was a mere whisper of concern, easily brushed aside by thoughts of mundane explanations. But as the days turned into weeks, the hollowness of his empty apartment grew louder, a symphony of unanswered questions that played on repeat in my mind. Robert was a man of quiet elegance, a solitary figure whose presence was felt through the gentle ticking of his antique clocks and the faint smile he offered in passing. His disappearance, labeled as voluntary by the authorities, left me unsettled, a seed of doubt planted in the fertile soil of my curiosity. There was something more to this enigma, a truth waiting to be unveiled. Driven by a gnawing curiosity that refused to be silenced, I found myself standing at the threshold of Robert's abandoned sanctuary. With a borrowed key in hand, I crossed the boundary into his world, where time seemed to stand still. Dust-covered furniture stood frozen in place, books patiently waiting for their reader to return, and the steady rhythm of the antique clocks whispered secrets of a life interrupted. Among the relics of Robert's existence, I discovered a trove of letters, newspapers, and photographs, a glimpse into the shadows of his past. And there, hidden among the forgotten remnants, was a letter addressed to me, its words a haunting echo of warning and revelation. In Robert's elegant script, he spoke of shadows from my own past resurfacing, of truths best left undisturbed, and a trail that led straight to me. As the weight of his words settled upon my shoulders, I delved into the recesses of my own history, seeking answers to the riddles he had left behind. What I uncovered was a tapestry of anomalies, threads of mystery woven into the fabric of my seemingly ordinary life. People vanished, memories faded, and a sense of unease crept into the corners of my mind, like tendrils of mist. Returning to Robert's apartment became a ritual, a descent into a labyrinth of secrets and half-truths. His diary, filled with cryptic musings, hinted at a connection between us that transcended mere coincidence. The boundaries between his world and mine blurred, merging into a twisted dance of fate and consequence. With each revelation, the shadows that had haunted Robert now cast their long fingers over my own existence. I felt their presence, a silent watcher in the periphery of my vision, a whisper of impending doom that chilled me to the core. The line between curiosity and danger blurred, and I stood at a crossroads, faced with a choice that would shape the course of my life. In the end, I chose to step back, to let the shadows of the past fade into obscurity. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled. Some truths are better left buried in the depths of forgotten time. Yet, as I turn away from the darkness that once beckoned, I carry with me the weight of what could have been. A journey into the unknown, a dance with the shadows, and a glimpse of the abyss that lurks within us all. The echoes of Robert's disappearance linger in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary, the known from the unknowable. And as I drift into the embrace of sleep, the shadows whisper their secrets, weaving dreams of mystery and intrigue that dance on the edge of consciousness, inviting me to explore the depths of the unseen once more. Story 21. It all started on a nondescript Tuesday morning. The sun had just begun its gentle ascent, casting a soft glow through the curtains as I reached for my phone, my mind still heavy with sleep. A missed call notification blinked on the screen, originating from an unfamiliar number. No voicemail left behind, just a solitary ring that lingered in the air, beckoning my attention. I dismissed it as a trivial error, perhaps a misdialed number or the persistent call of a telemarketer. Life carried on as usual. The following day, the same mysterious number graced my phone once more. This time, a sense of curiosity nudged me to answer. "Hello?" I uttered into the void. Silence greeted me on the other end, save for the faint echo of a distant connection. Moments passed like whispered secrets before the call abruptly terminated. A chill coursed down my spine, though I swiftly brushed it off as a fleeting glitch or the idle mischief of a stranger. As the days unfurled their tapestry, the calls persisted, punctuating the cadence of my days with their unexpected intrusion. Initially, they were mere disruptions, a discordant note in the symphony of my existence. But then, one evening, the nature of the calls shifted. I stood in the kitchen, tending to a bubbling pot of pasta, when the phone sang its haunting melody once more. Tempted to ignore it, a peculiar intuition urged me to answer. "Hello?" I ventured, my voice a fragile thread in the vast expanse of silence. The voice that met me on the other end was tranquil, almost conversational in its tone. "I see you're preparing pasta tonight. Remember to stir it well, lest it clings to the pot," it murmured. A wave of disbelief crashed over me as my gaze flitted to the simmering concoction on the stove, tendrils of steam dancing upwards. "How?" I stammered, but before I could unravel the enigma, the call dissolved into the ether, leaving me stranded in a sea of unanswered questions. I stood rooted to the spot, the phone a lifeline clutched in my trembling grasp. How could they have known? The blinds of my sanctuary were drawn shut, shielding me from prying eyes. Rationalizing it as mere chance or a figment of my overactive imagination, I attempted to quell the rising unease that coiled within me. The next day heralded another call from the enigmatic stranger. "I observed the weight of your day at work." The voice intoned smoothly. "That meeting with the client must have drained you." Remember to unwind tonight. Perhaps indulge in the movie you mentioned. The words hung in the air like a heavy mist, suffusing the room with an eerie intimacy. I nearly dropped the phone in shock, realizing the precision of the details transcended happenstance. The voice, detached yet intimately acquainted with my life, pierced the veil of comfort that once cloaked me. The calls persisted, their tendrils weaving a web of familiarity and intrusion around me. I see you're rendezvousing with friends for coffee tomorrow. Inquire about Jamie's new employment, the voice whispered, a spectral presence in the fabric of my reality. A shudder rippled through me, for it was not merely the knowledge of my plans that unsettled me. It was the unsettling intimacy, the unsettling certainty that the caller harbored an unbidden intimacy with my every move. A sense of dread coiled around my heart as I sought solace in logic. I beseeched my phone provider for answers, hoping to trace the elusive number to its source. Yet the trail led to naught but dead ends, and the authorities stood powerless without substantial evidence. Determined to reclaim my sense of security, I fortified my sanctuary with surveillance cameras, altered my routines, and meticulously documented each cryptic call in a desperate bid to decipher the pattern that eluded me. However, the elusive caller remained a specter, perpetually one step ahead of my feeble attempts to unravel their enigma. The calls persisted, a relentless tide that inundated my moments of reprieve, leaving me adrift in a sea of paranoia and uncertainty. Nightmares tainted my slumber, shadows lurking at every turn, casting doubt upon the sanctity of my reality. One fateful evening, as another enigmatic call shattered the fragile tranquility of my dinner, I could bear the uncertainty no longer. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice quivering with a cocktail of fear and defiance. "How do you possess such intimate knowledge of me?" The line hung heavy with silence, pregnant with unspoken truths, before the voice, as calm as a whispering breeze, murmured, "I've been watching over you because I care. You must comprehend that." A surge of revulsion and dread clawed at my insides. "What do you seek? Why torment me with your invasive presence?" I implored, my desperation bleeding through the fragile veneer of composure. Yet the caller offered no solace, no elucidation, merely severing the fragile connection with a finality that echoed in the chambers of my mind. Haunted by uncertainty and fear, I sought the aid of a private investigator, relinquishing the remnants of my shattered privacy in pursuit of answers. Armed with call logs, recordings, and surveillance footage, the investigator delved into the shadowed recesses of my tormentor's identity, promising resolution amidst the mire of ambiguity. Weeks ebbed into months, the calls dwindling in frequency until they ceased altogether. The investigator unveiled the truth. A tech-savvy individual had orchestrated this intricate charade, delving into the depths of my life with chilling precision. Their motives remained shrouded in mystery, a labyrinth of obsession and detachment that defied comprehension. Though the chapter drew to a close, the scars etched upon my psyche lingered, a spectral reminder of the fragility of privacy and the insidious nature of intrusion. Hyper-vigilant, I navigated the labyrinth of my existence, forever haunted by the memory of that calm, detached voice that once wove itself into the fabric of my reality. The line between safety and vulnerability blurred, a stark reminder that shadows seldom lurk where expected, but linger just beyond the veil of perception, awaiting the opportune moment to unfurl their chilling embrace. Story 22. In the hush of a tranquil Tuesday night, I found myself nestled in my living room, the quiet so profound that even the gentle hum of the fridge felt deafening. Suddenly, a single phone call shattered the stillness, its sharp ring slicing through the peaceful air. Glancing at the screen, I spied an unfamiliar number staring back at me. The clock had struck past midnight, a peculiar hour for a call. Uncertainty flickered in my mind. Could it be a misdial or one of those persistent scams? Yet curiosity beckoned me to answer. "Hello?" My voice pierced through the silence of the room. A pause ensued. Only a faint crackle of static graced my ears from the other end. I strained to listen, but no words materialized. After a fleeting moment, the call abruptly terminated, leaving behind an unsettling residue that lingered long after the line fell silent. The subsequent night, at the stroke of midnight, the phone rang once more. The same unfamiliar number blinked on the screen. Again I answered. Hello? This time, the silence felt heavier, punctuated solely by the soft crackle of static. No voice echoed through the void, just an empty stillness that sent a shiver down my spine. Hastily, I disconnected the call, dismissing the unease as a mere prank or technical glitch. However, the calls persisted. Night after night, at the same bewitching hour, the phone beckoned. Night after night, I responded, and night after night, silence was my only companion. The rhythmic pattern of these calls began to gnaw at me, as if I were unwittingly entangled in a sinister game. Then, one fateful night, everything changed. As I picked up the call, a soft, almost whispering voice broke through the static. I know where you are. The words struck me like an electric jolt, causing my heart to race erratically as the call abruptly ended, plunging me into a suffocating silence. The room seemed to constrict around me, amplifying the weight of the unknown. I tried to reassure myself, attributing it to a cruel jest. Yet the voice lingered, a haunting enigma. Who were they? How did they know me? And most chilling of all, why were they calling? The following morning, I sought to trace the number, hoping for answers from my phone provider. Their records, however, revealed no trace of the calls. The number, they claimed, existed not. It was as though the calls emanated from the ether itself, a notion that constricted my chest. Night after night, the calls persisted, always at the stroke of midnight. Each time, the same whispered message greeted me. I know where you are. Anxiety seeped into every crevice of my existence. Sleep eluded me, my mind consumed by a torrent of questions and fears. Was I under surveillance? Pursued? One restless night, as the clock neared midnight, I resolved to confront the call head-on. In the dim glow of my living room, I clutched the phone with trembling hands, awaiting the inevitable. At the stroke of 12, the phone rang. I answered, my heart in tumult. Initially, there was only static, yet beneath the whisper, a faint background murmur emerged, a distant whisper, rustling papers, or voices in a far-off room. Straining to discern, I yearned for a clue, but the call ceased before clarity could be grasped. The fear that had ensnared me for weeks now felt inescapable. Desperation drove me to seek solace from the authorities. I recounted every detail, the calls, the cryptic messages, the elusive number. The police pledged to investigate, advising me to document any forthcoming calls. Their assurance offered a modicum of comfort, yet fear lingered. Abruptly, as swiftly as they commenced, the calls ceased. One night the phone remained silent. Midnight passed without interruption. The subsequent night, the same eerie quiet persisted. Initially, relief washed over me. Why? Yet a fresh dread crept in, the fear of the unknown. Why had the calls ceased? Had the caller relented, or had they devised an alternate means of surveillance? The silence proved more disquieting than the calls themselves. Though the phone remained dormant, the paranoia took root. Every creak, every shadow, every flutter in the night air seemed to validate my apprehension. I started at the slightest noise, my sanctuary fractured beyond repair. The identity of the caller and their intentions remained veiled in obscurity. The voice never graced my ears again. Nevertheless, the memory lingered. I know where you are. The words haunted me, a chilling testament to the ease with which the unknown infiltrates our lives. Though the calls had ceased, the residual fear persisted, a phantom that trailed me, even in the brightest of daylight. Story 23. The chamber had been there all along, concealed behind the walls of my dwelling. Its presence unveiled itself to me on a chilly, gloomy afternoon as I sorted through the chaotic cellar. My abode had forever exuded a sense of refuge. nestled in a tranquil suburban enclave where the extraordinary seldom intruded. Yet in recent weeks, that aura of security had begun to fray. Peculiar noises reverberated through the night, possessions appeared to shift of their own accord, and most distressing of all, my faithful companion, Max, had vanished without a trace. Determined to restore some semblance of normalcy that day, I embarked on tidying the basement, a realm cluttered with ancient boxes, forsaken furniture, and aged trinkets coated in dust. While relocating an antiquated bookshelf, my hand grazed a segment of the wall that felt amiss. It yielded slightly under pressure, its texture subtly diverging from the rest. An undercurrent of anticipation quickened my pulse as I scrutinized it more intently. Concealed in plain view was a seam, faint yet unmistakable, a covert portal. Tremors coursed through my fingers as I traced the contours, recognizing the masterful camouflage it bore. Gathering my resolve, I located a slight crevice where the aged wood had warped just enough to grasp. With a forceful tug, the door yielded with a groaning creak, unleashing a frigid, musty exhalation from the shadows that lay beyond. Pausing at the threshold, an instinctual forewarning pulsed in my chest, yet curiosity impelled me forward. Illuminating the room with my phone's light, I ventured inside. The atmosphere hung heavy with neglect and dust, yet the chamber itself was meticulously ordered, a peculiar paradox that only deepened my disquiet. A solitary bulb dangled from the ceiling, its feeble flicker casting eerie silhouettes on the walls. And there they were, the photographs. Countless in number, they adorned the walls in precise, methodical rows. A sharp intake of breath escaped me as I discerned that the subject of each photograph was none other than myself. The earliest captures appeared distant, almost innocuous, depicting me departing for work, strolling with Max in the yard, engaging in mundane errands. Ordinary moments immortalized from afar. However, as I perused the montage, the images grew increasingly intrusive, more intimate. Scenes of me in my living quarters, engrossed in a book, utterly oblivious. Snapshots of my slumbering form, visage serene and defenseless. They had been taken from outside my bedroom window. My knees threatened to buckle, yet I compelled myself to persist. Scattered amidst the photos were fragments of paper inscribed with erratic script. Notes, observations, even intimate reflections. She always reads before retiring for the night. Her laughter softens when solitude envelops her. The walls safeguard her secrets. With each passage I read, a profound sense of disquiet burgeoned within me. The author of these notes wasn't merely observing me. They believed they comprehended me, understood me in manners no one ever should. At the room's heart stood a weathered wooden table, strewn with notebooks brimming with even more disquieting minutiae, entries chronicling my daily existence, encompassing private dialogues and seemingly inconsequential routines. How could anyone possess such intimate knowledge? And then I beheld the camera. An ancient, dust-veiled video recorder rested in the far corner, linked to a corroded monitor. My trembling digits pressed the play button. The screen crackled to life, projecting grainy footage of my dwelling from myriad angles. The kitchen, the living area, even my bedroom. The timestamps on the recordings extended back months, perhaps years. Clenched fists bore testament to my escalating emotions as I witnessed myself navigating the familiar spaces of my abode, utterly unaware that a clandestine observer perpetually lurked. Tears welled in my eyes not from fear, but from a profound sense of violation. My most intimate moments, my sanctuary, had been transmuted into another's twisted reality exhibit. Frantic thoughts raced through my mind. Who could have perpetrated such a violation? A stranger? A neighbor? Someone familiar? The recollection of an enigmatic missive discovered on Max's collar resurfaced, a cryptic caution insinuating that my haven was not as secure as I presumed. Had that been a clue I had overlooked? Then a chilling realization dawned upon me. What if this was not a thing of the past? What if they were still watching? A surge of desperation gripped me. I could not linger there. I sealed the hidden entrance as securely as possible and ascended the stairs hastily, securing every door and window, my heart throbbing with each stride. The authorities must be notified. They needed to be made aware. Yet as my hand reached for the phone, a new, dreadful notion seized me. What if divulging this only exacerbated the situation? What if they anticipated my response? I hesitated, then dialed emergency services. The line rang once, then twice. Before a response could be mustered, a sound echoed from downstairs, the faint creak of the concealed door gradually swinging open once more. I was not alone. Story 24. The rain beat relentlessly against the windows, a rhythmic drumming that heightened the tension in the air. I sat at my kitchen table, gazing at the dim glow of the clock inching closer to midnight. The mysterious phone calls, strange gifts, and the constant feeling of being watched had consumed my thoughts for weeks. But today, everything took a chilling turn. It began at a cozy coffee shop where I sought solace from the oppressive atmosphere of my apartment. As I sipped my coffee, an elderly man approached. His gaunt figure and haunted eyes held a weight of the unknown. He placed a weathered, leather-bound journal on my table, whispering urgently, "This belongs to you. You must read it before it's too late." Before I could question him, he vanished into the rain-drenched streets. Back home, I lit a single lamp and opened the journal with trembling hands. The pages, yellowed with age, revealed eerie details mirroring my own life. From mundane musings to specific occurrences, it chronicled everything with unsettling accuracy. The entries described the strange phone calls, the mysterious gifts, and the creeping sense of being followed and watched. As I turned to the entry dated tonight, August 12th, 2024, a sense of impending dread washed over me. The journal warned of a darkness creeping closer, of a looming final act set to begin at midnight through the mirror as a gateway. With the clock ticking towards midnight, I stood before the ominous mirror in my living room, its reflective surface seeming to hold a malevolent presence. As the seconds passed, the room grew colder, the shadows more alive. Midnight struck, plunging the house into a heavy silence. Then a rustling behind me. I spun around to find nothing. Turning back to the mirror, a figure loomed in the reflection. A twisted, shadowy form with hollow eyes, emanating malice. A voice, chilling and familiar, echoed from the mirror, warning of the final act unfolding. Paralyzed with fear, I hurled the journal at the mirror, shattering it into fragments. The twisted figure screamed and dissolved into the broken reflections. Gasping for breath, I collapsed amidst the shattered glass and torn pages. The house fell into an eerie calm, but the sense of dread lingered. The mirror was destroyed, yet the warning of the final act resonated in my mind, a reminder that the darkness was far from over. The night had been survived, but the true climax was yet to reveal itself. Story 25. On a crisp November afternoon, I encountered Ethan R., a celebrated author known for his intricate narratives and deep psychological insights. Struggling with a writer's block that seemed insurmountable, I felt as though I was trapped in a void of creativity. When Ethan agreed to meet me after I reached out to him for guidance, a wave of elation washed over me. His expertise seemed like the perfect catalyst to reignite the flame of inspiration within me. We convened at a charming downtown cafe, its cozy ambiance shielding us from the cool autumn breeze outside. Ethan exuded charisma and spoke with eloquence, delving into the art of storytelling with fervor. His feedback on the premise of my novel was not only thoughtful, but also precise, offering innovative plot twists and profound insights into character motivations. His passion for storytelling was contagious, leaving me invigorated and eager to plunge back into my writing. In the ensuing weeks, Ethan and I maintained contact through emails and late-night conversations. His detailed notes proved transformative, propelling my story into darker and more captivating realms. However, as I began implementing his suggestions, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed introducing a significant trauma from my protagonist's past, one that eerily mirrored a personal family tragedy I had endured years ago, a secret I had never disclosed to anyone, let alone hinted at in my manuscript. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, reflecting emotions I had struggled to articulate in reality. Initially dismissing it as mere coincidence, I convinced myself that Ethan's brilliance lay in his ability to tap into universal emotions. Yet the parallels only grew stronger. He suggested a subplot involving a fractured friendship after a betrayal, uncannily reminiscent of a falling out I had experienced with a close friend years earlier. The dynamics he described matched my own experiences too closely to be dismissed as accidental. It felt as though he had plucked memories directly from my past. Then, his most unsettling suggestion surfaced. A mysterious figure stalking the protagonist, sending anonymous letters filled with intimate details. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled receiving similar letters only a few months prior, describing aspects of my daily life with unsettling accuracy. I had attempted to push those letters out of my mind, but Ethan's proposal brought them rushing back with unwavering clarity. Despite the growing unease, I continued collaborating with him. His ideas undeniably enhanced my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional depth that I had struggled to achieve on my own. Nevertheless, the disconcerting familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at me. One evening, following an intense phone call where Ethan once again alluded to something uncomfortably close to my personal life, I made a decision. I invited him to my apartment for a face-to-face conversation, determined to confront the source of my disquiet. Ethan arrived punctually, exuding his customary charm and confidence. He carried a weathered leather briefcase brimming with notes, the emblem of a seasoned mentor. But that night, I viewed it through a different lens. Seated across from each other at my dining table, surrounded by drafts and scattered ideas, I gathered my courage. "Ethan," I began, my voice quivering despite my resolve. "There's something I need to address. Your suggestions, some of them, they hit too close to events from my own life. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from polite interest to careful concern. "I assure you that was never my intention. I simply aim to help craft a more authentic narrative." "It's more than just authenticity," I insisted. "The stalker subplot, the family tragedy, the fractured relationship, these aren't mere literary devices. They are fragments of my life." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed demeanor faltering. "Writers draw from real experiences," he stated smoothly. "Perhaps our creative discussions unearthed memories you hadn't acknowledged. Fiction has a way of reflecting reality, often without our conscious awareness." His explanation only deepened my suspicion. "How do you account for knowing things I never shared with you?" I demanded. "How do you explain the letters I received before we even met?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow flickered across his eyes. Yet, just as swiftly, he regained his calm facade. "Sometimes the boundaries between fiction and reality blur," he murmured softly. "Maybe I pushed too far, but isn't that what makes a story compelling?" His words lingered in the air, pregnant with implication. This transcended crafting a captivating narrative. It veered into the realm of control. Ethan hadn't been assisting me in writing a book. He had been scripting me. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. "I believe our collaboration ends here," I declared, my voice steadier now. "I appreciate your assistance, but I must complete this journey on my own." Ethan's expression hardened, yet he nodded slowly. "If that's your wish." Gathering his belongings, he departed without another word. As the door clicked shut behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tainted by a lingering sense of unease. Returning to my desk, surrounded by drafts now tainted by memories of Ethan's intrusive presence, I made a decision. Determined to reclaim my narrative, I deleted the files he had influenced, and embarked on a fresh start. The act of writing became a form of catharsis, a means to purge the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. Ultimately, Ethan's influence had driven me to plumb the emotional depths of my story, but at a steep cost. He had traversed boundaries I hadn't fathomed could be breached, imparting a lesson on control, privacy, and the delicate line between inspiration and invasion. As I penned the final chapter of my novel, I came to a realization. I wasn't merely recounting a tale, I was reclaiming my own. Story 26. Night after night, a mysterious ritual played out outside my doorstep. At the stroke of 3 a.m., a series of 3 sharp knocks echoed through the stillness, followed by a brief pause, and then another set of 3. The cadence was eerily precise, as if some unseen force held sway over the timing. Initially, I dismissed it as figments of my imagination, attributing the sounds to restless thoughts or nocturnal pranks. Perhaps a mischievous neighbor seeking a reaction, or a curious critter exploring the night. Yet, the knocking persisted, growing in intensity and purpose with each passing evening, almost challenging me to acknowledge its presence. One frosty night, the echoes of those sharp raps shattered my resolve. They cut through the silence of the house like a blade through silk, stirring my heart to a frenzied rhythm. With trembling limbs, I tiptoed from my bed and approached the front door. Peering cautiously through the peephole, all I beheld was the vacant porch bathed in the faint glow of a distant street lamp. Hesitation gripped me, my breath shallow, before I tentatively unlatched the door. The night enveloped me in its chilly embrace as I ventured onto the porch, scanning the yard for any signs of movement. Shadows flickered in the wavering light, yet the street lay deserted. No traces of intruders in the yard, no evidence of tampering. It was as though the very essence of the night had swallowed the knocks whole, and yet, the following night, they returned. The relentless knocking invaded my slumber, a haunting melody that left me drained and unsettled. Desperation gnawed at me for an explanation, for solace. I fortified the door with an extra lock, hoping for a sense of security. A vigilant camera perched above the porch, its unblinking gaze fixed on the spot of origin, but the recordings revealed naught. Each dawn, I scrutinized the footage, seeking answers that eluded me. Every time, the same disquieting scene played out, an empty porch, a shroud of silence. The knocking seemed impervious to logic, an intangible force that defied capture. Weariness seeped into my bones, the sleepless nights sapping my strength and peace. By day, I went through the motions, yet my mind remained shackled to the pre-dawn hours, bracing for the inevitable sound. Fear cloaked me, isolating me from the outside world. Friends were avoided, plans canceled, as the once welcoming abode turned suffocating, every creak a harbinger of nocturnal intrusion. After enduring weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking transcended mere noise. It became a psychological siege, usurping my existence and rendering me powerless. With a heavy heart, I resolved to depart. Packing my belongings felt like surrender, yet I could no longer endure this spectral presence that haunted my every moment. The haven that was once my home had morphed into a prison, haunted by a malevolent aura that denied me respite. As I drove away, I stole a final glance at the silent house, its shadow stretching long under the soft morning light. Relief mingled with apprehension within me. I left behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocks, yet their memory clung to me, weighty and persistent. In my new abode, the silence seemed alien at first. The absence of the nightly ritual should have brought comfort, yet I lay awake, straining to detect a hint of that familiar cadence. Every creak, every whisper of the wind thrust me back into those sleepless nights. The experience had reshaped me. I became hyper-aware, double-checking locks, casting wary glances over my shoulder. Even the act of closing my eyes at night brimmed with trepidation, my mind bracing for the ghostly sound that once governed my life. Though the knocking had vanished, its imprint lingered. It etched itself into my psyche, a stark reminder of the fragile nature of security. The haunting rhythm trailed me in its absence, a specter of fear that loitered in the hushed moments of my new existence. And occasionally, as I drifted towards slumber, I could still hear it echo in my mind. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 27. In a quest for escape, I embarked on a journey filled with intrigue and shadows. The tale began with a tangled web of stolen identities, enigmatic messages, and the unearthing of a grave shrouded in mystery from my past. Seeking solace from the chaos, my therapist recommended a retreat, a secluded cabin nestled deep in the mountains, far from the bustling city life. The allure of isolation beckoned to my frayed nerves, offering a chance to reclaim tranquility amidst the rugged wilderness. As I arrived at the cabin, its rustic wooden exterior and welcoming porch exuded a sense of comfort long forgotten. Surrounded by majestic pines and a serene lake, the setting seemed tailor-made for quiet introspection. The days unfolded peacefully, with leisurely hikes along tranquil trails and deep breaths of crisp mountain air soothing my restless soul. Nights descended in hushed whispers, punctuated only by the haunting calls of distant owls. On the 4th day, a hidden discovery sent shivers down my spine. Tucked away in a forgotten corner of the closet lay a dusty wooden box, harboring relics of a forgotten past, a weathered journal, faded photographs, and a stained jacket hinting at dark secrets. The journal's frenzied scribblings spoke of unseen watchers, lurking shadows, and an unshakable sense of impending doom. Each page dripped with paranoia and fear, casting a chilling pall over the cabin's once peaceful facade. Peering at the unsettling photographs, I noticed shadowy figures lurking at the fringes, their presence palpable yet enigmatic. A sense of unease crept over me, urging me to delve deeper into the cabin's mysteries. In the dim recesses of the basement, a hidden compartment revealed a trove of surveillance notes, lock-picking tools, and cryptic maps of the surrounding woods. The meticulous records chronicled the movements of past occupants, their very essence captured in hastily sketched faces, distorted by fear. A gnawing dread took root within me as I grappled with the chilling implications of my findings. Was I unraveling the delusions of a tormented mind, or stumbling upon a malevolent truth hidden in the shadows? Night descended like a suffocating cloak, every creak and rustle magnified into sinister whispers that echoed through the empty rooms. Desperate for answers, I reached out to the rental agency and local authorities, only to be met with vague assurances and unsettling silences. The veil of secrecy surrounding the cabin deepened my sense of foreboding, pushing me to the brink of a chilling realization. The once inviting refuge now felt like a prison, its walls closing in as unseen eyes bore down upon me. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to flee the cabin's oppressive grip, haunted by the specter of unseen watchers and whispered secrets. As I drove away, a fleeting glimpse in the rearview mirror hinted at a shadowy figure lingering amidst the trees, a silent sentinel of the dark. The winding road carried me away, but the fear that had taken root in my soul refused to be left behind, a spectral reminder that some shadows never truly fade. Story 28. In the quiet of the night, a subtle disturbance began to weave its way into the fabric of my routine. It all started innocently enough, a simple glance at the live feed of my home security system, a nightly ritual that brought me a sense of calm. But on this particular evening, what greeted me on the screen was anything but reassuring. The familiar clarity of my home's images had vanished, replaced by a swirling dance of distorted and flickering visuals. Rooms and corridors seemed to meld together in impossible ways, creating a disorienting spectacle as if the cameras had caught a glimpse of a hidden world. I found myself transfixed, trying to make sense of the chaotic display before me, chalking it up to a momentary glitch. By morning, the incident had slipped from the forefront of my mind. Yet as the days unfolded, the anomalies persisted and intensified. Shadows twisted unnaturally, furniture appeared misplaced, and an unsettling feeling settled over me, as if the very essence of my home was shifting beneath my feet. Seeking solace, I reached out to the security company, and a technician soon arrived, exuding a reassuring calm as he delved into the intricacies of the system. Hours passed as he meticulously inspected the wiring, recalibrated the cameras, and updated the software, assuring me that all was now well. Briefly, a sense of relief washed over me, only to be swiftly replaced by a creeping unease. Upon reviewing the footage from the night before, a chilling realization dawned on me. Amidst the distorted images, a faint figure flitted across the screen, a ghostly presence traversing the familiar spaces of my home. With each viewing, the figure grew more defined, its movements purposeful as it wandered through rooms and corridors, a silent intruder in the sanctuary of my dwelling. Panic gripped me, and I sought answers, yet each attempt at resolution only deepened the mystery. Technicians came and went, equipment was replaced, theories were posited, but the haunting figure persisted, a spectral enigma that defied explanation. The once familiar walls of my home now seemed to hold secrets beyond my grasp, and the sense of being watched settled into my very bones. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, a shadow of fear loomed over me, casting doubt on every creak, every flicker of light. The security system was overhauled, precautions were taken, yet the lingering unease refused to dissipate. The specter of the unknown had left its mark, a reminder of the fragility of our illusions of safety. With time, I tried to move forward, to adapt to the new normal, but the memory of those unsettling recordings lingered like a ghostly echo. The questions remained unanswered, buried in the static of a mystery that eluded comprehension. What remained was a profound understanding of the tenuous nature of security, of how easily our peace of mind can be shattered by the unseen forces that dwell just beyond our perception. Story 29. In the heart of our serene suburban neighborhood, a peculiar enigma took shape when my neighbor, Greg Thompson, vanished without a trace. Greg was a man of solitude, draped in a tweed jacket and a perpetual frown that seemed etched into his very being. Despite residing next door for over a decade, our interactions never ventured beyond fleeting nods and superficial pleasantries. His sudden disappearance left behind a void of unease and intrigue that seeped into the essence of our tranquil community. Greg's abode, a peculiar sight in itself, exuded an air of lifeless perfection. The meticulously maintained exterior masked an eerie stillness within. The day he disappeared, a hushed stillness enveloped his dwelling, as if the very essence of the house had been drained of warmth, leaving only a barren shell behind. The subsequent police inquiry yielded scant information, no witnesses to his departure, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle. It was as though Greg had evaporated into the ether without a trace, leaving behind a haunting mystery that refused to be ignored. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I embarked on my own clandestine investigation, beginning with Greg's enigmatic home. The unlocked front door, a stark departure from Greg's cautious nature, beckoned me inside. The interior revealed a chilling tidiness that bordered on the surreal. Books aligned with meticulous precision, furniture devoid of dust, and an absence of any telltale signs of abrupt departure. Yet, the emptiness that pervaded the house carried a weight of unease that lingered in the air. In Greg's secluded study, a hidden journal awaited my discovery. Its cryptic pages whispered of hidden truths and enigmatic musings. One entry in particular sent a shiver down my spine. I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late. Who was this mysterious figure Greg referenced? What dark secrets had he unearthed that now haunted the pages before me? The unsettling discoveries continued as I stumbled upon an old photograph tucked away within the journal's confines. Greg stood alongside a stranger, their gaze penetrating through the lens and into my very soul. Their somber expressions held a weight of unspoken knowledge, hinting at a world veiled in shadows and secrets waiting to be unraveled. Determined to unearth the truth, I embarked on a quest to trace the individuals captured in the photographs scattered throughout Greg's dwelling. Initial inquiries yielded little, with most acquaintances painting a picture of Greg as a recluse shrouded in mystery. It wasn't until a chance encounter with a local historian that a glimmer of insight pierced through the darkness enveloping Greg's enigmatic existence. The historian's cryptic allusions led me down a labyrinth of clandestine groups and whispered rumors, unveiling a secretive community that Greg had been affiliated with. Known for their obscure beliefs and shadowy operations, this clandestine group harbored a reputation for delving into dangerous ideologies that lurked beyond the realms of conventional understanding. A chilling revelation awaited me upon my return to Greg's residence. Concealed behind a bookshelf, a trove of enigmatic documents lay hidden in a clandestine compartment. Among the cryptic blueprints and marked maps, a circled location sent a shiver down my spine. My own address. Why had Greg fixated on me? What dark revelations had he uncovered about my own existence, intertwining our fates in a sinister dance of shadows and secrets? The chilling discoveries plunged me into a realm of nocturnal unrest, haunted by visions of unseen pursuers stalking the corridors of my home. Each dawn unveiled subtle disturbances, furniture askew, objects shifted, and ominous whispers echoing through the walls. Fueled by fear and desperation, I sought to unveil the malevolent presence lurking within my midst, setting up surveillance cameras in a bid to unmask the elusive intruder. Yet, each morning brought forth a hollow revelation. The footage remained blank, devoid of any trace of the unseen infiltrator that haunted my abode. Paranoia gripped my senses, intertwining reality with illusion, as the boundaries between sanity and delusion blurred into a disconcerting amalgamation of fear and uncertainty. A chilling omen manifested one fateful night, as a stark message slipped beneath my bedroom door, bearing a warning that resonated with icy clarity. You're getting too close. Stop searching, or you'll be next. The sender's ominous words bore an unmistakable threat, a veiled command to abandon the pursuit of truth that had ensnared me in its enigmatic grasp. Despite the looming specter of danger, my resolve remained unyielding. Each clue unraveled a tapestry of enigmas, weaving a web of secrets and shadows that ensnared me in its chilling embrace. The veiled group, the cryptic documents, the encroaching presence within my home, all threads converging towards a harrowing truth that beckoned from the depths of obscurity. As the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred, a solemn realization dawned upon me. Greg's disappearance was not an isolated event, but a harbinger of a malevolent force that lurked within the shadows, waiting to ensnare those who dared delve too deep into its mysteries. The echoes of his forewarning reverberated through my consciousness. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. With each revelation, the sinister tapestry unraveled before me, revealing a world steeped in malevolence and treachery. The insidious tendrils of the unknown coiled around me, drawing me deeper into a labyrinth of secrets that threatened to consume me whole. The chilling realization dawned upon me that the pursuit of truth exacted a toll far greater than I had ever imagined. Haunted by the shadows that lurked at the periphery of my existence, I grappled with the realization that my quest for answers had led me down a treacherous path from which there might be no return. The veiled figures that haunted my dreams seemed to materialize at the edges of perception, their gaze penetrating through the fragile veil that separated me from the abyss of the unknown. As I teetered on the precipice of revelation, a sense of impending doom enveloped me, a foreboding presence that whispered of dangers unseen and truths better left buried in the depths of obscurity. The specter of Greg's fate loomed ominously over me, a stark reminder of the perils that awaited those who dared to unravel the enigma that lay shrouded in the shadows. And so, as I ventured deeper into the labyrinth of secrets and shadows, I could not shake the unsettling feeling that unseen eyes watched my every move, biding their time until the moment was ripe to strike. The chilling realization dawned upon me that the truth I sought might be the very catalyst for a descent into a darkness from which there might be no escape. Story 30. In the hush of the night, I returned to my haven only to find a chilling sight that would forever taint my sense of tranquility. The front door, guardian of my solitude, stood slightly ajar, a silent invitation into a realm of unknown shadows. With a racing heart, I hesitantly pushed the door open, the familiar creak of its hinges now a foreboding melody that echoed through the empty space. A subtle metallic tang lingered in the air, intertwining with the musty stillness that hung heavy in the violated air. My sanctuary, my refuge, had been intruded upon. Every corner, every crevice bore the scars of invasion. Papers lay strewn across the floor, cushions callously tossed aside, and cherished possessions carelessly scattered about. The once serene space that held my memories was now a disordered reflecti on of the violation that had transpired in its midst. Frozen in the doorway, I struggled to comprehend the chaos that greeted me. The initial shock slowly ebbed away, replaced by a surreal numbness that enveloped my senses. Stepping further into the disarray, the weight of the violation settled upon my shoulders. It wasn't merely the disarray that unsettled me. It was the suffocating realization that something deeply personal had been snatched away, a loss not yet fully grasped. And then, in a sudden revelation, it dawned on me. My identity had been stolen. The truth crashed over me like a relentless tide, leaving me gasping for breath in its wake. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone, fingers dancing across the screen as I dialed my bank, clinging to a fragile hope that this nightmare was a mere misunderstanding. The automated voice, cold and indifferent, led me through a labyrinth of options before connecting me to a representative. Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I fear my identity has been compromised. My home has been violated, and I need to know if unauthorized transactions have tainted my accounts. I stammered, my voice betraying my unease. The representative's composed demeanor did little to ease the turmoil raging within me. As I verified my details and answered her probing questions, the harsh reality unfolded. My accounts had been preyed upon, substantial sums siphoned away in clandestine maneuvers. Despair settled in my chest like a heavy stone. Assurances of investigation and security measures offered by the representative provided scant comfort as I hung up, the phone slipping from nerveless fingers. Waves of anxiety and confusion threatened to engulf me as I navigated a labyrinth of calls to various institutions. Each call yielded the same grim outcome. Accounts frozen, deceitful actions uncovered, and a daunting list of procedures to reclaim what was rightfully mine. Days blurred into weeks, consumed by legal battles and bureaucratic entanglements. I found myself entangled in a web of forms and procedures, each draining interaction reinforcing the violation I had suffered. My existence reduced to a series of validations and interrogations, the violation lingered like a shadow. Daily alerts heralded more distress. Suspicious activities flagged, new accounts materializing under my name, debts accrued by an unknown entity living a life that mirrored but distorted my own. The torment was relentless. Creditors demanded payment for loans I had never taken, ensnaring me in a ceaseless cycle of proving my innocence, clawing back slivers of my identity one painstaking step at a time. Amid the chaos, a disquieting realization took root. An unknown entity had seamlessly slipped into my life, wielding my identity with a familiarity that left me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The financial losses paled in comparison to the emotional toll exacted. The thief hadn't merely plundered my coffers. They had pillaged my sense of security, trust, and autonomy. As the months dragged on, I began the arduous task of rebuilding. New security protocols were implemented, passwords changed, and safeguards erected with meticulous precision bordering on paranoia. Each small victory, restoring credit, halting deceitful accounts, offered a glimmer of solace in the long journey towards normalcy. Yet the scars remained etched upon my soul. The memory of that violated sanctuary lingered, a stark reminder of the precarious nature of privacy. It wasn't solely my identity that had been filched. It was my peace of mind, my very essence. Gradually, I pieced together the remnants of my shattered existence. Boundaries were redrawn, solace found in the unwavering support of loved ones, and a semblance of security tentatively restored. Yet the specter of violation persisted, a phantom of the shadow who had absconded not just with my name, but with a fragment of my being. Even now, a cautious unease lingers, a constant vigilance in the face of a past intrusion. The thief may have vanished, but their imprint endures, woven onto the fabric of my daily existence. Some wounds fade with time. Others, like this scar, remain etched as a perpetual reminder that safety is a fleeting illusion, and even in the sanctuary of our homes, vulnerability lurks in the shadows. Story 31. The notification appeared on my phone. A friend request from a stranger named Jessica Mitchell. In a new city, seeking connections, I hesitated before tapping accept. Curiosity led me to welcome this unknown presence into my virtual world. Shortly after, a friendly message from Jessica landed in my inbox, too familiar for a stranger. Hey there. Thank you for accepting my request. I've been eager to reach out and get to know you better. I hope your settling in process is going smoothly. Responding cautiously yet politely, I introduced myself, acknowledging her warm gesture. Our dialogue began casually, discussing shared interests, local spots, and the challenges of adapting to a fresh environment. Jessica exuded genuine interest in my life, a comforting companion amidst my solitude in a foreign place. As time passed, her messages delved deeper into personal territory. Inquiries about my family, hobbies, and even details of my new home surfaced. Initially, I answered openly, attributing her probing to friendliness and a shared desire for connection. However, a peculiar shift occurred one evening. A message from Jessica unveiled a photograph of my living room, each detail captured vividly. The couch, the coffee table, the painting on the wall, all unmistakably mine. The angle indicated an intruder within my sanctuary. The caption chillingly read, "Looks like you've made yourself at home. I adore your new couch." Staring at the intrusive image, my mind raced with fear and uncertainty. I had not shared such glimpses on social media or with Jessica. Trembling, I typed a query, "Where did you obtain this picture?" Her swift response reassured me. "Oh, no need to fret. Just wanted to say hello and let you know I'm thinking of you." A knot of dread tightened within me, dismissing it as an oddity or a malicious prank, yet the unease lingered. Days later, another message arrived, a photo of my kitchen captured from a different angle. Dishes from breakfast lay in plain view. The message insinuated familiarity. "Hope you're enjoying your new kitchen. I see you're still settling in. Need a hand?" The harmless facade shattered. Someone was watching, studying my every move. Confronting Jessica directly, seeking answers, yielded evasive and dismissive responses. She concocted a feeble excuse involving a misguided photo exchange from a photography studio. Despite her attempts to downplay the situation, my feeling of violation persisted. Taking proactive measures, I scrutinized my home's security, consulted neighbors, and distanced myself from Jessica. Yet, her persistence intensified. Messages turned demanding, shifting from friendly concern to a darker, unsettling tone. The breaking point arrived with a video, a recording of me within my own walls, oblivious to the hidden camera's watchful eye. Her justification, a twisted sense of care, a misguided attempt at companionship. Reporting the ordeal to the authorities led to a dead end, Jessica's digital trail meticulously erased. Weeks of unease followed, despite heightened security measures. Silence enveloped the situation until Jessica resurfaced with an apology, a convoluted explanation fueled by loneliness and emotional turmoil. "I never intended harm," her words echoed emptily. Blocking her account, I resolved to move forward, though the scars remained. The experience etched a permanent mark, a lingering shadow of vulnerability, a stark reminder that a simple notification can unveil a realm of darkness beyond imagination. Story 32. The hushed whir of my laptop echoed through the room as I toiled away in my home office, a sanctuary of productivity and tranquility. The day had slipped by uneventfully, a blur of emails, meetings, and reports. As the fading sunlight cast long shadows across the room, I decided it was time for a IF respite, to stretch my legs and clear my mind. Little did I know that this simple act would unravel the ordinary fabric of my existence. Strolling past my desk, my eyes were drawn to an unfamiliar sight, a sizable, unmarked manila envelope positioned precisely at the center. A surge of unease prickled my skin. I couldn't recall placing it there. With cautious steps, I approached and delicately examined the mysterious parcel. No sender's address, no identifying insignias, just a silent challenge beckoning me to uncover its secrets. With trembling hands, I peeled back the flap and extracted a weighty dossier. My name emblazoned in bold letters beneath the title Personal Research Report sent a chill down my spine. Someone had meticulously chronicled my life, but to what end remained a haunting enigma. Leafing through the pages, a sense of disquiet settled in. The initial section read like a detailed biography, my full name, birth date, educational background, and professional journey, dredging up memories of past jobs nearly forgotten. Delving deeper, it cataloged every address I had ever called home, complete with annotated maps and handwritten notes chronicling my daily routines. Each turn of the page unearthed more intimate details, painting a disconcerting portrait of my existence. Photographs of loved ones and friends captured at intimate gatherings stared back at me, accompanied by meticulously recorded names, relationships, and personal anecdotes. Some images seemed clandestinely snapped from a distance, hinting at a silent observer lingering in the shadows. The subsequent section delved into my career, documenting projects, meetings, and even private conversations with colleagues. It was as though I had unwittingly become a subject under scrutiny in a carefully orchestrated experiment. The dossier then ventured into the realm of my personal passions and pastimes, a meticulous inventory of books devoured, movies watched, and eateries frequented. Every minute detail, from favorite recipes to fitness routines and online shopping habits, was painstakingly chronicled. My entire life dissected and laid bare on paper. Yet, the final section plunged into the depths of horror, containing recent surveillance notes and candid photographs capturing my every move with chilling precision. Images of me leaving my abode, strolling to my vehicle, and lingering in local cafes stared back at me, so recent that they could have been captured just days prior. Routine morning jogs, grocery runs, and casual chats with neighbors, all meticulously documented. Breath caught in my throat, realization dawned that someone out there possessed an unsettlingly intimate knowledge of my life, a realization that transcended mere research and hinted at an unfathomable obsession. A surge of panic gripped me as I dialed the authorities, struggling to maintain composure as I relayed the contents of the dossier and the invasive surveillance. Reassurance came in the form of dispatched officers, promising swift action. While awaiting their arrival, I scoured my home office for signs of covert monitoring, yet my efforts yielded no discoveries. The room stood untouched, a testament to the perpetrator's stealth and precision. Upon their arrival, the officers scrutinized the dossier with somber expressions, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Spiraling questions followed. Did I harbor enemies, notice any suspicious individuals, or suspect someone in my personal or professional circle with a motive? I drew blanks, unable to pinpoint anyone capable of such a calculating violation. Despite their assurances of escalating the investigation, the officer's grim demeanor hinted at the challenges ahead. With the dossier seized for further examination, I embarked on a frenzy of security enhancements, installing cameras, overhauling passwords, and adopting unpredictable routines. Despite these precautions, the lingering sensation of being watched persisted, casting a shadow of fear over every facet of my life. As the weeks unfolded, the case remained an enigma, shrouded in unanswered questions and unresolved suspicions. Efforts to resume normalcy proved futile, with every shadow morphing into a potential threat, every stranger a suspect. I existed in a perpetual state of vigilance, haunted by the specter of unseen eyes monitoring my every move. The memory of that chilling dossier lingered like a ghostly presence, a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy and the ceaseless quest for elusive truths. The narrative of that meticulous file continues to haunt me, a clinical record of a life I believe to be solely my own. It serves as a haunting testament to the ease with which privacy can be shattered, leaving behind a trail of fear and unanswered inquiries that may forever remain elusive. Story 33, The Mysterious Vanishings. The pattern began subtly at first, a friend here, a colleague there. People I knew and cared about started disappearing one by one. Each vanishing sent ripples of confusion and concern through my social circle. At first, I dismissed the disappearances as tragic, but unrelated events. But as the list of missing persons grew, an unsettling realization dawned on me. I was the only common link between them. It began with Mark, a colleague from work. One morning, he didn't show up at the office, and his phone went straight to voicemail. By lunchtime, concern turned into panic. Later that day, reports surfaced that Mark had vanished without a trace. His apartment was untouched. No signs of struggle, no indications of where he could have gone. A week later, Emily, a close friend from my book club, disappeared. She had been at our regular meeting the previous evening, laughing and chatting as always. The following morning, she was gone. Her apartment was undisturbed, her car still parked outside, and her phone lay abandoned on her kitchen counter. Then came the worst blow, my cousin Alex. We had recently reconnected after years apart, and he'd been staying at my house while searching for a new place. One morning, I woke up to find his belongings neatly arranged, but Alex himself was gone. There was no sign of forced entry, no clue as to where he could have gone. Each disappearance felt like a personal attack, and the growing number of cases made me feel like a magnet for misfortune. I'd always considered myself an ordinary person, but now it seemed like something far more sinister was unfolding around me. Desperate for answers, I started piecing together the events leading up to each disappearance. The chilling truth became impossible to ignore. Every person who had vanished had been in close contact with me just days before they disappeared. Someone, or something, was targeting the people around me. But why? And how could I stop it before anyone else vanished? I decided to investigate, starting with Mark. His apartment was eerily tidy, as if frozen in time. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, no strange visitors, no disturbances. It was as if he had simply stepped out and never returned. Next, I visited Emily's apartment. Her last known whereabouts were at the book club meeting. I spoke to our friends, but no one had noticed anything strange. The only clue was a note scrawled hastily on her desk. The clock is ticking. The most personal investigation was Alex's disappearance. I scoured his belongings, desperate for anything that might explain what had happened. Hidden among his things, I found a small, battered notebook filled with strange sketches and cryptic notes. His last entry chilled me to the core. They're getting closer. We're running out of time. The evidence pointed to one horrifying conclusion. Someone was orchestrating these disappearances, and I was the endgame. Desperate, I revisited my recent interactions, searching for anyone with a motive. My mind returned to Rachel, a former acquaintance who had been oddly fixated on my life. Her sudden interest in my personal affairs and evasiveness when questioned raised all the right red flags. Determined to confront her, I arranged a meeting. When I brought up the disappearances, she grew defensive and insisted she had no knowledge of what was happening. Her distress seemed genuine, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, something she was trying to hide. Realizing I couldn't rely on instinct alone, I installed security cameras around my home and alerted the police. While they were cautious, they agreed to investigate further. Despite increased security, the disappearances continued. Whoever was behind this was always one step ahead. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of investigating, I returned home to find a chilling message waiting for me. A photograph of my house taken from the back alley, accompanied by a simple but threatening note, "You're next." My blood ran cold. This wasn't just about the people around me, it was about me. I was the ultimate target. I intensified my security measures, installing additional cameras, reinforcing my doors and windows, and even hiring a private investigator. Yet, the sense of being watched never faded. Every creak of the floor, every rustling leaf outside felt like a sinister whisper in the dark. Driven by desperation, I pushed deeper into my investigation. I cross-referenced every missing person's case, searching for patterns and connections. What emerged was a horrifying realization. The person orchestrating these disappearances was methodical, calculating, and disturbingly familiar with my life. The trail led me to a long-abandoned property on the outskirts of town, a place I vaguely recognized but couldn't place in my memory. It was an old house, decaying and overgrown with ivy. Something about it felt chillingly significant, as though I had been there before, or was meant to be there now. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking front door. The house was cold and silent, the air thick with dust and forgotten memories. In the dim light, I saw something that made my breath hitch, a wall covered with photographs of me and the people who had disappeared. Every image was carefully pinned, with notes and dates scrawled beneath them. A chilling realization washed over me. This was someone's twisted masterpiece, a macabre timeline documenting every connection, every disappearance, leading up to me. Suddenly, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps behind me. A voice low and familiar whispered, "You finally made it." I spun around, heart pounding, ready to face the person who had destroyed my life, but nothing could have prepared me for what I saw next. Story 34. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain as I trudged along the unkempt path. Each breath I took felt heavy, the cool autumn breeze cutting through me. The forest enveloped me, its once vibrant colors now fading into the encroaching darkness. Seeking solace from the relentless demands of everyday life, I ventured into the woods, unaware of the unsettling journey that lay ahead. Just as I contemplated turning back, a break in the undergrowth caught my eye, a narrow, overgrown trail leading to an unfamiliar clearing. Driven by an inexplicable force, I pressed forward. At the heart of the clearing stood a weathered stone slab, half hidden beneath a tangle of foliage. A wave of unease washed over me at the sight of the out-of-place monument. Kneeling beside it, I cleared away the debris to reveal an inscription that sent a shiver down my spine. The words carved into the stone bore my full name, my date of birth, and today's date. A chill gripped me as I struggled to comprehend the implications. Was this some twisted prank or a macabre twist of fate? The eerie silence of the forest amplified the pounding of my heart as I scanned my surroundings, half expecting a sinister presence to materialize from the shadows. With trembling hands, I captured images of the ominous stone before retracing my steps, consumed by a torrent of anxiety and confusion. Who would orchestrate such a haunting spectacle, and for what purpose? That night, sleep eluded me as the weight of the inscription lingered in my thoughts, a riddle without a solution. driven by a relentless need for answers, I reached out to the local historical society, only to be met with dead ends and frustration. Days turned into a fruitless search through archives and records, each lead leading to a dead end. In a final bid for clarity, I enlisted the help of a seasoned investigator named Jim, whose skepticism belied a willingness to delve into the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic grave. Weeks passed in a haze of uncertainty until a startling discovery reignited our quest for truth. A subtle change in the images of the stone hinted at a reality in flux, a disconcerting revelation that spurred us back to the clearing. Yet upon our return, the grave had vanished, leaving behind an ordinary patch of grass and a sense of profound disquiet. As the days stretched into haunting nights, a pervasive sense of being watched gnawed at my sanity. Dreams were plagued by spectral visions, and every shadow seemed to harbor unseen malevolence. A cryptic message further plunged me into a realm of paranoia, prompting desperate measures to safeguard against an unknown threat. Surveillance cameras became my reluctant allies, capturing empty footage that mirrored the emptiness of my existence. But a pivotal moment of revelation emerged from the grainy images, a shadowy figure bearing a haunting resemblance to the stone's ominous presence. Before clarity could be grasped, the screen flickered to static, leaving me teetering on the precipice of understanding. Haunted by the specter of manipulation and fear, I made a fateful decision to flee the suffocating grip of uncertainty. Departing under the cloak of night, I cast a lingering gaze at the home that had transformed into a theater of shadows. The road ahead stretched into the unknown, a path fraught with enigmas and unforeseen dangers. Though the miles blurred behind me, the chilling words etched in stone remained imprinted on my consciousness, a stark reminder of the fragility of reality in the face of the inexplicable. As I ventured into the uncertain expanse ahead, I carried with me the weight of a harrowing journey that had tested the boundaries of sanity and perception. Story 35. As the cool embrace of autumn settled over the land, a sense of curiosity tugged at my soul, urging me to explore the secrets hidden within the backyard of my new Victorian abode. The aged house, once belonging to a woman of many years, now stood silent and empty, waiting for new life to grace its halls. The overgrown garden, like a forgotten tapestry of nature, beckoned me with its tangled beauty, a welcome distraction from the chaos of unpacked boxes within. With each plunge of the shovel into the moist earth, a symphony of scents rose around me, the earthy aroma a comforting companion to the rhythmic dance of digging. Lost in the hypnotic cadence of my labor, visions of a transformed garden danced in my mind, a sanctuary of trimmed grass, blooming flowers, and a tranquil stone patio for twilight reveries. But fate, it seemed, had different plans for my day of peaceful toil. A solid thud beneath the earth halted my reverie, stirring a blend of excitement and unease within my chest. Brushing away the soil, a weathered wooden box emerged, its surface bearing the marks of time's relentless passage. Its weight defied its size, a mystery in itself. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid, revealing a scene straight from a forgotten tale. Nestled within a bed of aged paper lay two enigmatic relics: a shirt stained with the crimson of old wounds, and a photograph frozen in time. The shirt, worn and weathered, whispered tales of long-forgotten tragedies, its fabric tinged with the memory of blood spilled. Questions swirled in my mind like leaves caught in a sudden gust. Why was this haunting garment buried beneath my feet? Turning to the photograph, my breath caught in my throat at the sight of a younger me, captured in a moment of joy beside a stranger in a place unknown to my waking memories. The room in the image exuded an air of antiquity, its shadows concealing secrets lost to time. A shiver set its icy fingers along my spine as I turned the photograph over, seeking answers in vain on its blank back. Puzzled and unsettled, I delved into the house's past, seeking solace in the whispers of history. Hours turned to days as I combed through archives and spoke with those who had known the house in days long past. Yet, the mysteries remained shrouded in silence, a riddle without solution. Hope flickered anew when a chance discovery led me to an entry in an ancient journal, hinting at a hidden chamber within the house's depths, a room sealed away from prying eyes for generations. Driven by a relentless thirst for truth, I ventured into the dim recesses of the basement, my heart a drumbeat of anticipation. Behind a forgotten bookcase, a secret door groaned open, revealing a forgotten chamber cloaked in dust and shadows. Within its confines lay a tapestry of forgotten tales, photographs hinting at gatherings long past, documents whispering of vanished guests and unsolved enigmas. Each piece of the puzzle unveiled a fragment of the house's dark past, a tapestry woven with threads of mystery and intrigue. Yet the final chapter remained elusive, a tale left unfinished, its ending obscured by the mists of time. The house, with its aged timbers and hidden whispers, held secrets too profound for me to fathom. In the end, I departed, haunted by the echoes of the past that lingered within its walls. The blood-stained shirt, the enigmatic photograph, the hidden chamber, they are but shadows of a story waiting to be told, a tale of secrets buried deep within the earth. Some mysteries, it seems, are destined to remain entwined with the silence of the past, forever veiled in the mists of uncertainty. And so, the house stands, a sentinel of bygone tales, its mysteries waiting for a soul brave enough to unravel the enigma of its hidden histories. Story 36. As the cool embrace of autumn wrapped around me one evening, the leaves whispered secrets beneath my feet, foretelling the chill of impending frost in the air. Weary from the day's toils, I returned home, seeking solace in the quietude of my sanctuary. However, a peculiar sight awaited me, a small package resting on my doorstep, devoid of a return address, bearing only my name inscribed in precise script. Intrigued by this enigma, I carried the package inside, unwrapping it with care. Within lay an old photograph of my childhood abode, a place long faded from memory. The angle of the picture was such that only one intimately familiar with the house could have captured it. Accompanying the photograph was a note, simple yet unsettling in its message. I remember when you were happy here. Disquiet whispered through me, but I dismissed it as a jest or a mistake. That is until the following day, when another mysterious package arrived. This time it held a delicate locket, identical to one lost months prior, a locket harboring a picture of my departed grandmother, her gaze haunting in its familiarity. A shiver traced down my spine. The accompanying note ominously proclaimed, "I'm keeping watch." Thus began a series of deliveries in the ensuing weeks, each meticulously wrapped, each containing relics of my past, tokens of significance known only to me. A silver bracelet lost on a distant voyage, a concert ticket stub, a diary of teenage musings long forgotten. Each item bore a chilling note, each note a cryptic revelation. A childhood bear that had vanished, an apartment key to a dwelling long vacated. The packages multiplied in frequency, their contents delving deeper into the recesses of my life, unveiling secrets and fears, accomplishments and vulnerabilities. The sender seemed privy to every facet of my being, from childhood whims to present mundanities. Amidst this eerie dance, a wooden box emerged one afternoon, containing a collage of memories, a lock of prom night hair, a lost ring from a bygone vacation, a cryptic message hinting at an unseen presence throughout my journey. Efforts to track the sender proved futile, each package bearing no traceable mark, no hint of origin. Desperation led me to confide in kin and confidants, yet none could shed light on this enigmatic stalker. It dawned on me that the sender possessed a knowledge surpassing that of my closest companions, delving into the depths of my existence with unsettling precision. The final package arrived on a dreary eve, its contents a stolen journal, its pages a tapestry of my innermost thoughts, guarded secrets laid bare. But it was the final note that pierced through me. a confessional testament, a declaration of unwavering vigil. The sender's words painted a portrait of clandestine guardianship, a distorted sense of protection shrouded in shadows. "I know you better than anyone," the missive proclaimed. "Every memory, every moment, you are mine to watch over." The revelation of this unseen observer, this silent architect of my life, sent tremors through my core. It was as though my essence had been dissected, analyzed, and manipulated by an invisible hand. Seeking respite, I turned to authorities, igniting an investigation that led to naught. Days waned into weeks, anxiety a constant companion. My haven now felt like a stage, the spotlight of scrutiny ever present. Every sound, every movement, a trigger for paranoia. Though the packages ceased, the specter of fear lingered, reshaping my reality. Routines altered, habits shifted, thoughts of escape entertained. The legacy of the enigmatic sender loomed large, a stark reminder of breached trust and violated sanctity. Perhaps in the shadows they still watched, waiting. Story 37. On a regular Tuesday, an unassuming letter arrived, slipping quietly into the stack of mundane mail. The envelope, a simple white, bore no stamp, only the name of a medical facility unknown to me. Its official appearance, marked with a seal of professionalism, stirred a mix of anxiety and intrigue within me. With trembling fingers, I tore it open, revealing a cover letter addressed to me, expressing gratitude for a recent visit. Yet I had never stepped foot in this unfamiliar clinic, never even heard its name whispered in passing. Perplexed, I turned to the next page, where intricate medical records lay in wait. The report painted a harrowing picture, detailing ailments I had never been afflicted with: diabetes, high blood pressure, a heart irregularity, all accompanied by suggested treatments and prescribed medications. A knot twisted in my stomach as the realization dawned upon me of the peril I would have faced had I blindly followed these deceitful directives. Scouring the letter for any hint or contact information proved futile. It offered no solace. The clinic's name and emblem exuded authenticity, yet the more I scrutinized it, the more it emitted an unsettling aura, a facade crafted to deceive. Driven by a relentless determination to unravel the mystery, I promptly contacted my primary care physician. Following a thorough review of my medical history, the nurse reassured me that my health records remained accurate, devoid of any recent correspondence with the enigmatic clinic. "Could this be a scam?" she cautiously inquired. Upon concluding the call, I scoured the internet for traces of the clinic's existence. Alas, no website, no reviews, no digital footprint to validate its reality. It seemed as though the clinic had materialized solely for the purpose of that letter. Desperate for clarity, I ventured to the address indicated in the correspondence. The locale unveiled itself as a dilapidated edifice situated in a desolate corner of the city. Boarded-up windows, a crooked "for lease" sign dangling on the entrance, a facade of abandonment. Testing the door yielded no success. It remained firmly locked. A passerby, observing my perplexed state, inquired about my quest. Mentioning the clinic elicited a furrowed brow from him. "This place has been vacant for years. You may have fallen victim to a scam." The pit in my stomach deepened. The sender of the letter had meticulously orchestrated an elaborate ruse of authenticity. But why choose me as their target? Returning home, my mind swirled with conjectures. Had my identity been pilfered? Was this an elaborate hoax? Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, one name emerged: Rachel. A member of a recent community group, her seemingly amiable demeanor now bore a sinister undertone. Her inquiries about my life, once dismissed as innocent curiosity, now resonated as ominous. To test the waters, I engaged Rachel in conversation, casually mentioning the peculiar letter. Her response, though feigned surprise, carried an air of detachment, lacking genuine concern. "That's odd," she uttered after a pregnant pause. "You ought to report it." Her indifferent tone struck a discordant note. Her composed reply appeared rehearsed, too polished to be authentic. Upon concluding the call, a seed of suspicion blossomed into conviction. Rachel's involvement, or at the very least, her possession of concealed knowledge. Resolute in seeking answers, I enlisted the services of a seasoned private investigator named Paul, specializing in uncovering fraudulent schemes. Simultaneously, I bolstered security measures at home, new locks, surveillance cameras, motion sensors. A week later, Paul relayed distressing revelations. The address linked to the letter had ties to multiple fraud instances featuring fabricated medical documentation. The mastermind behind these machinations had targeted numerous individuals, fabricating medical histories to sow confusion, manipulation, or potentially more sinister motives. Delving deeper, Paul unearthed an unsettling revelation. Rachel's name intertwined with some cases, though no concrete evidence implicated her directly in the fraud. Sufficient grounds were laid for a confrontation. Face to face with Rachel, I treaded cautiously. Broaching the subject of the letter, I scrutinized her reaction intently. Her countenance contorted into a semblance of feigned bewilderment, followed by a facade of concern. "You don't suspect me, do you?" She quivered, her voice laced with feigned apprehension, an act that failed to deceive me. Her denial, punctuated by claims of ignorance, clashed with a telltale flicker of recognition in her eyes. As Paul and I delved further, the intricate web of deception unraveled. This was no mere case of identity theft. It bore a personal vendetta. Someone had meticulously singled me out, employing falsified medical records to erode my sense of security and reality. A breakthrough came when Paul traced an encrypted email associated with the clinic to a private server linked to Rachel's former employer, a tech company specializing in data management. The missing puzzle piece fell into place. Armed with substantial evidence, law enforcement stepped in. Their inquiry unveiled Rachel as the architect of the entire charade. Driven by a warped fixation and fueled by jealousy stemming from a past grievance, she orchestrated a campaign of psychological warfare with meticulous precision. Taken into custody, her intricate web of deceit crumbled before my eyes. Yet, as she was escorted away in restraints, her gaze bore a chilling tranquility, a silent vow that this chapter was far from concluded. The ordeal left profound scars. Though the immediate threat had been neutralized, an eerie sensation of being surveilled lingered. The fabricated clinic, the falsified records, the psychological manipulation, all components of a calculated scheme to dominate and destabilize my life. Strengthening the fortifications of my abode and collaborating with cybersecurity experts to safeguard my personal information became imperative. Life gradually resumed its semblance of normalcy, yet a vigilant specter loomed, haunted by the realization that reality could be manipulated with chilling accuracy. Even now, the tendrils of paranoia refused to loosen their grip. The letter marked the inception of a saga, but the fear it instilled resonates, a perpetual echo that seems destined never to fade. Story 38. On a cool November evening, a peculiar shift in Max caught my attention. We had been inseparable friends since our college days, bonded by shared laughter, late-night talks, and culinary adventures across the city. Max had always been my rock, a steady anchor in the tumultuous sea of life. So, when his behavior took a cryptic turn, it was both disorienting and disconcerting. The changes crept in subtly at first. His phone buzzed incessantly, prompting him to retreat into secretive conversations. His once easygoing demeanor now masked by clipped responses and a defensive edge. Our lively text exchanges dwindled, and he began canceling plans under vague pretenses of work obligations. I assured myself it was just a passing phase, a temporary storm he was weathering alone. But a lingering unease settled within me. Then came the pivotal moment. A hushed Saturday afternoon found me surprising Max at his door, book in hand for a return. The sight that greeted me was far from the orderly sanctum I'd come to expect. Papers scattered, a bulging bag of cash, and an array of gleaming weapons strewn across the floor. My mind recoiled in disbelief. This wasn't the Max I knew. Before I could process the surreal scene, the sound of approaching footsteps jolted me. Fearing the worst, I sought refuge behind a stack of boxes as the door creaked open. Max's eyes widened in shock at the disarray before him. His gaze pierced through the chaos with a newfound intensity as he confronted me with a question laden with suspicion. Caught off guard, I faltered, struggling to find words amidst the mounting tension. His terse dismissal only amplified the gnawing doubts that had taken root within me. There was a darkness lurking beneath his facade, a danger I couldn't ignore. Days passed, and whispers of daring heists echoed through the city. Details of a brazen burglary in my own building sent shivers down my spine. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a grim picture that pointed towards Max. Was he entangled in this web of crime? Driven by a mix of fear and loyalty, I delved into the shadows, unraveling a web of deceit and deception. Confrontation loomed on the horizon, a storm gathering in the silence between us. Max's confession was a heavy blow, revealing a clandestine world of illicit dealings he had kept hidden from me. The rift between us widened, a gulf of mistrust that no apologies could bridge. Though Max severed his ties to the criminal underworld, the fractures in our friendship ran deep. I fortified my defenses, a sentinel in my own home, haunted by the specter of betrayal that had tainted our bond. Our conversations turned hollow, laden with unspoken truths that lingered in the spaces between words. I wished for redemption, for a return to the innocence we had lost. But the shadows of the past loomed large, a reminder of the person Max had once been, and the darkness he had harbored in silence. Story 39. In the quiet of a morning, a gentle buzz pulled me from sleep, heralding a message waiting on my phone. Anticipation mingled with drowsiness as I peered at the screen, half expecting the usual mundane updates. But instead, there it was, a cryptic text from an unfamiliar number. Watch your step today. Dismissing it as a mere jest, likely the handiwork of a mischievous stranger, I carried on with my routine. Yet, those words lingered in the corners of my mind, a subtle whisper of unease that trailed me throughout the day. As hours drifted by, a series of minor mishaps unfolded like a carefully scripted dance of chaos. A slippery sidewalk, a coffee stain on my shirt, an unexpected downpour soaking me to the bone. All seemingly inconsequential on their own, yet together weaving a tapestry of disarray. A sense of foreboding crept over me, a feeling that my day was being nudged off course by some intangible force. The following morning, the phone stirred once more, delivering another enigmatic missive from the same enigmatic sender. Someone will take something you value today. Dismissing it as mere coincidence, I ventured into the day's tasks. But as the hours waned, a sinking feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. Upon reaching my workplace, a chilling realization clawed its way into my consciousness. My cherished pen, a memento from my beloved grandmother, had vanished without a trace. Frantic searches yielded no results, leaving me unsettled by the accuracy of the ominous messages. Days stretched into a pattern of eerie predictions and unsettling outcomes. Each sunrise brought a new text, each harboring a veiled warning that echoed with a haunting precision. Attempts to block the sender proved futile, as the messages persisted through shifting numbers and elusive origins. The sense of being a pawn in a mysterious game gnawed at my fraying nerves, casting shadows of doubt over even the simplest moments. One fateful night, as the world slumbered, I found myself perched at the kitchen table, a silent vigil awaiting the next twist of fate. The weight of impending dread hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that coiled around me. At the stroke of midnight, the phone stirred once more, delivering a chilling decree. It's time for a real test. Sleep eluded me that night, as every creak and rustle of the house seemed laden with unseen menace. Dawn broke upon a weary soul, haunted by exhaustion and a growing paranoia that clung like a shroud. And then the message arrived. A close friend will betray your trust. Amy, my steadfast companion since college, stood before me with trembling hands and a confession poised on her lips. Her words, a dagger in the guise of truth, shattered the foundation of trust I had held dear. The photograph spoke volumes, painting a portrait of deception that tore at the seams of our shared history. With each passing day, the messages grew darker, their ominous whispers casting a pall over my existence. The final warning, delivered on a somber Friday morn, foretold the crumbling of all I had painstakingly built. And as the day unfurled its harsh truths, my world collapsed in on itself, leaving me adrift in a sea of shattered dreams. Desperate for answers, I delved into the mystery behind the texts, only to find elusive leads and unanswered questions. The authorities shrugged off my concerns, attributing the events to mere chance or elaborate pranks. But I knew better. The messages held a power beyond mere coincidence, a sinister puppetry that had guided my steps with chilling precision. As abruptly as they had begun, the messages ceased their ominous dance. Yet their legacy lingered on, a specter of doubt and mistrust that colored my every interaction. Time passed, wounds scarred over, but the memory of those haunting texts remained etched in the recesses of my mind. The unknown, a lurking presence in the mundane tapestry of life, had woven its threads through my reality, unraveling the fragile fabric of trust. The unseen hands that guided my misfortunes left a lasting imprint, a reminder of how easily our world can be shaped by forces beyond our comprehension. Even now, as each buzz of my phone sends a shiver down my spine, I am reminded of the fragility of trust and the shadowed depths from which unseen forces can stir. Story 40. The gentle hum of silence was the first clue that all was not as it should be. In the hush of my home, where Whiskers, my feline companion, usually danced to the tune of my arrival, there was only stillness. Her purrs, a familiar melody of comfort, were absent on this peculiar day. A sense of unease crept over me as I called out her name, the echo of my voice bouncing off the walls, unanswered. I scoured every nook and cranny, peering under beds, atop windowsills, and within the cozy confines of her favorite closet hideaway. But Whiskers was nowhere to be found, her absence casting a shadow of worry that soon blossomed into full-fledged panic. Every corner of the house was meticulously searched, every piece of furniture overturned, and every curtain pulled back in a frantic quest. Yet there was no sign of her. Driven by desperation, I ventured outside, beckoning her name into the void and shaking her beloved treat bag, hoping its familiar sound would draw her back to me. But the yard lay empty, the street deserted and devoid of her playful presence. Hours blurred into an evening thick with foreboding. With the dawn of a new day, I took to the neighborhood, plastering flyers adorned with Whiskers' image, her emerald eyes and silken gray fur a beacon of hope, along with a plea for any information. I implored local businesses, beseeched neighbors for their aid, and clasped tight to the fragile thread of possibility. Some offered kind words and promises of vigilance, while others shared vague sightings, hints that led nowhere but to further despair. As days stretched into a week, the weight of uncertainty bore down upon me, each false lead sapping my resolve. Just as hope began to wane, a faint, familiar meow pierced the stillness one evening. My heart leaped as I flung open the door, only to find Whiskers perched on the doorstep. Relief flooded through me, swiftly overtaken by horror at the sight before me. Her once sleek fur now matted and soiled, a pronounced limp in her gait, and her once bright gaze clouded with fear. Scooping her fragile form into my arms, I whispered soothing words as her trembling body pressed close. Inside, as I tended to her wounds, a discovery unfolded, a folded note concealed within her collar. With trembling hands, I unfurled the message, its cryptic words a chilling revelation. She was ours for a while. The implication sent a shiver down my spine, questions lingering like shadows in the night. Why had she been taken? What had she endured? and why had she been returned? The following day, I sought the counsel of local authorities, presenting the note and detailing Whisker's injuries, yet their hands were tied by a lack of evidence. A visit to the vet unveiled the extent of her physical wounds, while the emotional scars remained a silent burden. With care and patience, she began to mend. Tentative steps toward recovery mirrored in her cautious exploration of familiar spaces. As weeks unfurled, Whisker's playful spirit flickered back to life, though traces of her ordeal lingered in her wary gaze. The enigma of her disappearance gnawed at me, propelling me to investigate, to fortify my home against unseen threats. Yet, amidst the shadows of uncertainty, her presence remained a beacon of solace, a testament to resilience and the enduring bond we shared. And so, as I watched her slumber peacefully one evening, her rhythmic breath a lullaby in the quiet expanse of our home, a wave of gratitude washed over me. The mystery of her vanishing may never be unraveled, but her return stood as a testament to hope, fortitude, and the unbreakable ties that bound us together. Story 41. Settling into a new apartment was meant to be a fresh beginning, a chance to bid farewell to the chaos of my past and welcome a sense of peace. The building stood gracefully, a mid-century gem with exposed brick walls, towering windows, and a warm, cozy layout. Nestled on the second floor, my apartment enveloped me in a serene solitude that I cherished. The unit beside mine had sat empty since my arrival, and initially, all was tranquil. Yet soon enough, the whispers of the unknown began to weave through the air. At first, the sounds were mere whispers, barely noticeable. Ghostly footsteps seemed to dance from the vacant apartment next door. Soft murmurs tickled my ears, as if secrets were being shared just beyond my grasp. Every so often, the gentle shuffling of furniture could be heard, faint but undeniable. I brushed it off, attributing it to the natural aging of the building. Settling foundations, murmuring pipes, simple explanations to ease my mind. However, as days melted into weeks, the noises escalated, growing bolder, more purposeful. In the dead of night, as I lay in bed, the whispers sharpened, as though a presence lingered just inches away on the other side of the wall. The once soft footsteps now echoed with intent, akin to pacing in anticipation. The disturbances commenced at midnight, stretching into the early hours of dawn, disrupting my slumber and leaving me on edge. I found myself jolting awake in the darkness, heart-pounding, step raining to decipher the enigmatic sounds. Pressing my ear against the wall, I sought answers, any semblance of reason. Yet, all that met my inquiry was the hush of my own abode and the faint reverberations of my apprehension. Driven by desperation, I sought out the landlord. A man of middle age, his brow eternally furrowed, he assured me that the neighboring unit lay vacant. Perhaps just the settling of the building, he mused, pledging to investigate. Alas, nothing changed. The noises endured, fracturing my rest, fraying my nerves. Determined to unearth the truth, I took to documenting the disturbances. A voice recorder perched in my bedroom, capturing the night's secrets. Upon playback, my stomach twisted. The sounds were undeniable. Footsteps, murmured conversations, the creak of displaced furniture. Hearing them validated my experiences and deepened my dread. Returning to the landlord, armed with recordings, I implored him to take action. He listened courteously but waved off my concerns, attributing the noises to the building's age or the acoustics of old walls. His lack of urgency left me feeling powerless. With each passing week, the disturbances heightened. The whispers escalated to frenzied chatter, the footsteps grew heavier. On a particularly harrowing night, the cacophony crescendoed into chaos. Furniture scraped, voices clamored urgently, and a weighty object seemed to be dragged across the room. The sounds were vivid, tangible, unbearable. Come morning, I stormed into the landlord's office, anxiety boiling over into frustration. I demanded immediate action, insisting he thoroughly investigate the vacant apartment. Reluctantly, he consented, dispatching a maintenance worker to inspect the unit. Armed with a flashlight and keys, the worker ventured within as I waited anxiously without. An hour passed before he re-emerged, his countenance blank. "There's nothing there," he stated flatly. "It's empty." I yearned to believe him, yet the noises persisted. My once tranquil abode had transformed into a realm of ceaseless disquiet. I avoided solitary stays, seeking refuge with friends. Even in daylight, unease lingered in the air. Desperate for answers, I delved into the building's history. Constructed in the 1920s, it had housed generations of residents. Whispers of peculiar events surfaced sporadically, though no concrete evidence surfaced. Then, a chilling revelation emerged. Decades before, a tragic fire had engulfed the building. Lives were lost, the affected area encompassing the very wing where my apartment lay. Each revelation intensified the notion that the sounds I heard were echoes of a sorrowful past. The dread that I dwelt among the remnants of such a calamity gripped me tightly. Eventually, the disturbances and mounting fear propelled me to a difficult decision. I had to depart. Packing my belongings, I bid farewell to the apartment, yearning for solace and normalcy. As I shut the door for the final time, a weighty feeling lingered. It was as though I left behind more than mere walls, a sense of fleeing shadows that had haunted me, whispers that had crept into my nights. My new dwelling exuded tranquility, a stark contrast to the turmoil I had endured. Yet the echoes of the past lingered. The rhythmic footsteps, the muffled whispers, they etched a lasting imprint on my psyche, a reminder of the delicate boundary between the living and the unknown. Though I've moved forward, the experience remains imprinted upon me. It taught me that some disturbances transcend mere sounds. They are echoes, echoes of mysteries we struggle to decipher, lingering just beyond our grasp. Story 42. In the midst of a growing paranoia that had wrapped itself around my life like a suffocating cloak, my once cozy home had transformed into a labyrinth of elusive shadows, concealing enigmatic secrets that slipped through my fingers like elusive whispers. The disappearance of Greg Thompson had left a void filled only with unanswered riddles, despite my relentless quest for the truth. A pervasive sense of being under scrutiny haunted me, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon my every move. One dreary afternoon, amidst the gentle patter of raindrops, I discovered an unmarked envelope nestled in my mailbox. Its unassuming appearance, swathed in plain brown paper without a hint of a return address, sent shivers down my spine. With trembling hands, I brought it inside, placing it gingerly on the kitchen table, a silent harbinger of concealed mysteries. Heart pounding, I tore away the wrapping to reveal a small black box within. Fingers quivering, I opened it to unveil a solitary, unmarked DVD, its very presence a sinister omen. The unknown contents of this ominous disc loomed ominously before me, whispering of dark revelations to come. Consumed by apprehension, I inserted the DVD into the player and pressed play. At first, the screen crackled with static, a prelude to the chilling tableau that unfolded, my own living room, captured in unsettling clarity. My own form, unaware and engrossed in a book, stared back at me from the screen, frozen in time. The timestamp revealed that this eerie footage had been recorded a mere 3 nights prior. The camera then smoothly transitioned to my kitchen, then to my bedroom, each shot meticulously framed to capture the most intimate moments of my daily life. The absence of sound only amplified the oppressive silence that hung heavily in the air, as if the intruder behind the lens sought to amplify the invasion of my privacy. Each frame played out like a scene from a surreal nightmare, casting me as the unwitting protagonist in a twisted narrative spun by unseen hands. Gasping for breath, I halted the playback, grappling with the realization that someone had infiltrated my sanctuary, observing me, documenting me in my most vulnerable moments. With a mixture of dread and determination, I forced myself to scrutinize every detail of the insidious recording. The deliberate precision of the footage bespoke a calculated intent, a meticulous planning that bespoke a chilling agenda. This was no random act of trespass. This was a targeted violation. The revelation struck me with a forceful blow. The intruder was not merely an observer from afar. They had been a silent, unseen presence within my very walls for days. The impulse to involve the authorities warred with a gnawing uncertainty. How could I explain this silent intrusion, this insidious surveillance without concrete evidence of harm? Would they dismiss my fears as mere paranoia, or worse, provoke the unseen watcher into darker deeds? Driven by a desperate need for answers, I launched into my own clandestine investigation. Upon reviewing the footage, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. A family photo on the living room wall, slightly askew, a deliberate deviation from its usual alignment. The message was clear. Someone wanted me to know they had breached my defenses. Delving deeper into the recording, another clue emerged. A stack of papers on my home office desk, subtly rearranged, hinting at a more insidious motive behind the violation of my privacy. These papers, linked to a local community group I had recently joined, hinted at a sinister connection that sent a chill down my spine. Could someone from within the group be involved in this macabre charade? Recalling past interactions through a new lens, a single name surfaced: Rachel. Her warm demeanor now seemed cloaked in a veil of calculated interest, her inquiries into my personal life taking on a sinister hue in retrospect. Engaging Rachel under the guise of a community project, I arranged a meeting at a secluded cafe, all the while observing her with a newfound wariness. As our conversation unfolded, her gaze bore into me with an intensity that bespoke a hidden agenda, a facade of normalcy masking a darker truth. Suspicions mounting, I devised a subtle ploy upon returning home, discreetly altering small details within my surroundings to gauge the intruder's response. The following day, as I surveyed the unchanged landscape of my home, the undeniable truth washed over me. The unseen watcher remained vigilant, erecting my subtle alterations with a meticulous precision that mirrored my own meticulous habits. A chilling realization settled upon me like a shroud. I was entangled in a deadly game of cat and mouse, where my every move was anticipated, my every thought laid bare. The true horror of my predicament dawned upon me with a sickening clarity. This was no mere tale of a vanished acquaintance. This was a sinister narrative unfolding with me as its unwitting protagonist. The enigmatic package, the chilling footage, the subtle manipulations, they were not mere taunts. They were dire warnings of a looming peril yet to fully reveal itself. And so, as the shadows lengthened and the night whispered its secrets, the tale of my unsettling descent into a world of hidden truths and malevolent forces continued, its conclusion shrouded in a haze of uncertainty and fear. Story 43. The day I stepped into my new abode was supposed to herald the dawn of a thrilling new chapter in my existence. Having clinched a promotion at my workplace, I treated myself to this delightful, age-old dwelling. Situated on a serene avenue in a historic district, adorned with towering, verdant trees, it felt like a dream materialized. Yet dreams possess a tendency to morph into nightmares. The initial weeks transpired without incident, brimming with the anticipation of acclimatizing. The house boasted its idiosyncrasies, a dripping tap here, a reluctant door there. I dismissed them as the expected peculiarities of a residence of its vintage. Then came the unexpected emergence of a puddle. One dawn, I strolled into the kitchen and encountered a pool of water meandering across the floor. It wasn't merely a minor seepage. It was substantial enough to prompt me to question if I had inadvertently left the faucet running. A plumber arrived that very day, inspected the plumbing, and reassured me that all was well. "Faulty seal," he remarked. "Common in old abodes. Just keep watch." I presumed that would draw a curtain over the matter. I was mistaken. A few days later, I espied a fracture snaking along the wall of the living room. Initially, it was a diminutive, jagged line, but with each glance it appeared to widen, slinking like ivy across the plaster. Alarmed, I summoned a contractor. Bob, the contractor, arrived with a skeptical demeanor. Post a swift assessment, he shrugged. Old dwellings settle, he remarked, brushing off my concerns. It's standard wear and tear, nothing to fret about. I yearned to believe him. However, as the days elapsed, the anomalies became increasingly arduous to disregard. One night, upon returning home, I discovered my living area in complete disarray. The settee had been shifted to the far corner, facing away from the TV. The coffee table was askew in the room's center, and the books on my shelves had been rearranged with no discernible order. I stood there, attempting to decipher it. Had I inadvertently orchestrated this and forgotten? The notion perturbed me, yet I convinced myself it was exhaustion or stress. Subsequently, the bedroom door commenced unlocking itself. Every morn, I awoke to find it ajar, despite securing it before retiring. Fingerprints, smudged and alien, materialized on my bathroom mirror, their forms indistinct, but unquestionably distinct from mine. The tipping point arrived when my neighbor dialed me at work. I glimpsed a man in a dark jacket loitering around your premises, she relayed. Upon my return, he had vanished. My porch light had been shattered, and the garden gnome by the steps lay toppled. I reported the incident to the authorities, but lacking evidence, their hands were tied. The amalgamation of these occurrences, the fractures, the disruptions, the intruder, was overwhelming. Bob, ever pragmatic, asserted it was all merely a facet of the dwelling's personality. Settling walls, ancient fixtures, and my hyperactive imagination. Yet I couldn't embrace that rationale. Driven by desperation, I embarked on delving into the property's past. The local library yielded naught, no momentous events, no anew, Sewall archives. The residence was a blank canvas, as though its history had been expunged. Meanwhile, the disturbances heightened. Cracks traversed other walls. Water stains materialized on ceilings of chambers devoid of any plumbing. One day I arrived home to find the kitchen cabinets flung open, crockery shattered across the floor. I could no longer ignore the sensation. The dwelling was resisting me, rebelling against my presence. I implored Bob to conduct a more exhaustive investigation. Reluctantly, he assembled a team of structural experts. They dedicated hours scrutinizing every nook of the home. Their verdict was exasperatingly familiar. The dwelling is ancient, they postulated. These are standard issues for a property of this era. Yet I remained unconvinced. The final piece of the jigsaw emerged when I managed to trace the previous owner. Initially hesitant, they eventually divulged. They too had encountered peculiar happenings, disheveled furniture, inexplicable noises, doors unlocking autonomously. They had offloaded the residence as swiftly as possible, relinquishing its enigmas for another to unearth. That other individual was me. I couldn't linger any longer. The dwelling's history or lack thereof was too oppressive for me to endure. I packed my belongings and vacated, leaving the fractures, the seepages, and the eerie rearrangements in my wake. To this day, the dwelling stands, as enigmatic as ever, a charming exterior concealing an unsettling verity. I have since discovered a new haven to call my own, one where surprises manifest in the guise of squeaking floorboards and creaking stairs, nothing more. Nevertheless, I shall never forget the duration spent in that abode. It remains a memento that certain places harbor enigmas, and certain enigmas resist revelation. Story 44. Once upon an evening, like any other, I warily made my way to my bedroom, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of home. The clang of my keys hitting the kitchen counter echoed through the quiet house as I ambled towards my sanctuary, yearning to release the weight of the day. Yet, as my eyes meandered over the usual array of books and trinkets adorning my dresser, they came to rest on an unexpected sight, a camera. Initially, I brushed it off as one of my own devices, a remnant of my photography pastime. My room was a canvas of photographic tools, from lenses to tripods scattered about. However, a sense of unease crept over me as I drew nearer. The camera was positioned just right to capture a wide view of my room, encompassing the very bed where I had only moments ago been lounging. Its unassuming lens shimmered faintly in the dimness, sending a shiver down my spine. Surveying the room for any other anomalies, everything seemed in its place. Yet the eerie sensation of being observed lingered. With a quickened pulse, I reached for the camera, discovering a small SD card nestled within. Hands trembling, I inserted the card into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, unveiling a series of video clips. Initially, the footage depicted mundane snippets of my daily life, me sprawled on the couch, casually discarding a book or engrossed at my desk. Though seemingly harmless, these glimpses into my private moments felt like an intrusion. But then, the scenes shifted. My loved ones materialized on the screen. There was my sister in her home, engrossed in a TV show. My best friend engaged in animated conversation at a cafe. A mysterious figure just out of view. My parents at ease in their living room post-dinner. Each clip, though seemingly innocent, bore an unsettling weight. Someone had been watching them, monitoring their lives as they had mine. As I scrolled through the clips, a growing dread enveloped me. The surveillance extended beyond my realm, infiltrating the lives of those nearest to my heart. A flurry of questions raced through my mind. Who was behind this, and why? Driven by desperation, I combed through recent memories, searching for any peculiarities that might shed light on this invasion. Yet nothing stood out. I assessed no foes, no conflicts that would mark me as a target. Attempting to reach out to my sister, parents, and closest friends only led to unanswered calls, deepening the silence and my unease. Feeling cornered, I reached out to the authorities. Upon their arrival, I recounted the unsettling situation, presenting the clips for scrutiny. Initially doubtful, the officers' expressions turned grave as they viewed the footage of my dear ones. Determined, they delved into the camera's origins, intent on tracing the surveillance to its source. Despite their efforts, the sense of being watched persisted. Every creak and shadow seemed part of a malevolent scheme, fueling my imagination with dread of unseen eyes dictating my existence. The investigation progressed sluggishly. No signs of forced entry, no traces of tampering were uncovered. The camera had been cunningly concealed, evading detection. Days turned to weeks, progress stagnated, leaving me increasingly vulnerable in the void of answers. Though I tried to resume normalcy, the damage had been wrought. Each noise, every flicker in my periphery, set my nerves on edge. Once a haven, my home knelt like a stage for a sinister game orchestrated by an unknown puppeteer. One night, a chilling thought dawned on me. Was the surveillance intended to harm or manipulate? The notion of psychological warfare, of unsettling rather than inflicting harm, sent a fresh wave of dread coursing through me. The realization that someone could toy with my sense of security for their own amusement struck deeper than any direct threat. Determined to reclaim control, I meticulously documented each strange occurrence, fortifying my home with enhanced security measures, cameras, motion sensors, reinforced locks. Vigilance became my shield, a means to reclaim power in a realm where I had felt helpless. While the investigation eventually ran cold, the enigma of the camera lingered, its enigmatic master never unmasked, their motives shrouded in mystery. The experience left an indelible scar. The intrusion into my life and the lives of those I cherished served as a haunting reminder of the fragility of security. A once unshakable sense of safety dissolved into a perpetual awareness of vulnerability. Yet, amidst the shadows of fear and uncertainty, a newfound resolve blossomed within me. Though the camera's origins remained a puzzle, its presence spurred me to confront my fears and safeguard what held dear. While vigilance may never offer true peace, it became a beacon of resilience in a battle thrust upon me, a battle I vowed to wage with unwavering determination. Story 45. As the sun began its slow ascent into the sky, ushering in another ordinary morning, I found myself following the familiar routine. A steaming cup of coffee in hand, I ventured out for a brisk walk through the quiet neighborhood. The world around me was still, a serene backdrop to my thoughts. But as I approached the sanctuary of my home, a place of tranquility shielded from the chaos of the outside world, a subtle unease crept into my awareness. It was a thin, unsettling draft that first caught my attention, a whisper of something amiss in the air. And then, as my gaze fell upon the front door, I felt a chill run down my spine. The door, usually a bastion of security, stood slightly ajar, its lock tampered with and forced open. Panic gripped my heart as I realized that an unwelcome presence had breached the sanctity of my home. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911, the urgency in my voice betraying the fear that threatened to consume me. The operator's assurances were a distant comfort as I stood outside, waiting for help to arrive. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as questions swirled in my mind. Who would do this, and why? But answers eluded me, lost in the shadows of uncertainty. The arrival of flashing blue lights shattered the stillness of the morning, casting an eerie glow over the street. The officers conducted a thorough search, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Fingerprints were collected, evidence examined, yet no trace of the intruder remained. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the echoes of their violation. As the investigation unfolded, I ventured back into the house, my heart heavy with dread. It was then that I noticed the unsettling signs. Personal items moved, photographs askew, and the tangible evidence of a presence that should not have been there. Each discovery was a blow to my sense of security, a reminder of the intrusion that had shattered the peace of my home. The officers relayed their findings, urging me to take stock of the missing items, to search for any clues that might shed light on the mystery. I nodded, their words a distant echo in the turmoil of my thoughts. Alone once more, I painstakingly cataloged the losses. Each item displaced a wound to my sense of safety. In the days that followed, I sought to restore a semblance of normality. Locks were reinforced, security systems upgraded, yet the specter of violation lingered like a shadow, a constant reminder of the fragility of peace. Every creak of a floorboard, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a shiver down my spine, a testament to the lasting impact of that unwelcome intrusion. The investigation yielded few answers, leaving me to grapple with the aftermath in solitude. I sought solace in routine, in the mundane tasks of daily life, but the sense of unease persisted, a ghostly presence haunting the corners of my home. The violation had left its mark, a scar on the fabric of my existence that could not be easily erased. And so I learned to live with the echoes of that unsettling experience, to navigate the world with newfound wariness. The sanctuary of home had been breached, its walls tainted by the lingering memory of intrusion. But in the quiet of the night, as I lay in bed, I found a sliver of peace, a moment of respite from the shadows that haunted my waking hours. And with each breath, I willed myself to let go of fear, to embrace the unknown, with a heart unburdened by the weight of the past. Story 46. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I stumbled upon the first puzzle piece. Nestled within the pile of bills and junk mail, it almost escaped my notice, but a plain envelope, devoid of markings, peeked out from behind a glossy catalog, revealing my name inscribed in elegant handwriting with no sender in sight. Inside lay a solitary puzzle piece portraying a weather-worn house, entangled in vines and surrounded by bare trees. The familiarity of the house unsettled me, triggering a distant recollection that lingered just beyond grasp. Scribbled on the back in graceful calligraphy were the words, "You remember this, but you don't remember why." Dismissing it as an odd jest, I set it aside, focusing on the mundane tasks that awaited. Yet the following morning, another envelope materialized. Within it lay a second puzzle piece, this time depicting a cluttered wooden desk adorned with aged letters and faded photographs. The reverse side bore the cryptic message, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." As the days passed, more pieces arrived, each unveiling a different fragment of the same eerie tableau. A dimly lit study, furniture cloaked in dust, and a cracked family portrait askew on the wall. With each edition, my disquiet deepened. The setting evoked a sense of disconcerting familiarity, akin to a half-remembered dream from a bygone era. Weeks turned into months, and the puzzle pieces continued their arrival, relentless and methodical. Unable to resist any longer, I cleared a space on my dining table and commenced assembling the puzzle. As the scattered fragments coalesced, they formed a chaotic yet intricate study room. The same desk, the same faded portrait, and most notably, an open leather-bound book bearing an ominous inscription in an ancient script unknown to me. The longer I gazed at the completed puzzle, the more intense the feeling of recognition grew, though its origin eluded me. Then, with the final envelope's arrival, the puzzle reached its conclusion. Within lay T, he last piece, and a typewritten missive. "You've done well. Now you must comprehend. The house and the puzzle belong to someone dear to you, someone who vanished under peculiar circumstances. The answers you seek lie within the book, within the image. Discover it, and the truth shall be revealed." Frozen in place, heart thundering in my chest, I realized this was no mere prank, but a revelation shrouded in mystery. Thoughts raced to my family, seeking forgotten tales, lost memories, anything to elucidate this spectral message. That evening, I sought solace in my parents' company. With bated breath, I unveiled the completed puzzle and the accompanying letter. A tense silence enveloped us as my mother's trembling hand grazed the puzzle's edge. "That house," she murmured, visage drained of color. "It belonged to your Aunt Margaret before she vanished." My gut twisted at the mention of Aunt Margaret, a figure lost to my childhood. I had been told she departed, cutting ties with the family after an undisclosed dispute. Yet a veil of secrecy shrouded her exit. No calls, no correspondence, only an eerie silence. "And the book," my father interjected, gesturing toward the aged tome depicted in the puzzle. Margaret had a penchant for antiquarian books, but that one was different. She claimed it harbored family secrets, truths she unearthed before she left. Driven by a blend of dread and resolve, I knew my path lay clear. I located the house, a forsaken relic entwined in vines, its windows vacant and hollow like vacant gazes. With a creak, I pushed open the decaying front door, stepping into a time long past. The interior mirrored the puzzle's depiction. Furniture cloaked in dust, forgotten trinkets, and scattered papers strewn about. My flashlight flickered as I approached the desk from the image, still laden with ancient manuscripts and weathered leather volumes. And there, resting as foretold, lay the book from the puzzle, untouched, beckoning. Hesitation gripped me before I dared to unfurl its secrets. The initial pages revealed arcane symbols and faded text, indecipherable at first glance. Yet buried within, I unearthed a handwritten journal, Margaret's journal. Her entries chronicled the unearthing of ancestral enigmas, betrayals, hidden identities, and a sinister legacy entwined with the very house in which I now stood. The final passages bore a tone of desperation and fragmentation. They are aware of my revelations. The book holds the answers, but it also carries the curse. Abruptly, the entries ceased. Before I could fathom the weight of her confessions, a soft rustling echoed behind me, a whisper of fabric against wood. My flashlight quivered as I whirled around, but the house remained silent, its shadows denser than before. Clutching the book, I fled into the frigid night, breath catching in my throat. The house lingered behind me, a spectral sentinel, its enigmas unveiled yet far from fully comprehended. Back in the sanctuary of my home, I safeguarded the book within a locked chest, its significance weighing heavily on my mind. The puzzle pieces, now more than mere fragments, had guided me toward a truth my kin had sought to bury. Aunt Margaret had not disappeared by choice. She had been consumed by the very secrets that now stared back at me from the ink-stained pages. The past was not only haunting, it was beckoning, and deep within I knew the puzzle remained incomplete, unfinished, waiting to reveal its final mysteries. Story 47. In the depths of the night, a whisper of a memory unfurled within me, a fleeting sensation that tiptoed on the edges of my consciousness. It was like a dream half remembered, a ghostly echo of something that never truly existed in my past. At first I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, a mere glitch in the tapestry of my thoughts, perhaps triggered by the weight of the world or the weariness that clung to my bones. But as the days melted into weeks, those ethereal memories began to bloom and blossom, weaving themselves into the fabric of my reality with a delicate yet persistent. These memories were not like distant whispers fading in the wind. They were vivid, alive, and achingly real. They painted scenes of conversations I never had, of places I never visited, and faces of strangers who felt strangely familiar. The first inkling came to me on a tranquil Sunday afternoon, as I leafed through an old photo album. In an instant, a memory of a wedding in a charming chapel draped in ivy, swept over me with such clarity that I could almost smell the fragrance of fresh blooms, hear the gentle strains of a string quartet, and feel the warmth of laughter from unknown guests. It was as if I had been there in that moment, until the realization dawned that such an event never graced my past. Confusion knitted its brows on my forehead, but I pushed the troubling memory aside, attributing it to a figment of my overactive imagination. Yet, the tendrils of these strange recollections continued to entwine themselves around my thoughts, refusing to loosen their grip. I found myself recalling conversations with colleagues that never occurred, recounting events to friends that drew blank stares of bemusement. Social gatherings, locales, even personal milestones unfurled in my mind's eye, rich in detail and vivid in color, yet utterly false. The turning point arrived on a quiet evening, as I delved into the pages of a new novel. Within its words, I stumbled upon a passage that described a dinner party at a waterfront restaurant. A shiver danced down my spine as I envisioned the flickering candlelight, the melodic clinks of glasses, and snatches of conversation that mirrored an experience I knew was never mine. The sense of déjà vu was overpowering, threatening to engulf me in a wave of confusion and doubt. Desperate for clarity, I embarked on a journey of self-discovery, penning down each phantom memory in a journal with meticulous care. I scoured through old photographs, sifted through digital timelines, and interrogated calendars in search of a shred of truth that could unravel the tapestry of falsehoods woven in my mind. Even reaching out to loved ones yielded no solace, as they could offer nothing but puzzled denials in response to my queries. With a heavy heart and a mind shrouded in shadows of uncertainty, I sought the counsel of a cognitive psychologist versed in the enigmatic realms of memory. Through a series of interviews and tests, they reassured me that my mind bore no scars of memory loss or cognitive decline. They whispered of false memory implantation, a concept whispered in the fringes of psychological discourse, a notion that seemed preposterous until the patterns began to emerge. These memories, it seemed, were tethered to specific moments and places I had recently encountered. A false recollection of a charity gala aligned with a community event I had merely glimpsed, setting off alarm bells that reverberated through the chambers of my soul. The growing web of eerie coincidences nudged me deeper into the labyrinth of truth-seeking, where shadows danced and whispers of clandestine experiments lingered like wisps of smoke. Amidst my clandestine investigation, I unraveled threads that led to a chilling revelation. Names from my fabricated memories intertwined with an organization whispered to dabble in ethically murky waters of psychological manipulation. They were rumored to mold perception, to plant seeds of artificial memories in unsuspecting minds. A sinister dance of control sketched in the shadows of conspiracy theories. Doubt transformed into a chill that crept along my spine as surveillance shadows draped themselves over my every move. Glitches in technology, cryptic messages that warned me to cease my inquiries, and a sense of being watched. These were the harbingers of a storm brewing on the horizon. A storm that sought to erase my truths and replace them with shadows of deceit. One fateful night, while sifting through digital archives, I stumbled upon a buried treasure, a classified report nestled in the recesses of my computer's memory. The document unfurled tales of experiments mirroring my own plight, of memories implanted, behaviors conditioned, and targets meticulously chosen to dance on the strings of manipulation. The names within the report echoed like a haunting melody, leading me down a path of realization that pierced through the veil of ignorance. Someone had toyed with the fragile strands of my mind, weaving a tapestry of memories that were as false as they were vivid. But the question lingered like a phantom in the darkness. Why? Was I a mere pawn in a grand experiment, a cog in a machine of manipulation, or was there a deeper, more personal truth waiting to be unveiled? Determined to unmask the shadows that danced at the periphery of my reality, I gathered my courage and sought the aid of the authorities. The path to justice was fraught with obstacles. Bureaucratic mazes, elusive figures vanishing into the mist, and survivors who bore scars akin to my own. The legal tendrils grasped at thin air, unable to ensnare the elusive specters that haunted my past. The aftermath left me adrift in a sea of doubt, fractured and fragile, my once solid ground quivering beneath the weight of uncertainty. Therapy became my lighthouse, guiding me through the stormy waters of memory, teaching me to discern between the truths that echoed in my soul and the falsehoods that whispered in the shadows. Time became my ally, softening the jagged edges of fear that once gnawed at the corners of my mind. Yet the scars of manipulation lingered, casting shadows over the landscape of my thoughts. I emerged from the crucible of deception a changed soul, an advocate for transparency in memory research, a sentinel standing guard against the shadows that sought to rewrite the narrative of my existence. And as the world slumbers in the velvet embrace of night, I find myself gazing into the starlit sky, pondering the mysteries that linger in the depths of my being. What fragments of my past are truly mine, and what whispers were crafted to be remembered in the labyrinth of my mind? The answer eludes me, drifting like a wisp of smoke in the stillness of the night, as I navigate the delicate dance between memory and truth, between shadows and light. Story 48. As I settled into my new apartment, a subtle scratching noise tiptoed into my awareness, like a secret whispered by the wind. At first I brushed it off as the settling of an old building, the quirks of a space unfamiliar to me. Perhaps it was just the pipes, I thought, or the aged wooden floorboards creaking under the weight of time. But as days melted into weeks, the noises grew bolder, more insistent. That gentle scratching morphed into a persistent presence, a ghostly echo that refused to be ignored. In the dead of night, when the world outside hushed its whispers, the sounds would emerge from the shadows, evolving from mere scratching to eerie drags and faint whispers that danced on the edge of hearing. It felt as if a hidden force roamed my apartment, unseen yet palpable, a ghostly visitor haunting the edges of my consciousness. Determined to unravel the mystery, I scoured every nook and cranny, searching for signs of pests or structural decay. But the walls held no secrets, the floors no answers, and the ceiling remained silent. The absence of a tangible source only deepened my unease, stirring a sense of dread that clung to me like a phantom. One fateful night, a new sound pierced the darkness, a child's laughter, followed by the ominous scrape of an unknown weight dragging across the floor. Panic seized my heart as the noise swirled around me, a chilling presence that seemed to toy with my sanity. Clutching the sheets, I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the mind, a figment of my imagination spun from the threads of fear. But the terror was too real, too suffocating to ignore. Driven by desperation, I sought help from a local paranormal investigator, hoping for answers to quiet the restless spirits that dwelled within my walls. Armed with their tools of the trade, they combed through the apartment, capturing faint whispers and eerie rustles on their devices. Yet despite their efforts, no concrete evidence of the supernatural emerged, leaving me stranded in a sea of uncertainty. Turning to friends and family for solace, I found only skepticism and well-meaning doubt, their words a hollow echo of my inner turmoil. Alone in my struggle, I spiraled deeper into isolation, questioning the fragile boundaries of my own reality. In a bold move to capture the elusive truth, I set up recording equipment throughout the apartment, hoping to unveil the hidden specter haunting my nights. The footage revealed nothing but the chilling soundtrack of unseen movements and whispered secrets, a ghostly presence that lingered just beyond reach. Consumed by paranoia, every sound became a specter, every rustle a phantom touch upon my senses. Sleep eluded me, and my once steady life began to crumble under the weight of unseen terrors. Seeking refuge in the arms of a therapist versed in trauma and anxiety, I embarked on a journey of self-discovery, delving into the depths of my fears with newfound courage. Through mindfulness and grounding techniques, I pieced together the shattered fragments of my psyche, weaving a tapestry of resilience and inner strength. With time, the noises lost their grip on my soul, fading into the background like remnants of a forgotten dream. Though the source of the disturbances remained a mystery, the real victory lay in reclaiming my peace of mind. Embracing a new routine of self-care and community support, I emerged from the shadows of fear, a survivor of my own haunting. The echoes of that harrowing experience lingered, a reminder of the fragility of the human spirit and the boundless power of resilience. In the end, it was not the specter in the darkness that defined me, but the light I found within myself to face it head-on. Story 49. The attic always held a serene air of mystery, with forgotten trunks and dusty boxes concealing the secrets of days long past. One rainy afternoon, seized by a sudden urge to tidy up, I ventured into the attic to sift through the remnants of history, yearning for a glimpse into the lives that came before mine. And there, amidst brittle newspapers and faded photographs, I stumbled upon a treasure. A small leather-bound diary, nestled beneath the layers of neglect, beckoned to me with its cracked cover and barely visible gold initials. Intrigued, I brushed away the dust and gingerly opened its weathered pages. The handwriting within was elegant and flowing, its sepia ink lending a ghostly aura to the words inscribed. Each dated entry unveiled the life of a man named Henry Lawson, a man who had traversed through time long before me. Henry's words painted vivid pictures of his experiences, his musings reflecting a soul deep in contemplation. As I delved deeper, I discovered his chronicles spanning decades, depicting his life as a carpenter, a husband, and a dreamer. His writing spoke of the joys and sorrows of his work, his profound love for his family, and his yearning to explore beyond the confines of his small hometown. Enthralled, I devoured each entry, piecing together the tapestry of Henry's existence in the early 20th century. His narratives whisked me away to a bygone era, forging a mysterious connection between his world and mine. However, as I neared the final page, anticipating reflections on a life well lived, I was met with a revelation that sent shivers down my spine. The last entry, penned just days before Henry's passing in 1945, did not recount his own tale, but rather described a moment from my own life. Henry vividly portrayed an afternoon at a quaint city cafe, detailing the surroundings with eerie precision: the blue ceramic teapot, the checkered tablecloth, the sunlight casting gentle shadows. He recounted an encounter with a young woman in a blue dress, my dress, worn only weeks ago during my visit to that very cafe. Trembling, I read on as Henry narrated my actions, thoughts, and emotions with uncanny accuracy, delving into details known only to me. His final words bore a cryptic message, hinting at a convergence of our lives across the expanse of time. Bewildered, I grappled with the impossibility of it all. How could a man long departed have such intimate knowledge of my existence? Driven by a relentless curiosity, I scoured the diary for answers, finding only consistency in the handwriting, ink, and style. This was undeniably Henry's work. Determined to unravel the enigma, I sought out the local historical society, hoping to shed light on Henry's inexplicable connection to me. Yet, the historian's words merely deepened the mystery, offering cryptic notions of time's elusive nature and its nonlinear path. Returning to the attic, I unearthed an old photograph of Henry, his kind eyes and pensive expression gazing back at me from the sepia-tinted past. Hours seemed to slip by as I pondered the invisible threads binding us across time, pondering the inexplicable bond that transcended generations. In the days that followed, a lingering unease mingled with a peculiar sense of tranquility. Henry's diary, once a relic of the past, now served as a mirror reflecting moments from my own life. Despite the uncertainty, there was solace in the notion that our stories, though separated by years, were interwoven in a cosmic tapestry beyond comprehension. The diary found a cherished place in my home, a testament to the intertwined nature of human experiences. Henry's words lingered, echoing a profound truth, that our lives, though lived in different epochs, may intersect in ways beyond our grasp. His final entry, with its haunting refrain of intertwined destinies, whispered of a greater narrative weaving through time and space, binding us all in a web of shared existence. As I reflected on Henry's legacy and the inexplicable bond we shared, I found comfort in the enduring thread that connected us, transcending the boundaries of life and death. The diary, once a mere artifact, now stood as a testament to the timeless dance of human connection, a reminder that our stories, like whispers in the wind, may echo through eternity, touching hearts across the ages. Story 50. The tale of the hidden laboratory nestled within the depths of my neighbor's abode unfolded with a whisper of curiosity dancing on the edge of my thoughts. Mr. Hargrave, a mysterious figure who had taken up residence in the grand, decrepit mansion adjacent to my own, cast a shadow of intrigue over the neighborhood. The house, long abandoned and shrouded in the mist of local legends, stood as a silent sentinel of time gone by. His sudden appearance stirred a ripple of interest within me, though I initially paid it little heed, until the whispers of the night began to weave a tapestry of enigma. It started with the gentle chorus of peculiar sounds echoing through the stillness of the late hours, metallic clangs, the hum of unseen mechanisms, and faint murmurs drifting on the breeze. At first, I brushed it off as the echoes of renovation, or the whimsical quirks of an aged abode stirring from its slumber. But as the days melted into weeks, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, painting a portrait of mechanical precision that hinted at a darker, more sinister purpose lurking beneath the surface. One crisp autumn day, as the sunlight wove patterns of gold through the leaves, I noticed that the door to Mr. Hargrave's dwelling stood slightly ajar. With him away on a journey, a tidbit casually gleaned from a passing chat with his gardener. Curiosity beckoned me forward. Driven by a blend of fascination and an undercurrent of unease, I crossed the threshold. The interior greeted me with an eerie stillness, draped in shadows that clung to the walls like whispers of forgotten tales. Dust-laden furniture and faded portraits whispered of days long past, frozen in a timeless embrace. Following the faint thrum of mechanical song that pulsed through the air, I ventured down a narrow passage that led me to a heavy, ornate door, its presence partially veiled by an ancient tapestry. With a trembling hand, I pushed the door open, and my breath caught in my throat. Before me lay a stark chamber, bathed in the sterile glow of harsh lights. Metal tables sprawled with scientific instruments, vials, syringes, and enigmatic contraptions whose purposes eluded my grasp. Glass jars lined the shelves, their contents grotesque and otherworldly. Biological oddities suspended in murky fluid, some bearing a haunting resemblance to humanity. At the heart of the room loomed a colossal machine, a labyrinthine network of wires and gears humming with an undercurrent of latent power. Its design straddled the line between the futuristic and the macabre, a creation born of nightmares rather than dreams. And there, amidst the shadows of the laboratory, lay the files. Stacks of folders, meticulously labeled with names and dates, beckoned from a steel desk. Fingers trembling, I delved into their unsettling contents. Detailed records of medical histories, psychological profiles, and behavioral studies unfurled before my eyes. And then, amidst the sea of information, I stumbled upon a file bearing my own name. A chill gripped my heart as I pored over its chilling contents, an intricate tapestry woven from the fabric of my life, detailing my routines, my innermost thoughts, my very essence. Observations of unexplained ailments, shifts in mood, and lapses in memory stared back at me from the pages, each word etched with a precision that bordered on the invasive. The truth thundered through my veins. I was but a pawn in Mr. Hargrave's twisted game. Whispers of genetic manipulation and behavioral amalgamation danced before my eyes, accompanied by diagrams that depicted grotesque hybrids melding human and non-human DNA. A file titled Project Integration bore my name as its primary subject, a realization that pierced my soul with a primal fear. Panic clawed at my throat as I sought answers in the shadows, my eyes falling upon a logbook resting upon the central console of the monstrous machine. Hargrave's intentions unfurled before me with chilling clarity, a quest to birth abominations through the unholy union of disparate beings. The implications of his work sent shivers down my spine, a realization that birthed a dread beyond words. A soft rustle, a whisper of movement in the shadows, shattered my reverie. My pulse quickened as I turned, only to find the room cloaked in silence once more. Or so it seemed. With a racing heart, I fled the laboratory, each step a frantic beat in the symphony of my flight. The corridors twisted and turned, a labyrinth of fear guiding my escape back to the safety of my own abode. Days blurred into nights as paranoia coiled around my mind like a serpent, whispering of unseen eyes that watched from the shadows. Desperation clawed at my soul, driving me to seek aid from the authorities. Detective Davis, a skeptic tempered with intrigue, lent a willing ear to my tale. Yet, bereft of concrete proof beyond the echoes of my harrowed words, I knew that I must delve deeper into the darkness that lurked within Mr. Hargrave's lair. In my quest for truth, I turned to an old friend, Dr. Lenora Hayes, a beacon of knowledge in the realm of molecular mysteries. Her visage paled as she perused the stolen notes and diagrams from the laboratory, her horror mirroring my own. She unveiled a tapestry of atrocities woven by Hargrave, a web of darkness that extended far beyond the bounds of ethics into the realm of monstrosity. Medical tests bore witness to the unseen scars etched upon my very essence, anomalies that defied all known logic. My health spiraled into a shadowed abyss, a testament to the irreversible alterations wrought upon my being. Determined to unveil the truth, Dr. Hayes and I joined forces with intrepid journalists, weaving a tale of horror that set the world ablaze. The press caught wind of Hargrave's sins, igniting a firestorm of public outcry that demanded justice. The authorities descended upon the mansion, unearthing the twisted legacy that lay hidden within its walls. The laboratory was dismantled, its secrets seized as damning evidence. Hargrave, the architect of nightmares, met his reckoning as he sought to flee from the tendrils of justice. Though the wheels of justice turned, the scars etched upon my soul refused to fade. My health became a tapestry of constant vigilance, a reminder of the horrors that had been wrought upon me. The echoes of that fateful night lingered, a haunting melody that whispered of the darkness that lay buried beneath the rubble of the condemned mansion. As I sought to rebuild my shattered existence, the specter of Mr. Hargrave's legacy loomed large, a shadow that refused to be banished. The mansion crumbled into dust, a monument to the darkness that dwells within the heart of scientific ambition. I emerged from the crucible of terror, a survivor of horrors untold, yet forever haunted by the memories of that night and the monstrous truth that had been unveiled. Story 51. On a chilly autumn evening, when the leaves crunched beneath our feet and the twilight sky bathed the neighborhood in a warm golden hue, a peculiar tale unfolded. In the backyard, amidst the laughter of my children and the gentle rustle of leaves, I prepared for a cozy family gathering. As I set the picnic table, a strange sight caught my eye, a small object hovering in the sky. Initially dismissing it as a bird or a distant plane, my unease grew as it drew closer, hovering directly above our yard, an unfamiliar drone. Its presence felt like an intrusion, a silent observer in our midst. In the days that followed, the drones became a constant presence, appearing at odd hours, their precision uncanny as they hovered directly over our home, capturing glimpses of our daily life. Not just one, but several drones, moving in synchronized patterns, their watchful eyes unrelenting. The feeling of being under constant surveillance weighed heavily on me, stirring a deep sense of unease. Taking matters into my own hands, I installed security cameras to monitor the drones' activities and meticulously documented their flight patterns. Anxiety gnawed at me as I discovered they were recording intimate moments, playful times with my children, quiet dinners with my husband, even the simplest of tasks like tending to the garden. Seeking help from the authorities yielded little reassurance, as tracking the drones proved challenging due to their size and remote operation capabilities. Driven by a growing sense of urgency, I delved into the footage, uncovering a meticulous pattern in the drone's movements, hinting at a deliberate intent behind the surveillance. Desperate for answers, I turned to a local drone enthusiast club, hoping for insight. Despite their friendly demeanor, their evasive responses only fueled my suspicions. One fateful evening, while scrutinizing the footage, a chilling revelation unfolded. A figure reflected in the glass of our back door, obscured yet unmistakable, controlling a drone from the shadows. A man with a remote control, a voyeur orchestrating this invasive surveillance. Armed with this crucial evidence, I sought the aid of the authorities once more. This time, the police took swift action, launching a formal investigation that led them to a nondescript house nearby. Inside resided Ethan Brooks, a freelance video journalist whose explanation of a documentary project rang hollow in the face of the intimate footage he had collected. His violation of our privacy transcended any journalistic pursuit, revealing a disturbing obsession with my family. As the police dismantled his operation, Ethan's facade crumbled, exposing his true intentions. A formal warning was issued, his drones confiscated, and the footage deleted. Despite legal repercussions, the breach of our privacy lingered, prompting us to fortify our defenses and shatter the illusion of safety we once held dear. Ethan's intrusion served as a stark reminder of the fragile boundary between technology and personal privacy, a cautionary tale of how innovation can be twisted into a tool of exploitation. While justice was served, the scars left by his actions ran deep, etching a poignant lesson on the importance of safeguarding our privacy in a world where surveillance looms ever closer. Story 52. In the midst of seeking solace from the chaos of everyday life, a brief respite in a secluded woodland retreat was intended to be a tonic for the weary soul. Tucked away in the heart of nature, far removed from the bustling city sounds, lay a charming cottage that beckoned with promises of tranquility. Its online portrayal was alluring, boasting of a serene haven where one could unwind and rejuvenate. Without hesitation, the reservation was made, anticipation building for a change of scenery. Upon arrival, the cottage unfolded before me just as envisioned. A cozy sanctuary awaited, adorned with a crackling fireplace casting a warm glow and expansive windows framing the lush, enchanting forest. The living space exuded a welcoming ambiance, the vintage furnishings adding to its classic allure. Days meandered by with leisurely strolls along winding paths, sunlight filtering through the canopy of trees, while evenings were spent nestled with a book beside the crackling hearth. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the gentle rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. It was an idyllic escape, until the veil of tranquility was abruptly lifted. One quiet afternoon, while attending to household chores, a glimmer caught my eye behind the smoke detector on the ceiling. A subtle yet compelling gleam beckoned my curiosity. Determined to uncover the mystery, I fetched a ladder and tools, preparing to delve into the unknown. To my astonishment, hidden within the smoke detector was a small camera, its lens discreetly observing, a thin wire extending stealthily into the wall. A surge of unease mingled with resolve as I traced the cable to a neglected hallway closet. Concealed within, nestled behind a pile of forgotten blankets, lay a recording device meticulously arranged to evade notice. The realization dawned upon me. My privacy had been breached, my every move possibly under surveillance from the moment of arrival. With trembling hands, I documented the unsettling discovery through photographs, the initial shock yielding to a simmering anger. Determined to seek answers, I contacted the property owner using the provided number. Struggling to maintain composure, I disclosed the illicit surveillance. The owner's response wavered between denial and discomfort, his assurances faltering. Upon his arrival, flustered attempts at explanation failed to assuage my growing apprehension. Despite his promises to rectify the situation, the shattered sense of security within the cottage could not be restored. Every creak, every shadow now carried a sinister weight, prompting a decision to depart without delay. Belongings hastily gathered, a final check ensured nothing was overlooked. Locking the cottage behind me, I left the concealed devices in place, trusting the owner to address the violation. As the scenery faded in the rearview mirror, questions lingered in my mind. Who had orchestrated this invasion of privacy? Was I the sole target, or a part of a larger scheme? The notion of being observed in moments of vulnerability gnawed at my peace. Upon returning home, a report was filed with the authorities, evidence submitted for investigation. Yet, a lingering unease persisted, a shadow cast over the sanctity of personal space. The memory of the hidden camera haunted my thoughts, a cautionary tale urging vigilance and trust in intuition. The sanctuary that once promised solace now stood as a stark reminder of unseen threats lurking in the most tranquil havens. Time passed, lessons learned through adversity, emphasizing the fragility of trust and the necessity of safeguarding one's sanctuary. The cottage, once a haven of escape, now whispered a warning to heed the quiet whispers of instinct and remain ever watchful. Story 53. It began as a strange sensation, a whisper of unease that lingered in the corners of my awareness, a feeling of being observed. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, fleeting shadows, dancing at the edge of my vision as I went about my daily rituals. Each time I turned to investigate, the invisible gaze vanished into thin air. But everything changed on the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday. We had prepared a simple celebration in our backyard, filled with colorful balloons, a play area, and a cake adorned with her beloved cartoon characters. As I stood by the window, adding final touches to the decorations, I saw him once again. Mr. Thompson, our elderly neighbor, peering through his window with a fixed stare aimed at our backyard. This time, his scrutiny felt different, intense, almost intrusive. My husband and I had moved into this suburban neighborhood 3 years prior. while Mr. Thompson had been a long-standing resident. A solitary figure, he lived in a weathered house that seemed to blend into the background, a quiet mystery to us all. Though we had exchanged cordial greetings in passing, he remained a puzzle shrouded in enigma. As the festivities began, I couldn't shake the feeling of Mr. Thompson's eyes following our every move. His face, barely visible through a gap in the blinds, became a constant presence. I tried to dismiss it as mere curiosity or perhaps a yearning for connection in his solitude. But as days turned into weeks, his watchful habit grew more conspicuous. Whether I stepped outside to take out the trash or tended to the garden, his gaze lingered, a silent sentinel from across the way. It became increasingly difficult to ignore, to rationalize away. One crisp autumn afternoon, I mustered the courage to confront him. With a pounding heart, I approached his door, a mix of apprehension and resolve churning within me. The door creaked open after a hesitant pause, revealing Mr. Thompson standing before me. His gaunt frame, framed by piercing blue eyes and deep lines etched into his face, greeted me with an air of calm. "Mr. Thompson," I began, trying to steady my voice, "I've noticed you watching our house lately. Is everything all right?" His response was measured, his tone composed. "I've been observing," he replied, his gaze distant as if searching for the right words. I felt a shiver run down my spine as he began recounting details of our lives, intimate details that were known only to us. How could he possess such knowledge? Had he been spying on us? His demeanor remained unchanged as he explained, "Just observing. It helps me feel connected." I struggled to contain my unease, my sense of violation growing with each revelation. "Watching people so closely isn't normal," I murmured, a mix of anger and pity clouding my thoughts. He acknowledged my discomfort with a hint of regret in his eyes. "I understand. I may have overstepped." Despite his composed facade, his penetrating gaze left me unsettled as I bid him farewell, a whirlwind of confusion swirling in my mind. In the days that followed, I attempted to push the encounter aside, but the feeling of being watched lingered like a stubborn shadow. Then, one evening, bathed in the warm hues of sunset, I caught a glimpse of Mr. Thompson in his window. This time, he wasn't merely watching, he was engrossed in scribbling notes in a weathered notebook. The sight sent a chill down my spine, a sense of foreboding creeping into my thoughts. I knew then that I could no longer bear this burden alone. The following morning, I sought help from the authorities. A sympathetic officer visited Mr. Thompson's residence, yet found nothing amiss, labeling him as an eccentric but harmless neighbor. Despite their assurances, my unease deepened, a veil of suspicion lingering over our once tranquil neighborhood. Though Mr. Thompson eventually ceased his watchful vigil, the scars of his intrusive gaze remained etched in my memory. I found myself hyper-aware of every sound near his house, every shadow that flitted across the windows. Time passed, and the unease gradually ebbed, allowing a semblance of normalcy to return. Yet the specter of Mr. Thompson lingered, a haunting reminder of the fine line between curiosity and intrusion. Was his fixation a benign eccentricity born of isolation, or did it mask darker intentions? He became a spectral figure of our neighborhood's history, a cautionary tale of how the ordinary can morph into the unsettling. Even now, as I pass his house, I can't help but glance up, half expecting to find his gaze upon me once more, a silent observer in the fading light. Story 54. In the quiet hush of a Sunday morning, a subtle shift began, almost imperceptible at first. As I scrolled through the tranquil expanse of my social media feed, a single post emerged from the sea of updates, catching my eye like a whispered secret in the night. It sprawled out before me, long and detailed, weaving a tapestry of dread that felt chillingly familiar. The accusations it bore were like shadows from my own past, hauntingly directed at someone I knew all too well, myself. At the onset, disbelief cloaked me like a shroud. Could it be a mistake, a cruel jest played by unseen hands? but with each passing line, a knot tightened in my stomach, a premonition of impending doom. The post delved into the depths of my life with eerie precision, divulging secrets like sacred whispers carried on the wind. Places I had trodden, conversations veiled in secrecy, intimate details known only to a trusted few, all laid bare for the world to see. The cloak of anonymity draped over the post added an extra layer of menace, as if a phantom had torn open the tapestry of my existence and left it exposed, raw and vulnerable. Panic surged within me, a primal instinct urging me to act swiftly before the shadows consumed me whole. With trembling hands, I crafted a response, each word a plea for redemption, a shield against the gathering storm. I refuted the claims, dissected each accusation with surgical precision, and offered my soul up for scrutiny, a sacrificial lamb in the court of public opinion. Yet, despite my efforts, the accusations multiplied like wildfire, fueled by whispers of doubt and condemnation that echoed through the digital realm. In a desperate bid to salvage my unraveling reality, I sought refuge in the arms of justice. A lawyer became my guide through the labyrinth of accusations, urging me to gather shreds of evidence like breadcrumbs leading me out of the darkness. Together, we waded through a sea of doubt, crafting a defense against the unseen adversary that lurked in the shadows. Simultaneously, I embarked on my own quest for truth, sifting through memories like grains of sand slipping through clenched fists. Suspicion gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, leading me down a path strewn with broken promises and fractured friendships. And in the midst of the chaos, a figure emerged from the murky depths of my past, a former friend, a ghost of bygone days. Confrontation hung heavy in the air as I laid bare my suspicions, peeling back layers of deceit to reveal a truth that shimmered like a mirage on the horizon. Their denials rang hollow, their distress a mask that crumbled under the weight of scrutiny. Yet beneath the facade of innocence, a seed of doubt took root, blooming into a thorny vine that ensnared my thoughts in a tangled web of deception. Weeks turned to months as the investigation unfolded, each lead a dead end that led me further into the labyrinth of uncertainty. But just when despair threatened to claim me, a flicker of hope danced on the horizon. A clandestine tip that unveiled a cache of digital breadcrumbs leading to the mastermind behind the shadows. The revelation struck me with the force of a thunderclap, shattering illusions and revealing a truth more sinister than fiction. The orchestrator of my downfall stood unmasked, a disgruntled former employee, a specter of betrayal that had woven a tapestry of lies with meticulous care. Their motives, a brew of jealousy, resentment, and vindictive thirst for retribution, had painted a portrait of destruction that lingered in the recesses of my mind. Legal consequences followed the unmasking, justice a balm that soothed the wounds of my tarnished reputation. Yet the scars of deception ran deep, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the shadows that lurked in the corners of my once pristine reality. As I emerged from the crucible of deceit, a phoenix reborn from the ashes of betrayal, I vowed to forge ahead on my own terms. The echoes of that dark chapter still linger, whispers of a past that threatened to engulf me in shadows of doubt. But in the crucible of adversity, I found strength, wisdom, and a steely resolve to navigate the treacherous waters of life's mysteries. Though the scars may never fully fade, I wear them as badges of resilience, reminders of a battle fought and won. The shadows of betrayal may dance at the edges of my consciousness, but they no longer hold sway over my destiny. For in the realm of darkness, I discovered a light that burned bright, a beacon of hope guiding me towards a future shaped by my own unwavering resolve. Story 55. I awoke to a world blanketed in silence, a silence that seemed to reverberate through the walls, heavy and suffocating. In the usual morning hush of my apartment, where the sound of the coffee machine and the gentle rustle of my roommate Dave's movements would greet me, there was now only a void. "Dave," I called out, the emptiness swallowing my voice whole. No reply came. Stepping out of my room, I surveyed the stillness that enveloped the space. Dave's bedroom door stood slightly ajar, a sight not entirely uncommon as he was always laid back about boundaries. With a light knock, I pushed the door open all the way. The room lay before me in perfect order, almost too perfect. The bed impeccably made, his desk pristine, everything in its place. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. In the kitchen, the absence of his usual mess caught my eye. His cherished mug, the one with the worn handle he refused to part with, was conspicuously absent. Likewise, his laptop, a fixture on the counter, was nowhere to be seen. Initially dismissing it as an early departure, my hand paused on the coffee pot as a glint of paper caught my eye. Pinned to the fridge was a note, the hurried scrawl bearing a cryptic message. Trust is a fragile thing. My heart quickened at the unexpected message from Dave, a departure from his usual demeanor. Dismissing it as a jest, I tried to shake off the unease settling in my chest. Yet, as I meandered into the living room, seeking answers to his absence, my gaze fell upon the rearranged cushions on the couch. Neatly arranged, a meticulousness foreign to Dave. Intrigued, I lifted one, revealing yet another note folded beneath. Always watching, always waiting. The room seemed to grow colder as fear crept in, the unease transforming into something sharper, more primal. I craved answers. Determined, I made my way to Dave's study nook. Amongst the standard clutter of pens and paper, I unearthed a disturbing find, a stack of photographs. Images of me, captured surreptitiously from various angles, hauntingly labeled with dates and times. My hands trembled as I sifted through the evidence of Dave's surveillance. Before I could dial his number, my gaze fell upon another note on the desk. Some things are better left unknown. The weight of the words settled heavily on my mind, a foreboding warning of hidden truths. What had Dave been plotting? Why the clandestine observations? Fueled by desperation, I rummaged through his possessions. A hidden compartment in the wall revealed an empty safe. Its contents vanished, leaving only questions in their wake. In the bathroom, a note affixed to the mirror stared back at me. Everyone has secrets. The cryptic message gnawed at my thoughts, unraveling the facade of familiarity with Dave. Quirky had now morphed into something sinister. To unravel the mystery of his actions and his whereabouts, I turned to his car. Parked outside, the driver's side door ajar, I discovered a final note resting on the dashboard. Your turn to uncover the truth. The challenge echoed with an unsettling finality, propelling me out of the apartment in search of closure. Following Dave's elusive trail, I retraced his steps like a shadow, piecing together his enigmatic movements. At his workplace, I learned of his abrupt absence, a departure unexplained to his coworkers. Concern rippled through his office, but no answers surfaced. Friends offered no solace, their perplexity mirroring my own. As the day waned into a fruitless cascade of dead ends, my apprehension swelled. Weary and disheartened, I returned to the apartment, now a chamber of dread and suspicion. Alone, I could not remain, burdened by the knowledge of Dave's covert surveillance. Contacting the authorities, I reported him missing, divulging the unsettling discoveries, the notes, the photographs, the unsettling truth that had unraveled. Days turned to weeks. The apartment transformed into a nexus of scrutiny. Investigators scoured every inch, questioning neighbors, seeking threads of resolution. Yet Dave's vanishing act persisted, the remnants he left behind offering only fractured glimpses of a narrative I struggled to comprehend. Life tiptoed back to normalcy, but the specter of Dave's transgressions, the violation of trust, lingered like a ghost in my midst. Routine became a facade, the apartment a hollow shell of its former self. The authorities closed the case, leaving me to grapple with the shards of Dave's secrets, the enigmas he had hoarded. Time dulled the fear, yet the questions endured. What drove him to such lengths? What truths lay buried in his obsession? And the most unsettling inquiry of all, was he still watching, waiting in the shadows? Story 56. The sun lazily stretched its golden fingers across my doorstep as I returned home from a day drowned in meetings and deadlines. Weariness clung to my bones like a heavy cloak, dragging me down as I fumbled for my keys. But my eyes caught on something out of place, a small, unmarked package perched on the doormat, as if left there by a ghostly hand. The plain brown wrapping whispered of mystery, devoid of any clues to its origin or purpose. A shiver prickled up my spine, a nameless dread creeping into my heart. Ignoring the unease that slithered through my veins, I carried the enigmatic parcel inside, the weight of the unknown heavy in my grip. As the door clicked shut behind me, I placed the package on the kitchen table, its presence a silent question hanging in the air. With hesitant fingers, I peeled away the paper, revealing a pristine white envelope devoid of markings or identifiers. My hands trembled as I broke the seal and unfolded the letter within, the words etched in a cold, clinical font. Dear Your Name, you do not know me, but I am intimately familiar with you. For months, I have been a silent observer, capturing your most private moments, your hidden truths, your darkest secrets. Your life, once thought shielded from prying eyes, is now an open book in my hands. From the shadows of your solitude to the depths of your vulnerability, I have seen it all. The images and recordings you have yet to uncover are but a glimpse of my knowledge. You stand at a crossroads. Comply with my demands or face the repercussions of total exposure. Enclosed, you will find a list of requirements. Failure to adhere will result in the unraveling of your world, leaving your reputation, career, and relationships in ruins. This is not a mere threat, it is a promise. I possess the means and the determination to see it through. The choice is yours. Submit and salvage what little remains of your privacy. Resist and forfeit everything. Regards, the Observer. Each word felt like a chilling breath against my skin, a warning of the impending storm. Panic clawed at my chest as I unfolded a second page, a list of demands laid out with cruel precision. 1. Transfer $50,000 to an offshore account. 2. Grant access to all personal devices remotely. 3. Attend a meeting at a specified location. The demands were like a noose tightening around my throat, constricting with the threat of suffocation. This was no ordinary threat, no simple extortion. The sender held a power beyond mere financial gain. They sought dominion, submission. Was this a cruel jest, a twisted game played at my expense? The calculated nature of the letter, its icy detachment, whispered a different truth. Fingers trembling, I reached for my phone, a desperate impulse to seek help. But a shadow of doubt clouded my mind. What if they were watching me now, tracking my every move? What if this was a trap, set to ensnare me further into this web of fear? Pushing aside the tendrils of uncertainty, I dialed 911, my voice a quivering plea for aid. The dispatcher's reassurances were a fragile lifeline in the storm of dread that engulfed me. As I waited for the authorities, I fortified my defenses, checking and rechecking the locks, the windows, the very walls of my once haven-turned-prison. The arrival of the police brought a fleeting sense of relief, a semblance of safety restored. Yet as their presence faded into the night, the silence of my home bore down on me like a suffocating blanket, a reminder of the unseen eyes that lingered in the shadows. Days stretched into nights, the investigation yielding little against the elusive phantom known only as the Observer. Each creak of the house, each whisper of the wind, carried a sinister weight, a reminder of my vulnerability. And then, one fateful evening, a new envelope slipped under my door, a harbinger of dread in a single photograph. The image captured a moment of vulnerability, a scene from my own kitchen, a silent intrusion from an unseen voyeur. 3 words scrawled on the back echoed through the stillness: I'm still here. That night, sleep eluded me, the darkness a canvas for my fears, the windows mere portals to an unknown watcher. The house itself seemed to groan in shared anxiety, its familiar sounds now twisted into eerie whispers. Despite the efforts of law enforcement, a truth lingered in the shadows of my mind. The observer was not done. They held the strings of my reality, a puppeteer in a macabre show of control. The illusion of privacy shattered, my sanctuary tainted. I stood at the mercy of an unseen hand. All that remained was a haunting wait, a vigil for the next move in a deadly game where the stakes were my very existence. The observer's eyes never closed, a silent sentinel in the shadows, a reminder that in this twisted dance, I was but a pawn in a game I never asked to play. Story 57. On a cool autumn evening, as the leaves rustled beneath my feet on the path leading to my humble abode, the sky painted in hues of deep oranges and purples, I sensed a shift in the air. Beside me, my loyal companion Max, the Labrador, trotted with a joyful wag of his tail, matching my pace. It was a moment of tranquility, a serene conclusion to an ordinary day. Little did I realize, it was the calm before the storm. The following morning greeted me with an eerie silence. Max's usual morning bark was absent, his bed empty. Initially I assumed he was exploring, but the stillness weighed heavily upon me as I called out his name. Panic gripped me as I scoured every nook of the house, my voice growing hoarse with each desperate call. Hours slipped by in a frantic haze of searching and reaching out to neighbors in despair. Just as hope began to fade, a glimpse of him down the street caught my eye. Relief flooded my being, and I hurried towards him, heart racing. Yet as I knelt to greet him, a peculiar sight met my eyes. Max wore a thick, old-fashioned leather collar adorned with intricate carvings, a brass nameplate gleaming. The absence of his usual faded red collar struck a chord of unease within me. A small note tied with twine caught my attention, nestled within the collar. With trembling hands, I unfurled the message. The hurried, uneven handwriting bore a warning. I have seen what you choose to overlook. Your haven is not as secure as you believe. Beware the hidden truth beneath your comfortable facade. My heart quickened at the cryptic message. What secret lay buried within my sanctuary? Who was this enigmatic R with knowledge of my life? Examining the collar closer, the blank brass nameplate felt like a silent omen. The ancient patterns carved on the leather exuded a sense of foreboding. Though Max appeared unscathed, his demeanor subdued, the disquiet persisted. Determined to unravel the mystery, I resolved to retrace Max's nocturnal wanderings. Following his path through the streets, the once familiar neighborhood now cloaked in an unseen tension, I arrived at the local park, a place of solace for Max and me. A man seated on a bench caught my attention, his nervous gaze meeting mine. Though vaguely familiar, his identity eluded me. "Excuse me," I began, masking my unease. "Have you noticed anything peculiar here? My dog vanished last night and returned with this peculiar collar." His eyes widened, hands fidgeting nervously. "I know naught of a collar," he muttered, evading my gaze. "But beware, appearances deceive." His cryptic words sent a shiver down my spine as I thanked him and withdrew, thoughts swirling. Returning home, I meticulously combed through every corner, seeking any anomaly. Yet, the facade of normalcy persisted. The familiar surroundings seemed a veil, concealing an unseen truth. The sensation of being observed lingered, an intangible weight upon my shoulders. Days passed, the eerie aura unabated. I kept a vigilant eye on Max, awaiting signs of distress or unusual behavior. While he frolicked as before, the collar remained a haunting relic in a drawer, a reminder of unanswered questions. Who was R, and what was the concealed truth beneath my existence? The sense of safety within my haven waned, replaced by doubt and disquiet. As the autumn days waned, a lingering feeling hinted at the commencement of a sinister game, the curtain raised on a mystery beyond my grasp. Story 58. The hush of my new house enveloped me on that first night, a tranquility that bordered on eerie. Situated on the outskirts of town, the house exuded an old-world charm, its wooden floors whispering with each step, and its lofty ceilings amplifying every sound. It was a sanctuary I sought after relentless days at work, a haven far removed from the clamor of the city. Beneath the cozy weight of blankets, silence wrapped around me like a shroud. Only the occasional groan of settling timbers punctuated the stillness. Initially, the quietude was a balm to my weary soul, lulling me towards slumber. But just as drowsiness beckoned, a faint, rhythmic sound tiptoed into my awareness, so delicate it seemed a mere figment of my imagination. I dismissed it as the ancient pipes murmuring or the wind sneaking through unseen crevices. Chuckling at my own apprehension, I shifted in bed and surrendered to the embrace of sleep. In the ensuing nights, the soft tapping persisted, growing clearer with each passing dusk. It mimicked distant footsteps, muffled and hesitant, a phantom cadence that roused me from sleep. Reluctantly, I rose to investigate, traversing the house with a beam of light, probing every nook and cranny, yet finding nothing amiss. Windows were secured, doors steadfastly locked. The silence greeted me like a conspirator, amplifying my disquiet. Assuring myself it was a trick of the mind, I returned to bed. As days stretched into weeks, the footsteps evolved, becoming more insistent, more purposeful. They carved a path that I soon recognized, commencing in the hallway, traversing the kitchen, then advancing towards the bedrooms. Though no specter materialized, the sound grew so vivid it demanded acknowledgement. Nights transformed into a test of endurance. I lay taut and vigilant, anticipating the phantom steps that unfailingly commenced. One twilight, while engrossed in the glow of the television in the living room, the footsteps revisited. They commenced faintly, then swelled in volume, as though an unseen presence wandered the corridors. The rhythm was unwavering, the sound deliberate. Muting the television, I strained to discern the source, heart quickening with each echoing footfall. They drew nearer, resonating through the walls. Clutching a flashlight, I traversed room after room, scouring shadows and hidden recesses, only to find the house as vacant as ever. Yet the sound lingered, receding into the distance, a mocking whisper. Gradually, fear metamorphosed into fixation. Additional locks adorned doors and windows, my fingers compulsively checking their security. Alas, the footsteps persevered. When I confided in kin and comrades, their assurances were kind but dismissive. Merely the settling of the house, they murmured. You've been under immense strain. Though I yearned to accept their rationale, the sound was too defined, too corporeal to be a trick of the mind. One eve, I resolved to capture evidence. I positioned a recorder in the hallway, vigil maintained through the night. Time ebbed away until, as anticipated, the footsteps resumed their haunting cadence. I allowed the recorder to capture the spectral sound, heart hammering as it pervaded the dwelling. Daybreak unveiled the recording, the footsteps unmistakable, yet it was the faint whisper accompanying them that froze my blood. Soft, barely perceptible, yet undeniable. Though the words eluded me, their presence sent shivers down my spine. Desperate for elucidation, I reached out to a team of paranormal investigators. Armed with cameras and instruments, they endeavored to unveil the enigma. A night in the house yielded documentation of every creak and groan, yet their conclusions were inconclusive. Merely the commonplace sounds of an aged abode, they declared. Their ambiguity merely deepened my dread. One night, the footsteps drew closer than ever. Jolted awake, I discerned the sound of pacing just beyond my bedroom threshold. Breath caught in my throat. I lay paralyzed beneath the covers, attuned to the slow, measured rhythm. Steeling my resolve, I dared to open the door. The hallway stood barren, yet the sound enveloped me, as if the very walls bore its echo. "Is someone there?" I called out, voice quivering, yet met with naught but silence. The footsteps ceased, leaving a suffocating stillness that eclipsed even their resonance. Shortly thereafter, while rummaging through the attic, I stumbled upon a peculiar find. A weathered, leather-bound journal nestled amid forgotten relics. It belonged to a prior occupant of the house. Leafing through its brittle pages, I unearthed accounts of restless nights, relentless pacing, and escalating terror. The final entry culminated in an ominous decree: the echoes of the past never fade. With the discovery of the journal, the footsteps began to wane, as though their purpose had been fulfilled. Yet the house never embraced complete silence. On nights shrouded in darkness, when the world held its breath and the wind lay dormant, I could swear I heard them anew, faint, ethereal, a reminder that certain entities never truly depart. Story 59. The dawn of a dreary Tuesday morning brought with it a message, nestled inconspicuously among the clutter of spam and promotions in my inbox. The subject line was a mere whisper: "We need to talk." Intrigued yet unsuspecting, I clicked open the email, only for a chill to grip my insides as I absorbed the ominous words within. "Hello, my name. I've been watching you. I hold secrets about you, secrets you wouldn't want the world to see. If you refuse my demands, your hidden truths will be laid bare." The message bore no signature, only a cryptic symbol that felt foreign to my eyes. Attached was a photograph of me, captured leaving my apartment, taken from a distance. A shadow had been trailing me. Fear coiled in my gut. I combed through the rest of my inbox, searching for any semblance of clarity, but found none. Was this a cruel jest or something far more sinister? The thought of involving the authorities crossed my mind, yet I hesitated. The message was vague, no explicit request, no blatant crime. Perhaps it was best to overlook it. The following day ushered in a second email, devoid of ambiguity. It divulged intimate details, specifics about my mother's recent ailment and a family excursion we had been organizing, details privy to only a select few. "Transfer $10,000 to this offshore AC, count within 48 hours, or I'll reveal it all." The accompanying file was more harrowing, a compilation of private messages, snapshots from my social media platforms, and even a scanned excerpt from my personal documents. They had delved into my world in ways beyond my comprehension. Frantic, I reached out to the authorities. An investigation commenced, but hit a dead end swiftly. The email's digital footprint meandered through numerous proxies, leaving no trail to follow. "It could be anyone," the detective stated grimly. "Exercise caution." But caution proved futile. The emails continued to flood in, each one more intrusive and menacing than the last. They were privy to my daily rituals, shadowed my movements, and made reference to private discussions within the confines of my own abode. The realization that someone could peer into my life with such clarity sent shivers down my spine. One message contained a video. My breath hitched as I pressed play. The grainy footage depicted me in slumber within my bed, oblivious to the voyeuristic lens. The caption taunted, "We're closer than you think." My sanctuary shattered. Sleep eluded me, peace slipping through my grasp. Every creak of the floorboards morphed into a footfall, every shadow alive with unseen eyes. I installed surveillance cameras, bolstered my locks, sought refuge with friends, yet the messages persisted, an unrelenting presence. Then arrived the most dreadful demand yet. Infiltrate the secured facility at 12th and Main. Retrieve the files labeled Project Solace. Fail, and your family's darkest secret will be laid bare. Trapped, ensnared by invisible chains, denial equated to ruin. Compliance equated to criminality. I grappled with the insurmountable choice, finding no escape route. Desperation eclipsed reason. Fueled by fear and primal instinct, I meticulously planned the intrusion, cloaked in darkness, navigating the labyrinthine corridors of the secure premises. Each sound reverberated, every shadow a potential threat. After what felt like an eternity, I located the dossier. Seizing it, I fled, heart thundering in my ears. Yet the emails persisted. The extortionist was relentless, their demands escalating. The subsequent task was intimate: sabotage a public event where I was slated to speak. Compliance equated to decimating my career, besmirching my reputation, severing ties with my professional network. The alternative, however, loomed darker. A marionette in a malevolent game, my life no longer my own. Then came the call, a number obscured. My hand trembled as I answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end, distorted yet hauntingly familiar, frigid, calculating. "You've performed admirably thus far," they spoke smoothly. "But our saga is far from over." A memory stirred, something in the timbre, the cadence. A figure from my past, someone once trusted. Breath caught in my throat as realization dawned. "It's you." Silence, then a deliberate, measured chuckle. "Took you long enough." Days later, armed with scant evidence, I confronted them. Denials faltered, cracks in their facade emerging. Driven by guilt and fear of exposure, they confessed at last, a wolf in sheep's clothing from my inner circle, a friend twisted by envy, bitterness, hunger for dominance. They orchestrated the torment, exploiting my trust and unrestricted access to my personal domain. The authorities intervened, apprehending them on multiple charges. As the narrative unfurled, I unearthed the depth of their manipulation. Months of surveillance, breaches into my devices, puppeteering from the shadows. Even post-capture, the wounds festered. The betrayal cut deeper than the transgressions themselves. Trust felt an illusion, my haven, a haunting reminder of the ease with which my life had been infiltrated. Therapy sought, a gradual mending of my fractured security commenced. Fortifying my digital defenses, altering every passcode, restricting access to personal data. Time dulled the jagged edges of fear, yet the scars endured. Hypervigilance ingrained, forever wary of the tenuous boundary between privacy and exposure. Amidst the remnants of turmoil, resilience stirred within. They aimed to shatter me, yet I endured. Never again would I permit such dominion over my being. Story 60. On a typical Saturday morning, the tranquility of my bathroom was shattered when I accidentally toppled the mirror from its place. The glass exploded into a myriad of sharp fragments, twinkling on the tiled floor like malevolent confetti. For years, that mirror had been a steadfast presence in my dimly lit sanctuary, and its abrupt demise left me with a disconcerting feeling of absence. The cleanup was meticulous and anxiety-inducing. I painstakingly collected the larger pieces, wary of their razor-like edges, and swept the smaller shards into a dustpan. Once I was certain the floor was rid of glass, I disposed of the remnants and turned my focus to finding a replacement. Though an inconvenience, I believed resolving it would be simple. I opted for a sleek, contemporary design and ordered a new mirror online to infuse the space with a fresh aura. A few days later, the mirror was delivered. The driver handed me the box with a fleeting smile before swiftly retreating down the steps, as if eager to depart. Carefully unwrapping the package revealed the pristine mirror nestled within protective padding. A small note from the delivery service lay inside. "Hope this one doesn't crack." The message gave me pause. It was nonchalant yet oddly foreboding, sending a delicate chill down my spine. I brushed it off as a peculiar jest or coincidence, a touch of dark humor from a warehouse worker, perhaps. After mounting the new mirror, its immaculate reflective surface breathed new life into the bathroom, bestowing upon it a sense of luminosity and expansiveness. Initially, everything appeared normal, but gradually, a peculiar sensation crept in. Each time I gazed into the mirror, I felt a presence, a watchful gaze. At first, it was subtle, a faint uneasiness upon catching my reflection. Yet as days elapsed, the feeling intensified. A chill slithered up my spine whenever I met the mirror's gaze, as though unseen eyes peered back from the other side of the glass. I attempted to dismiss it as a trick of the mind, residual tension from the previous mirror incident. However, the disquiet persisted. I found myself avoiding the bathroom, and when I did venture in, I refrained from meeting the mirror's gaze directly. Despite rationalizing the situation, the discomfort deepened. One evening, driven by curiosity, I revisited the spot where the old mirror had hung. A thorough examination of the wall and floor with a flashlight revealed cleanliness, save for a dark smudge in a corner. Initially, I suspected it to be a missed glass fragment, but it lacked the telltale glint. Determined to leave no stone unturned, I meticulously vacuumed and wiped down the area, yet my thoughts circled back to the note. Its casual tone now seemed almost intentional, as if concealing a veiled warning. A nagging feeling surfaced, linking it to the unsettling sensations I had been grappling with. Was it merely a chilling coincidence, or did it harbor a deeper significance? That night, haunting dreams plagued my slumber. Shadowy figures lurked behind the mirror, their silhouettes flickering like dancing flames. Cold, unblinking eyes stared out from the reflective surface. Awakening in a cold sweat, my unease spilled into the waking hours. Seeking solace, I confided in friends and family, who attributed my fears to stress and overthinking. Unconvinced, I sought the counsel of a local paranormal investigator. Intrigued by my narrative, they meticulously scrutinized the mirror in the bathroom using an array of detection tools. After a thorough investigation, they found no anomalies. "It's merely a mirror," they reassured me. "No sign of anything supernatural here." Despite their findings offering some comfort, the disquiet lingered. The investigator suggested that the trauma from shattering the old mirror, coupled with the enigmatic note, might have heightened my anxiety. At times, they mentioned, our minds fabricate illusions when we are already on edge. I endeavored to heed their advice. I forced myself to confront the mirror, even meeting its gaze directly, despite the lingering unease. Gradually, the grip of fear began to loosen, yet it never entirely dissipated. The note and remnants of the old mirror remained tucked away in a box, serving as poignant reminders of the ordeal. A lesson on the power of suggestion and the distortion fear can inflict on perception. The mirror itself was not malevolent, I reminded myself. It was the circumstances surrounding it, the collision of a fractured past and a cryptic message, that had imbued it with a sense of disquiet. With time, I learned to confront my apprehensions head-on. The mirror remained affixed to the wall, a constant in my daily routine, yet it no longer wielded the same sway over me. The shadows that once loomed large remained dormant, and the imagined eyes faded into oblivion. Ultimately, the experience transcended the mirror itself, delving into the recesses of the mind. A testament to resilience, and a stark reminder that oftentimes the most chilling entities reside solely within us. Story 61. In the quiet of a late evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sarah felt an unusual restlessness in her suburban home. Within these familiar walls, where she had always felt safe, a tension now lingered, casting a shadow over her once peaceful routine. As she prepared for bed, Sarah's tranquility was shattered by an unexpected discovery. Nestled among her kitchen appliances, she found a small, unfamiliar device, a sleek black camera, unassumingly perched on top of the microwave. Frozen with confusion and a hint of fear, she knew it hadn't been there before. The camera's lens seemed to stare back at her, and she quickly powered it off, her hands trembling with unease. Seeking solace in her bedroom, hoping for a good night's sleep to calm her nerves, Sarah was met with another chilling surprise. A second camera, discreetly fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly invisible against the neutral paint. The realization struck her with a jolt. There were cameras in her home that she hadn't installed. Questions flooded her mind. Who had put them there? Why? How long had they been silently recording? Sarah's anxiety escalated as she pondered the unsettling implications, prompting her to search for solutions on her phone, her fingers racing over the screen in a desperate quest to detect hidden cameras. The fear of being watched consumed her, not just the idea of surveillance, but the violation of her privacy, realizing someone had witnessed her most intimate moments. As the night deepened, Sarah decided to review the footage from the discovered cameras. Connecting her phone to the devices, she found they contained memory cards. With a racing heart, she accessed the footage, praying for a benign explanation. However, her worst fears materialized as the videos played. Scenes from various areas of her home unfolded before her eyes. In the kitchen, she was seen preparing a late-night snack in her pajamas, unaware of the camera's presence. In the living room, engrossed in a book, she remained oblivious to the hidden lens. But it was the footage from her bedroom that shook her to the core. Moments of vulnerability, undressing, changing, and preparing for bed, now exposed to an unknown viewer. The profound sense of violation overwhelmed her, turning her once safe haven into a stage for someone else's voyeurism. Immediately reporting the discovery, an officer arrived swiftly, examining the cameras and the footage. Taking the devices into evidence, they promised a thorough investigation. Sarah, shaken but relieved, explained her concerns, clinging to a fragile hope for resolution. Days turned into weeks as Sarah waited for answers, living in a state of constant anxiety. Her home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a potential trap. Police updates were scarce, leaving her feeling helpless in her attempt to resume a semblance of normalcy. Wry creak of the floorboards, every unfamiliar noise, amplified her fear. One evening, while checking her mail, Sarah received an ominous letter with no return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper bore a chilling message. "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The sender remained anonymous, yet the message cut deep, taunting her vulnerability and fear. This letter deepened Sarah's terror, prompting her to take extra precautions, altering her routines, and fortifying her security measures. Her once unwavering sense of safety now shattered, replaced by a haunting presence that loomed over every moment. Months passed, the police investigation yielding few leads. The identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, leaving Sarah grappling with uncertainty and a profound sense of intrusion that had upended her life. Her home, once a place of comfort and relaxation, transformed into a battleground of fear and vigilance. Though the cameras were removed, the psychological scars remained. Sarah struggled to reclaim her privacy and security, navigating a world where trust had been fractured. The ordeal taught her a harsh lesson about the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the most familiar of places. As she adapted to her new reality, Sarah found solace in small victories, reconnecting with friends, establishing a semblance of normalcy, and reclaiming her personal space. Yet the shadow of that fateful night, when her private moments were stolen and exposed, continued to haunt her, a reminder of unseen threats that can disrupt even the most secure lives. Story 62. The unexpected unearthing of the diary felt like a dance with destiny, a choreography of chance orchestrated by unseen hands. It was a tranquil Sunday afternoon, bathed in a golden glow that caressed the room, coaxing time to slow its relentless march. I busied myself refinishing the weathered wooden floor, my movements rhythmic and purposeful as I sanded and polished with unwavering focus. The metallic clang of my screwdriver meeting resistance beneath a floorboard shattered the peaceful ambiance. Intrigued, I pried the board loose, revealing a hidden alcove below. Nestled within was an ancient leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked with the weight of years gone by. The fragile binding and frayed edges spoke of a long slumber undisturbed. My breath caught in my chest. Who had secreted it away here, and for what purpose? With trembling hands I opened the diary, the delicate pages whispering their long-held secrets. The faded ink danced across the yellowed paper, telling a tale of days long past. The script, elegant and deliberate, painted a picture of a life once lived. The first entry, dated October 12, 1969, chronicled the simple joys of a new home in a promising neighborhood. As I read, a chill crept down my spine. The details described were not mere coincidence, they were echoes of my reality. The layout of the living room, the creaking window frame, the gentle caress of the afternoon sun through the bay window, all mirrored my own surroundings with eerie accuracy. Despite my growing unease, I delved deeper into the diary's depths. The entries unfolded like petals, revealing personal milestones, awkward adolescence, and the companionship of a cherished pet. But with each turn of the page, a sense of foreboding settled over me. The writer's life unfolded in parallel to mine, a shadowy reflection of my own existence. A single entry, dated August 14, 1975, recounted a car accident in vivid detail, a mirror image of my own harrowing experience. The specifics, known only to me and my closest kin, stared back at me from the page in silent accusation. How could this be? The diary's tone darkened as it chronicled the descent into paranoia and sleepless nights plagued by unseen eyes in the darkness. The writer spoke of a haunting sensation of being watched, a sentiment that resonated all too familiarly with my own restless nights. Clutching the fragile pages, I grappled with disbelief. How could someone else know these intimate details of my life? A chilling entry dated January 2, 1980, described a stranger's intrusive visit, probing into the writer's past with unsettling precision. A memory surged forth, a recent encounter with a mysterious figure outside my own door, their prying questions leaving me unnerved and vulnerable. The diary's revelations continued, exposing secrets and fears known only to me. The realization struck me like a thunderbolt. Someone had been meticulously documenting my life, weaving a tapestry of my existence with threads of their own design. Frantically, I turned to the final pages. The entries grew erratic, disjointed, hinting at a fractured reality where time melded with dreams and memories blurred with shadows. The writer lamented being ensnared in an endless cycle, a pawn in a sinister game beyond comprehension. The last words, stark and haunting, pierced through the silence. The shadows draw near. Their breath is cold upon my neck. If you find this, it is too late. The diary fell silent, its tale left unfinished, a void echoing in its wake. I sat transfixed, the weight of the revelations pressing down on me. The room, once a sanctuary, now felt suffocating, its walls closing in around me like silent witnesses to a truth too unsettling to grasp. Was I truly the author of my own story, or a mere player in a twisted narrative spun by another's hand? Had the diarist been chronicling their own life, or mine all along? With trembling fingers, I restored the floorboard, entombing the diary once more in its sepulcher of secrets. Yet, despite my efforts to bury the truth, a lingering unease coiled within me, refusing to be silenced. That night, sleep eluded me. The house groaned and whispered around me, shadows shifting with whispered intent. I lay awake, adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. The diary had unveiled a parallel existence, a reflection of my own past or a precursor to my future. I could not discern. In the icy hush of night, a haunting certainty lingered, a feeling that the pen was still poised, the ink still wet, and I was the next chapter awaiting to be written. Story 63. It all started with a note. Picture this. It was a brisk autumn day, the golden leaves dancing in the wind as I made my way home from work. Weary but anticipating a peaceful evening, I spied a small envelope peeking from under my door. No sender's address, just my name elegantly written on its surface. Intrigued and slightly flattered by this unexpected delivery, I picked it up and stepped inside. The note hailed from a reader of my blog. It exuded warmth and kindness, praising a recent post of mine on the intricacies of modern relationships. The words were like poetry, yet beneath the surface there lurked a subtle undertone that left me unsettled. Dismissing my unease as mere fancy, I carried on with my evening. After all, having a modest following meant occasional interactions with readers were not uncommon. A week passed, and another note arrived. This time, it bore a more personal touch. The writer detailed aspects of my daily routine, how they noticed my Wednesday walks to the coffee shop, my unwavering order of a cappuccino, and my preferred spot by the window. The note concluded with a hope of serendipitous encounters in the future. A tinge of disquiet crept over me. How did they come by such intimate knowledge? I attempted to rationalize it, speculating that they might have spotted me at the cafe, recognized me from my blog, and then felt compelled to write. Yet the notion of being observed without my knowledge unnerved me. In the ensuing weeks, the notes increased in frequency. With each missive, the writer's observations delved deeper and more intrusively. They delineated my apartment's layout with an unsettling precision, mentioning the photos on my walls, the books on my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. Initially, I entertained the notion of a prank. However, the pinpoint accuracy of their descriptions, details only privy to someone within my abode, sent shivers down my spine. Turning point arrived when the letters alluded to my inner circle. One note recounted a recent chat with my best friend Maria about her imminent relocation. Another detailed a phone conversation with my mother concerning plans for my birthday. How could this individual possess such intimate insights? Anxiety burgeoned with each correspondence. Finally, I confided in Julia, a trusted friend employed in law enforcement. Alarmed, she advised me to retain all the letters, meticulously documenting every detail. "We'll discern any patterns," she assured me. The subsequent note I received was chilling. "Exercise caution in your comings and goings and in your conversations," it warned. Julia implored me to take precautions. I ceased my regular walks to the coffee shop, varied my routes home, and refrained from sharing personal information on social platforms. Yet despite my efforts, the letters persisted. Then came the map, enclosed in an unmarked envelope, much like its predecessors. As I unfurled it, I beheld my apartment marked, alongside other frequented locations, my grocery store, my gym. At the map's base, scrawled in crimson ink, was the ominous declaration, "I am closer than you realize." Tremors coursed through me as I gazed upon the page. I promptly contacted Julia, who urged me to file a police report. Law enforcement took the matter seriously, heightening patrols in my vicinity and advising me to stay vigilant. However, lacking tangible evidence, their hands were tied. The letters dwindled in frequency thereafter, but their contents darkened. They bore cryptic messages, teasing hints that hinted at an intimate knowledge of my deepest fears. I felt suffocated, ensnared in my own existence. One night, while seated in my living room, I caught a glimpse of a shadow loitering outside my window. Panic surged as I dialed 911. By the time the police arrived, the figure had vanished into the night. A thorough search yielded no trace of any suspicious individual. The subsequent day, the final letter arrived, a photograph of me captured from a distance, engrossed in my blog work, unaware of the lens trained on me. Below the image, a single line sent shivers down my spine. "I am ever watchful. Do not forget." That missive marked the breaking point. Overwhelmed by ceaseless dread and violation of privacy, I packed my belongings and relocated to a different neighborhood. The process was arduous, yet a sense of relief settled over me as I acclimated to my new abode. The letters ceased post-relocation. The silence brought solace, yet the sensation of being observed lingered. The ordeal had left me on edge, a specter of paranoia trailing me even in moments of tranquility. Though I eventually resumed my blogging endeavors, I did so cautiously. The experience had transformed me, rendered me more guarded, more cognizant of the delicate boundary between public engagement and personal safety. Those letters formed a chilling chapter in my tale, a stark reminder of how easily our vulnerabilities can be exploited by those who opt to remain unseen. Yet, they also imparted a crucial lesson on safeguarding one's privacy, and the resilience discovered in seeking aid when shadows loomed too near. Story 64. As I awoke, the world enveloped me in a hazy shroud, a fog of confusion and uncertainty clouding my senses. Bound wrists and a rough blindfold greeted me, sending a shiver of panic through my veins. Yet amidst the rising fear, a whisper of calm urged me to breathe, to focus. Before planning an escape, I needed to understand my surroundings. The blindfold weighed heavily, shutting out all light, plunging me into a world of darkness. With each steady breath, I began to absorb the stale, metallic air that lingered around me. The surface beneath me felt cold and unyielding, like aged wood against my skin. A subtle shift revealed a faint sound, a delicate rustle that hinted at a prior presence in the room. Summoning courage, I twisted and turned, searching for any clue in the darkness. After an eternity of exploration, my bound hands and mutter countered a smooth, solid object, dusty and weathered. A journal. Its leather cover, cool to the touch, bore the marks of time. Heart racing, I tentatively pried open the pages, guided by touch rather than sight. A sliver of light seeped through the blindfold, just enough to reveal ominous words on the first page. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions carefully if you wish to leave this place. Your time starts now. Accompanied by rough sketches and cryptic symbols, the entry set a chilling tone. The journal unveiled a map of the room, marked with enigmatic instructions and urgent warnings. You must find the key hidden in this room. Solve the puzzles to reveal the clues. Fail, and your chances of survival diminish. Breath catching in my throat, I realized I was not merely trapped but tested. Straining to visualize the room layout from the map, I identified key landmarks: a heavy door, a worn table, scattered objects, a faint glimmer of light from a distant window. These details became my lifeline. The initial puzzle, though simple, demanded acute observation. The journal hinted at patterns among the objects, leading to a concealed compartment. With painstaking effort, I scoured the floor with my bound hands, seeking any irregularity. Eventually, my touch found a loose floorboard under the table. Heart pounding, I uncovered a cold, metallic object, the first key. The subsequent instruction directed me to a drawer in the table, housing the next clue. Maneuvering towards the table, I struggled with the lock, the key turning with a gratifying click of success. Inside the drawer awaited a folded note. Solve this riddle to unveil the box combination. The map indicated the box's location in the room's corner. Beads of sweat trickled down my face as I wrestled with the riddle, numbers and phrases intertwining in my mind. Frustration mounted with each failed attempt, time pressing down relentlessly. After an eternity of mental struggle, the solution crystallized. Hands trembling, I dialed the combination on the padlock, the lock yielding to reveal a small vial of liquid and another note. Spray this to uncover the hidden truth. Wasting no time, I coated the walls and floor with the liquid. Gradually, faint markings emerged, symbols and arrows guiding me forward. The final clue alluded to arranging objects in a precise sequence to activate a concealed mechanism. Every moment felt like an eternity as I labored, the blindfold stifling, discomfort clawing at my body. The specter of failure loomed, but the will to survive propelled me onward. At last, a sharp mechanical click pierced the silence. A panel in the door slid open, revealing a dusty key. With trembling hands, I unlocked the door, the hinges groaning as it swung ajar. Fresh air greeted me in the hallway as I tore off the blindfold, blinking in the dim light. The corridor, with its peeling wallpaper and broken fixtures, exuded a cold, eerie aura. Yet the expanse felt liberating after the confines of the room. I had conquered the initial trial. Standing there, clutching the journal tightly, I knew the ordeal was far from over. The hallway stretched ahead, a dark path promising further challenges. Despite fear coursing through me, mingling with the thrill of survival, I resolved to press onward. The journal had led me this far, and I was determined not to falter now. Story 65. Inheriting the ancient house from a distant relative proved to be an unforeseen bend in destiny's path. Nestled on the outskirts of a tranquil town, the house, a sprawling Victorian manor, had stood for generations within the family, yet it had eluded my gaze until now. Following the passing of my great-uncle, the property passed into my hands, presenting an opportunity to retreat from the frenzy of my bustling life. A respite, perhaps. Maybe I could breathe vitality back into the weathered walls of the old estate through restoration. The mansion exuded a captivating aura, blending grandeur with a touch of melancholy. Its creaking wooden floors and elaborate, albeit dusty, furnishings whispered tales of a distant era. Meandering through its corridors, the scent of aged wood and forgotten recollections lingered in the air, as if the house harbored untold stories, secrets veiled beneath layers of dust and the passage of time. One day, as I ventured deeper into the manor, my steps led me to the attic, a dimly lit expanse cluttered with remnants of yesteryears. Old trunks, faded drapes, and cobwebs adorned the room, bathed in the gentle glow of sunlight filtering through cracked wooden slats. Amidst the forgotten relics, an anomaly seized my attention. A door, almost imperceptible at first, concealed behind a stack of trunks and shrouded in shadows. This door stood apart from the others in the house. Solid in structure, reinforced with robust bolts, its handle bore no signs of age. Adding to the intrigue, the bolts were positioned on the inside, as though to keep something confined within, or perhaps to ward off an external presence. Curiosity ignited within me. What mysteries lay concealed behind such a securely fortified barrier? An heirloom forgotten? A family enigma? Determined to unveil the truth, I exhausted every effort to breach the door. I pried, tugged, and employed tools strewn about the attic, yet the bolts remained obstinate, refusing to yield. Driven by frustration yet undeterred, I enlisted the services of a locksmith the following day. Upon his arrival, I guided him to the attic, unveiling the enigmatic door. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the door before embarking on his task, the rhythmic clinks of his tools accompanying his muttered musings on its peculiar design. As he toiled, I stood nearby, my mind ensnared by speculations of what lay beyond. The anticipation mingled with a subtle undercurrent of disquiet. After nearly an hour of meticulous labor, the locksmith stepped back, wiping his hands on a rag. "All right," he announced, his tone a blend of inquisitiveness and satisfaction. "Let's uncover the mystery within." With a deliberate twist of the handle, the door groaned open, revealing emptiness. Utter, absolute emptiness. Devoid of furniture, boxes, or even a speck of dust, the bare walls and floor stood bereft, their immaculate surfaces starkly contrasting the weathered ambience of the rest of the attic. The room exuded a sense of desolation, as though it existed in a realm isolated from the passage of time. Perplexed, the locksmith furrowed his brow, puzzled by the vacant space before us. "This is peculiar," he muttered. "It's as if this room has never borne witness to anything." Absently nodding in agreement, I found myself unable to shake the unsettling atmosphere that pervaded the room. The silence felt stifling, an unexplained weight pressing upon my chest. Though devoid of logical explanation, the profound stillness within the room bore a weighty significance, as though concealing an unseen presence. Following the locksmith's departure, I lingered within the empty room, gazing into its void. A chill breeze brushed past me, eliciting goosebumps on my arms. Rationalizing it as a mere draft from the open attic windows, a deeper intuition whispered of a chill emanating from within. In the ensuing days, the enigma of the room consumed my thoughts. I scoured the house meticulously, sifting through forgotten boxes and drawers, yearning for a clue that might elucidate the room's purpose. Alas, my endeavors bore no fruits, no journal, no missive, no hint to unravel its enigma. Come nightfall, the house seemed to awaken, its nocturnal symphony of creaks and echoes haunting my slumber. Footsteps reverberated through the halls, though my investigations revealed no corporeal presence. An escalating unease gripped me, a sensation of being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Desperate for answers, I sought out the town's historical society and its eldest denizens, delving into records, probing into my great-uncle's past, and unearthing the manor's history. The revelations that surfaced only deepened my disquiet. The house bore a somber reputation, dead in whispers of past inhabitants vanishing under mysterious circumstances, tales of peculiar occurrences and cautionary whispers against venturing into the attic after nightfall. One twilight, as I wandered the attic anew, a peculiar sight arrested my attention. The floorboards adjacent to the sealed room appeared slightly displaced, hinting at recent movement. Heart pounding, I gingerly pried them aside, unveiling a concealed compartment. Within, I discovered weathered leather-bound tomes and stacks of yellowed documents. Laden with legal jargon, correspondences, and unfamiliar names, the papers offered no direct revelations. Yet a sinister undercurrent wove through their narratives, a tapestry of secrecy, of bargains and conflicts hinting at concealed motives. Despite my efforts, the room's enigma persisted. Its emptiness pulsated with a cryptic vitality, a presence eluding rational comprehension. Upon deciding to depart the estate for good, I resealed the door, leaving it as I had found it. Some mysteries, I realized, were destined to remain veiled. The house, steeped in its chronicles and shadows, would retain its enigmatic veil. As I treaded away for the final time, I cast a fleeting glance at the attic window. For an ephemeral moment, a flicker of shadow, a form alien to the surroundings, caught my eye. And then it vanished into the obscurity. Story 66. The haunting ring of the phone shattered the tranquil silence of my home once more. Glancing at the screen, my brows furrowed in confusion. It was that same unfamiliar area code calling again. Weeks had passed since these mysterious calls began, evolving from eerie silences into unsettling revelations about my daily existence, narrated by a voice that sent shivers down my spine. This was no ordinary prank. It felt like a sinister unraveling of my life. With a racing heart, I finally mustered the courage to answer the call. "Hello?" I spoke, attempting to steady my voice despite the tension coiled within it. No response, only the ghostly echo of breath on the other end. As I ended the call, a chill crept up my spine, leaving me staring at the screen in search of answers that never came. The haunting number was etched into my memory, defying my attempts to block it out. Desperate for clarity, I confided in friends and family, hoping for a rational explanation, but none could provide solace. Pushing aside the unsettling thoughts, I sought refuge in the familiar routine of making tea in the kitchen, trying to restore a sense of normalcy. The shrill whistle of the kettle drew my attention to a small, unmarked box on the counter, a box that seemed to materialize out of thin air. With nervous hands, I opened it to reveal a silver bracelet, intricately engraved with a design so unique it felt like a whispered secret. My breath caught in my throat as I realized this bracelet mirrored a fleeting desire I had mentioned to a friend ages ago, a detail shared only in a moment of casual conversation. Setting the bracelet aside, my mind a whirlwind of questions, I later discovered a pair of luxurious leather gloves in my bedroom, followed by a designer scarf and a high-end coffee maker, all tailored to my tastes. Yet unbeknownst to me, each gift came with a cryptic note signed simply with the initial A. Anxiety knotted my stomach as I grappled with the mystery of these unbidden offerings. Installing security cameras did little to assuage my fears. Each morning's review of the footage revealed no intruders, no forced entries, just the inexplicable appearance of these gifts as if by magic. The police, sympathetic but powerless, urged vigilance as I meticulously documented each item and note in a desperate bid for answers. One fateful night, as I pored over my logs, the ominous ring of the phone pierced the air once more, the same chilling number staring back at me. Trembling, I answered the call. "Hello?" I ventured, my voice barely concealing the fear that gripped me. This time a voice responded, calm and unsettlingly pleasant. "Good evening," it greeted, sending a sheave, R down my spine. "I trust you're enjoying the gifts." Panic rising, I demanded answers, only to be met with cryptic assurances of friendship and a promise of further discussion. The line fell silent, leaving me feeling ensnared in a macabre charade where I was both player and pawn. Determined to unravel the enigma, I delved deep into the origins of each gift, note, and call, consumed by a relentless pursuit of truth that blurred the lines of reality and nightmare. The sender's intricate knowledge of my life sent a chill down my spine, their precision unsettling in its accuracy. On a rainy evening, I returned home to find a grand mirror, its ornate frame gleaming in the dim light, accompanied by a cryptic note hinting at a rendezvous where past and present intertwined. As midnight loomed closer, a sense of urgency gripped me, propelling me towards a confrontation that had become inevitable. The fear that had plagued me for so long now transformed into a steely resolve. Was I walking into a trap, or finally unraveling the web that had ensnared my existence? Story 67. The day unfolded like any other, with the sun casting long shadows across my study as I delved into the task of organizing my cluttered space. Papers shuffled, trinkets unearthed, a symphony of memories stirred in the air, and then a sudden interruption. A faint chime echoed through the silence, drawing me to the door where a mysterious delivery awaited. Standing on my doorstep was a figure cloaked in anonymity, cradling a sizable crate devoid of any distinguishing marks. No labels, no logos, only the enigma of its presence. With a mere shrug, the delivery person offered no insight into its origins, leaving me to grapple with the inexplicable arrival of this unclaimed package. Into my home, I carried the crate, its weight imposing, its contents a riddle waiting to be unraveled. Why had it found its way to me? Who had orchestrated this clandestine delivery? These questions danced in my mind as I placed the crate at the heart of my living room, its enigmatic aura casting a spell of intrigue. With a hesitant hand, I pried open the lid, revealing a trove of relics from a bygone era. A weathered journal, its pages whispering tales of yesteryears, a box of faded photographs, frozen moments of joy and sorrow, bundles of letters inked with sentiments long forgotten. Each item a piece of my past, resurrected from the depths of memory. Among the artifacts lay a jewelry box, cradling lost treasures, a locket, earrings, a ring, all once dear, now returned in a ghostly revival. The familiarity of these items clashed with the mystery of their reappearance, weaving a tapestry of unease that draped over me like a shadow. Days turned into weeks, the crate becoming a silent sentinel in my home, a puzzle unsolved. I sifted through its contents, seeking solace in the whispers of a past that refused to fade. Yet, no answers surfaced, no revelations to ease the mystery that gripped my thoughts. The urge to involve authorities tugged at my conscience, but what evidence could I provide of this peculiar delivery? No crime had been committed, no tangible threat posed, only a haunting sense of intrusion that lingered like a specter. In a bid to regain control, I carefully stowed away the artifacts, preserving them in albums and neatly categorized letters. It was a ritual of reclaiming lost fragments, a quiet act of defiance against the unknown forces that had disrupted my peace. As time wove its tapestry, the crate transformed from a puzzle to a poignant reminder, a lesson in the delicate dance between past and present. It taught me to cherish the fleeting moments, to safeguard the sanctity of my history, to embrace the shadows that shape our stories. Though the sender's identity remained veiled in secrecy, the crate etched a profound truth upon my soul. It whispered of the impermanence of privacy, the interconnectedness of our lives, and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of enigma. So I learned to hold dear the present, to honor the echoes of the past, and to embrace the mysteries that weave through our existence. For in the shadows of forgotten memories lie the threads that bind us to who we are, a tapestry of moments, people, and places that define our journey through time. Story 68. In the quiet depths of my second home, the office, I delved deep into the realms of work, losing myself in the ebb and flow of tasks. Hours melted away as I meticulously tended to every detail, a testament to my dedication and precision. When daylight faded, the building embraced a hushed stillness, with only a handful of souls lingering in the shadows, tying up loose ends. Among them was Gary, the janitor, a figure of routine and quiet diligence. Initially, his presence was a comfort, his work ensuring the office gleamed with perfection, his interactions brief and polite. Yet beneath the surface of his professionalism, a subtle unease began to stir within me. Gary's casual inquiries about my late hours and intimate knowledge of my schedule struck a discordant note. His comments, once harmless chit-chat, morphed into probing observations that hinted at a deeper understanding of my work life. One fateful evening, as I toiled away on a crucial project, Gary's visit to my desk took a disquieting turn. His well-meaning advice to take breaks veered into intrusive territory, his gaze lingering too long, his words casting a shadow of discomfort. The following week, as midnight approached and the world outside slumbered, I found myself ensnared in work once more. Gary's presence felt heavier, his rounds lingering longer on my floor, a silent specter in the dimly lit corridors. The fluorescent lights hummed a lonely melody, amplifying the isolation that enveloped me. And then a chilling realization struck. Gary's movements were not those of a custodian. No, he lingered by my office door, his hands fidgeting with the lock, a trespasser in the realm of my solitude. Panic gripped me as I witnessed his unwelcome intrusion, my pulse racing, my breath catching in my throat. Swiftly, I sought refuge in the embrace of security, my urgent words betraying the fear that coiled within me. But when help arrived, Gary had vanished, leaving behind a facade of innocence. The security footage whispered of his transgression, his feeble excuses falling on deaf ears. The breach of trust had been unveiled, the walls of safety shattered by his clandestine actions. In the aftermath, I sought solace in the arms of HR, their assurances a fragile shield against the lingering shadows of that night. Gary's dismissal and the fortification of security measures offered a semblance of closure, yet the scars of vulnerability remained etched in my mind. The once familiar contours of the office now bore the stain of intrusion, each corner a reminder of the boundary violated. I navigated the aftermath, grappling with the echoes of fear that reverberated through the halls. Counseling sessions became a lifeline, guiding me through the labyrinth of unease that clouded my thoughts. Slowly, I pieced together the fragments of normalcy, fortifying my space with newfound vigilance. Yet, the specter of that night lingered, a ghostly reminder of the fragility of safety. As time wove its tapestry of healing, I reclaimed a semblance of routine, yet the specter of vulnerability lingered, a silent sentinel against complacency. The breach had reshaped my perception, a stark lesson in the sanctity of boundaries and the fragility of security. Though I forged ahead, the memory remained, a whispered caution of how swiftly the line between safety and peril can blur. Story 69. It was a typical Tuesday when an insatiable curiosity led me to the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. The old building had always stood as a stoic reminder of days long gone, overshadowed by the sleek modernity of the city around it. Yet, on this particular day, an inexplicable pull beckoned me to explore its forgotten corridors. The heavy steel doors were firmly shut, but a smaller entrance to the side hung open, inviting me inside with a gentle sway in the chilly breeze. Despite the warnings whispered by my rational mind, I couldn't resist the call of curiosity. With a steadying breath, I crossed the threshold into the shadows of the unknown. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of decay and neglect. Dim light filtered through broken windows, casting ghostly patterns on the weathered concrete floor. My flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing a landscape of abandoned machinery and dusty crates, frozen in time like relics of a bygone era. As I cautiously navigated the cavernous space, a sense of unease crept over me. Something felt off. And then I saw it, a peculiarly organized section amidst the chaos. Neat rows of shelves held objects arranged with an eerie precision, as if each item held a secret significance. Approaching closer, a shiver ran down my spine. Familiar items met my eyes. A worn leather notebook, a silver locket, a long-lost watch. All pieces of my past that I had thought lost to time. Each item was displayed with a meticulous care that sent a chill through me. Venturing further, I discovered more fragments of my life meticulously preserved in this strange archive. An old pair of glasses, a childhood photograph, sketches from a distant past, all laid out like pieces of a haunting puzzle. But the true horror awaited me in the form of journals that shouldn't have existed. Their pages chronicled my history with an unsettling accuracy, delving into memories long forgotten and events yet to come. Notes scattered around hinted at an unseen observer, documenting my every move with chilling precision. Deeper into the labyrinth of secrets, I stumbled upon a binder bearing my name, its contents a detailed account of my innermost thoughts and struggles. The final pages dripped with a sense of impending revelation, a shadowy figure on the brink of unveiling a sinister truth. Before I could fully comprehend the extent of the violation, a distant rustling shattered the silence, sending a jolt of fear through me. With a racing heart, I fled towards the exit, the weight of unseen eyes pressing on my back. Emerging into the sunlight, I gasped for air, the abandoned warehouse looming behind me like a silent sentinel. Its walls held more than forgotten relics. They concealed a twisted reflection of my past, a mirror showing parts of myself I never meant to reveal. The unanswered questions hung heavy in the air. Who had been watching me? Why had they meticulously gathered the fragments of my life? The answers lingered within the shadows of that forsaken place, a mystery too unsettling to confront just yet. Even now, long after I left that eerie sanctuary, the specter of the warehouse lingers in the corners of my mind. It was no longer just a building. It was a dark enigma, a reminder that some secrets are better left undisturbed. And as the night falls, I can't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, is still watching. Story 70. In the quiet embrace of a crisp autumn afternoon, a sudden knock shattered the stillness, sending ripples of unease through the tranquil fabric of my routine. With hesitant steps, I approached the door, feeling a foreboding chill in the air. Two figures clad in uniform stood on my threshold, their expressions etched with solemnity. They spoke of accusations that sliced through the very core of my existence, charges of theft, a crime I knew to be a twisted mirage in the reality of my quiet, law-abiding life. Disbelief draped over me like a heavy cloak as they handed me the dreaded summons, detailing a break-in at a nearby electronics store, a crime in which I was inexplicably embroiled. Fingerprints, surveillance footage, a witness, each thread of evidence meticulously woven together to ensnare me in a web of deceit. As I pored over the damning details, confusion mingled with a growing realization that this was not a mere misunderstanding, but a carefully orchestrated plot to cast shadows upon my innocence. Desperation clawed at my chest as I sought refuge in the expertise of Sarah, a beacon of hope in the murky waters of injustice. Our keen intellect and unwavering determination became my shield as we delved into the heart of the accusations. The fingerprints, a perfect match to mine, whispered of a sinister manipulation lurking beneath the surface. Together, we unraveled the tapestry of lies, starting with the surveillance footage that held the key to unlocking the truth. Frame by frame, Sarah's discerning eyes caught the subtle distortions, the telltale signs of tampering that sought to obscure the real face behind the mask of deception. Our quest for justice led us to the scene of the crime, a humble electronics store with shattered glass and shattered lives in its wake. Amidst the debris, a trail of footprints beckoned, their calculated path a breadcrumb leading us closer to the heart of the mystery. In our pursuit of answers, we unearthed a chilling connection between the store owner and a shadowy figure known for his intricate web of deceit, a criminal mastermind whose machinations knew no bounds. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a scheme of deception and greed that had ensnared me in its cruel embrace. With newfound resolve, we stood before the authorities, armed with evidence that painted a vivid portrait of innocence wronged. Skepticism gave way to revelation as forged records, tainted footage, and damning connections laid bare the truth buried beneath layers of deceit. As the wheels of justice turned, each court hearing a grueling testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the facade of lies crumbled, exposing the true perpetrators in all their malevolence. The store owner and his accomplice faced the consequences of their treachery, their intricate scheme dismantled before the eyes of justice. Though my name was finally cleared, the scars of betrayal ran deep, a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust in a world where shadows lurked in the corners of the ordinary. The journey through the shadows had left me changed, a sentinel of truth tempered by the fires of adversity. In the aftermath of the storm, I emerged with a newfound strength, a resolve forged in the crucible of deception. The darkness that had threatened to consume me now fueled a fierce determination to navigate the winding paths of life with caution and unwavering resolve. The echoes of the past lingered, a somber reminder that even the most ordinary lives could be upended by the machinations of deceit. Yet in the stillness of the night, as the world slumbered in peaceful repose, I found solace in the knowledge that the light of truth would always pierce through the shadows, illuminating the way forward with unwavering clarity. And in that quiet reassurance I found peace, a tranquil refuge from the storms that had once threatened to engulf me.